Part 3. Lay down the sword. Chapter 21. A solitary black ship decanted from hyperspace near Covix 589 and began to fall inward toward the Forgotten Star. Seated alone in the cockpit, Darth Krone began running sensor sweeps of the system, if it deserved to be called that. It had nothing in the way of planets, the closest being a few planetoids on wobbling oval orbits, and the only remarkable feature was a broad belt of asteroids rich in minerals useful for nothing except scrambling sensors. As Krone followed the coordinates he received during his short communication with Corrine Veers, he ran focused scans of the specified section of the belt. Intruder's sensor equipment was some of the best Krone had ever seen, but they retrieved nothing. As Intruder slipped into the edge, Krone reduced speed and began looking with his eyes. Covix 589 was distant and dim, but he thought he detected an unnaturally smooth gleam on one asteroid. Using Intruder's directional thrusters, he edged himself close enough to see what he'd expected: a handful of turbolaser turrets grafted into the asteroid's surface. The belt was surely full of these, laying dormant to conserve power but able to tear apart an encroaching enemy fleet when called upon. They would be automated rather than live-controlled, and the fact that they hadn't fired on Krone implied that either Veers had deactivated them for his approach, or Intruder really was as invisible as advertised. Either way, he counted himself fortunate. The Sith pushed further ahead toward the designated coordinates, sometimes slipping around drifting space rock, and other times slowing to investigate suspicious asteroids. Sure enough, he found several more bristling with automatic turrets. He could spot them with his eyes if he got close, but they were stubbornly invisible to his sensors. Krone had to give Veers credit. Even on the verge of total defeat, he built himself an impressive redoubt. Krone didn't need his computer to tell him he'd arrived at the right coordinates. Those defensive guns were very hard to spot, but even in dim starlight Nemesis was impossible to hide. A long time ago, when Veers had been governor of the Prefspelt sector, and Krone still chair of Kuat Drive Yards, they conspired together to craft this ship as the ultimate in modern warfare. Its long and narrow hull stretched like a sword 17 kilometers long, with a low recessed bridge and symmetric sloping hull. These elements had been visibly copied by Kuati engineers eager to sell to Davek Fel, and during his last engagement Nemesis had been battered mostly by its own children, New Pelion-class Star Destroyers and Arden-class frigates. The scars of battle were painfully visible on the ship now. The last 200 meters of its pointed nose had been snapped off. Great black craters still pocked the hull near the bridge, and its once smooth-off white hull was darkened to rough gray by countless shrapnel scrapes. It was a bitter sight, but also a sweet one, because for all the ugly damage, Nemesis was still something Krone had designed and brought to fruition. It filled him with more pride than everything he'd done the past 8 years combined. There were just under a dozen smaller Star Destroyers drifting, along with Nemesis, in this pocket of clear space within the asteroid belt. Krone marked 4 Impeller-class destroyers, 2 Impeller-class carriers, and 5 smaller Predator-class ships, plus a smattering of frigates and pickets. All of them bore visible battle damage, but even so it was a flotilla that could devastate a world if they caught it off guard. With a force like this, Krone might even be able to demolish Darth Sado's fleet and bomb Hapes into rubble, an unrealistic but nonetheless pleasant thought. When he was close enough, Krone turned on the comm system and sent word to Veers' personal frequency, the one he'd memorized for their clandestine communications 10 years back and never forgotten. The message was simple: "I am here." The response came 5 minutes later, not as words but as a landing beacon cast to his ship from Nemesis. Krone followed the assigned course to a small hangar located at the great vessel's aft, above the engines, and beneath the bridge. Krone remembered designing this ship, and he remembered that this hangar was meant as a secure, private place to receive very important guests. Just where he was meant to be. Intruder glided out of space's darkness and into the hangar's light. Krone extended the landing gear and dropped the ship down on the edge of the flight deck. When he stepped out, he was slightly disappointed to find that Veers hadn't come to greet him personally. Instead, there was just a dozen stormtroopers, 7 in white plasteel armor but 5 in the bronze-tinted armor molded from the Cortoses or Krone had secretly provided all those years ago. It was a motley mix, and he didn't know what to make of it. The closest trooper, one in Coruscant, said, "Please come this way, sir." As a welcome, it was disappointing. As a Sith Lord, as the man more responsible than any for this great ship's creation, Crone knew he deserved better. That was something to bring up with Veers, not this soldier, so he simply nodded and allowed them to escort him through Nemesis hallways. Intruder would be safe in the hangar. If Veers' people got too curious, they'd only lose their lives to the ship's security devices. He tried to track their movement inside the long, gray, empty corridors. He tried to map it to his memory of this ship's design. He knew they were moving up, probably toward Veers' executive cabin, but apparently his memory was faded, because he was taken by surprise when the troopers stopped him in front of one innocuous door and bid him enter. Crone stepped inside. The door locked behind him, leaving him alone in this dimly lit room. No, not alone. He spotted the back of a man's head shifting over the back of a chair. He was facing the broad viewport that looked out on drifting asteroids and a passing star destroyer. "There you are," said Veers' remembered voice. "Have a seat, please." Crone walked forward and circled around the chair. Rather than rising, Veers stayed slumped in his seat. He let his head fall back and his eyes swing up, and he gave Crone a dull-eyed look over. "Well," Veers said, "I'm impressed you came back from the dead, but I have to say you've looked better. Please, have a seat. Help yourself." He held out a hand, and Crone noticed the neighboring chair, just as soft, and the low table between them. A bottle of Sardinian brandy sat there with 2 poured glasses. The one closer to Veers was already half drunk. It had been a long time since Crone's tasted Bastion's finest. On Kuat, he'd had access to the best in food and drink in the galaxy. Accoutrements on Shidu Ma'at were far less generous. Wyerlok had never stopped harping on the values of asceticism. Crone dropped himself into the soft chair, poured himself the drink, and savored its pleasant, half-forgotten sting. Veers was watching him with a wry smile. "My, what happened to you, Retor of Qvolt? Or do you have another name?" "Why would I have another?" Crone asked sententiously. "When you had disappeared, there were many rumors. The Jedi claimed you were one of those elusive Sith Lords they blame all their problems on. Your own people said you'd been murdered. I was always curious. The Jedi tried to kill me. Obviously, they didn't." "No, but I can see it was close." Crone nodded. He wasn't going to explain that most of the scars that darkened his face had been punishment from another, more powerful Sith Lord. Veers took a sip of brandy and asked, very casually, "So are you a Sith or not?" "My name is Darth Crone." Veers narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Through the Force, Crone could gled little. He suspected the man had started drinking long before his guest arrived, and it was fogging his thinking. Fogged wasn't the same as dulled. Veers asked, "Why have you come here? Are you on the run from your own people?" He tried to hide surprise. "Why would I be on the run?" Veers sipped a little more. "Why else would you come to Covix 589? This place is a burial ground for lost hopes. It's the best darned burial ground I've ever seen. You saw the turrets on the way in. Good. Did you spot the mines?" "No. We stuck those inside the asteroids. Absolutely impossible to spot until..." He snapped 2 fingers. "This place seems impregnable. Well, we don't have many other places left to defend. If we're going to secure what we have, we might as well do it right." Grave and I agreed on that much. "You've still been staging attacks. Bastion. Moonalist. You're putting fear into them." "Of course. Welcome to Covix 589. We import lost hopes and export raw terror." He chuckled, though it wasn't that funny. More bitterly, he added, "We do what we can. You still have a mighty collection of ships here. You could easily take a major planet, eh?" "Then what?" Veers arched a pale brow. His hair had gotten a lot whiter. Crone hadn't noticed previously for the dim light. "This is all we have. We've no industrial output whatsoever. We just barely kept our contract with our outside suppliers. And the ships you saw, those fine ships, are all damaged and operating at half crew capacity." "So you've surrendered?" Veers glared. We've adjusted our fighting strategy in consideration of limited resources and optimized our methods to deal the most efficient damage. It sounded like he was quoting someone. I see, Crone said evenly. But you know, Darth, I am glad you've come. Hopeless as our fight is. He smiled wryly. I've never figured out exactly what a Sith Lord and E-Lord does, but I'm sure you've got talents above and beyond what mere mortals can offer. You'd be correct. Excellent. Now tell me. The buzzer from his door interrupted him. It rang 3 times before Veers scowled and called loudly past his shoulder, Enter. A man in an admiral's uniform stepped into the darkened room. Crone had never met him in person, but he recognized Lionel Grave when he saw him. The admiral stalked over to Veers' seat, hands balled into fists at his side, then stopped when he realized the man had company. His eyes, tightened in apparent anger, grew wider as he took in the scarring on Crone's face. The admiral forced his attention back on Veers. We were going to meet to discuss the Jamis operation. You're 40 minutes late. I tried hailing you, but your comm was off. It wasn't off, I was ignoring you, Veers said casually and sipped a little more brandy. I had a guest coming, you see. I had to be a good host. Graves' eyes reluctantly slid back to Crone. A guest from where? Outside. Veers waved a hand. I invited him. You should show some respect. This man was a great benefactor to the Restorationist movement. This mighty warship wouldn't exist if it weren't for him. Is that so? Graves didn't bother to hide his skepticism. Oh, stop being rude. Veers rolled his eyes and told Crone, don't be offended. He's always impatient like this. Admiral Grave, please meet Rhetor of Q-Vault. The Admiral stared. Rhetor of Q-Vault. Is there another? Asked Veers. It is a pleasure, Crone said dryly. Graves stared at the Sith Lord's scarred face until he found something he recognized. Then, to his credit, he snapped to attention and dropped the attitude with impressive speed. It is an honor to meet you. Forgive my skepticism. I understood you've been dead for years. You're not far from wrong, said Crone. But that's in the past. Despite the shabby state these restorationists were in, he was still aboard the galaxy's mightiest warship, the one he'd designed himself in his prime. He felt more alive than he had in years because Veers was right. As a Sith Lord, he could do much to help these people. He was without the resources of the one Sith, but without the shackles placed by Darth Krayt's distant dreams. He never imagined defeat would be so liberating. It sounds as though you're planning another terrorist attack on Jamis, Crone said as he got to his feet. We're planning an offensive that makes optimal use of our limited resources, Graves said, prickly. Trust in old-style Imperial to couch barbarism and formalities, unless he was in his cups. I'd love to hear what you have in mind, Admiral. Crone finished the rest of his brandy in 2 big swallows. As warmth filled his stomach, he set the glass on the table and fixed Graves' stunned face with a smile. Shall we get going? When Vitor crawled inside Sorik's sensor-shielded cargo crate and allowed the Hutt's minions to place him aboard the Restorationist shuttle, he'd been consigning himself to a fate unknown. Even if he went undiscovered when the ship reached its destination, there was no guarantee he'd be where he needed to be. Despite that, a steady confidence had fallen on him since the fight atop Sorik's palace. The anxiety that had kept his sleepless and trembling every night seemed to have dissolved like the memory of a bad dream. It wasn't that he'd forgotten his last vision of the future. Here at least, far from Marin and hopefully far from the Sith, he felt far from death too. That he had a chance to finally end this grueling war made it the best kind of reprieve. Quiet confidence sustained him all through the trip. He knew the flight from Hutt space to the Empire could take an average ship 4 to 6 days and packed rations accordingly. Though stuck in the crate, there was nothing he could do to get the blood stirring in his legs. He dropped himself into a state of mild force hibernation, slowing his pulse and breathing, cooling his metabolism so he required less food. The voyage passed like a lucid dream, and thankfully the Force sent no prophetic ones during that time. He knew when the shuttle arrived by the scrape of landing gear touching down and the fading out of the engine's drone. This was where things got difficult and he ran into dangerous unknowns. He had a blaster, 2 lightsabers, and most importantly the Force. He could feel the ship's soul and weary pilot disembarking, and beyond him there was the fainter presence of a few more people, probably service crew. Until he got out of the crate, it was impossible to tell if they'd landed on a planet or a ship. It was also impossible to know if anyone else was going to come aboard. Vitor decided not to risk it. He felt the pilot step out of the ship and used that opportunity to trigger the release built into the crate's interior. He spilled out into a half-empty cargo hold that looked exactly as he'd found it. Vitor kept alert for new arrivals as he stretched blood back into sluggish limbs, checked his equipment, and made sure both lightsabers, his own and Morgan's, were firmly affixed to his belt. The tricky part was getting out. He sensed no one aboard the ship, but the landing ramp had been retracted, which could make getting out unnoticed tricky. He made his way to the cockpit and looked through the viewport. This was the inside of a spaceship, all right. He could see black space through the hangar mouth. The hangar itself had high gray walls and looked decidedly Imperial, though he had no way of knowing what kind of ship or space station he was aboard. Very carefully, he crept up to the forward edge of the cockpit and spotted a pair of white armored stormtroopers standing in the middle of the hangar. They were facing away from the ship, and their stances looked lazy, but they were still guards. If Vitor had come all this way to get captured sneaking out of the shuttle, he'd never forgive himself. He decided to wait and check the ship's computer. He was able to access navigation logs without running into security walls, and found a record of the path the ship had taken. Coruscant was clearly marked, as were the transition points between hyperspace jumps. Their final location, according to this, was near a star called Covix 589. He vaguely recalled the existence of a Covix star cluster at the very edge of Imperial space and the rim of the galaxy itself. He was pretty sure it didn't have a single habitable planet and was neglected by pretty much anyone. If it also had around 600 possible stars to hide around, it was no wonder the restorationists had made a nest here. It also seemed like an ideal place for the big nest, the one his father had been hunting for almost 4 years. Vitor allowed himself to hope. Hope was a distraction. He was nearly caught off guard when someone lowered the ship's ramp from the outside. A tremor of intent felt in the Force jarred him from considered possibilities and gave just enough warning for him to find a hiding place inside the refresher unit. He waited facing the door, back against the sink, one hand on his lightsaber. He waited as he heard footsteps approach and then pass by, and he heard a voice saying, "This won't take long. With you two helping, we can get this up to the Admiral in no time." Vitor knew his wasn't the only crate Sorg had placed aboard the shuttle. There had been 2 others, apparently some sort of gift for his restorationist clients. If they were taking this good to an admiral, it meant was on an important ship, maybe the important ship. But first he needed to get out of the refresher. He waited until they were gone and carefully unlocked the door. He crept down the hall in the opposite direction they'd gone down and made his way to the exit. He reached out with the Force, felt nobody down there, and very carefully stalked down the landing ramp. He scanned the high-roofed hangar until he spotted a holocamera, then sent a flash of static through his matrix with the Force. It was a trick that would last less than 30 seconds, but that was enough for him to scamper across the empty flight deck and into the adjoining hallway. It was hard to sneak around a ship when you didn't even know which ship you were on or how to get around. Vitor had spent a lot of time on Imperial warships, and he could make some educated guesses. The shuttle had set down in a small hangar, but not one surrounded by high-level security, which meant it was probably a supplemental facility located near the main hangar. If he was near the main hangar, it meant he was also near the supply and storage sections of the ship. What he really needed was a set of unused stormy armor to slip into. He made his way through the hall slowly, flashing out a few security cameras and using the Force to help evade the crew. There were fewer of them than expected. The entire ship seemed emptied, almost eerily so, especially for an important one with an admiral aboard. When he found an equipment locker, he used his lightsaber for the first time since the fight at Sorg's palace. The lock wouldn't give, but a quick, precise swipe with the tip of his blade did the job. The door opened wide and he found himself staring at a carefully folded set of Cortos's armor. Vitor had never been one for displays of cosmic irony, but he was glad for this one. He dressed quickly and left his old clothes in the locker when he stepped back into the halls. The outfit's utility pouch just barely had room to squeeze both lightsabers inside, but so long as no one looked too closely it would do. The stormtrooper armor was only partial camouflage. The soldiers who got Cortos's gear were supposedly the best of the best, and if people saw him wandering the ship like he was lost it would raise suspicion. Masquerading as an elite got him advantages, as he discovered when he found a public use information terminal not far from the lockers. He found an identity card left in the armor's utility pouch and swiped it to access the terminal. Apparently, he's taken the gear of a careless corporal with pretty good security clearance. The public terminal alone told Vitor enough to make him weak at the knees. The first thing he learned was that he was aboard the Restorationist flagship Nemesis. The second thing he learned was that almost a dozen other Star Destroyers were gathered at desolate Covix 598. He could also call up a detailed map of the Superstar Destroyer's entrails and plot a course from his spot near the hangar all the way to the bridge. But the bridge could wait. The simple fact was that he'd finally found it, the big nest. His father had to be informed, and to do that he'd have to compose and message and send it to Bastion from a long-range transmitter aboard this ship. Vitor used the public terminal to locate the nearest communication station. There was a comm node located just forward from the main hangar, and he hurried there as quickly as he could without drawing attention. As he walked down the hall, drawing only the briefest glances from passing restorationists, he tried to run up a mental list of everything his father would need to know. Not just the location and the ships involved, but the armaments, the personnel, the system's defenses. He didn't know how much of that he could get with the corporal's ID, even a corporal from an elite unit. He also didn't know how many crew members he'd have to deal with at the comm center. Someone would notice when he sent a message to Bastion, but he was still hoping he could get in and out without starting a fight. The longer he could last undercover, the better. When he stepped through the door, he found a circular chamber with 5 seats and 5 consoles, but only 3 crew members present. The nearest one swiveled an air chair and looked surprised to see a stormtrooper. "Can we help you?" the woman asked. "I'll need to access your long-range transmitter." He flashed his corporal's ID and added persuasion through the Force. "My platoon has an away team on Orthodan. I need to pass them a message." "Is your team's transmitter not working?" asked a second, younger crewman. It figured the best units would have their own gear. "No. It broke down yesterday." "Everything's falling apart nowadays," grumbled the female officer. "Do you want us to take a look at it?" "We already put in a repair request. I just need to use your comm so I can get back to what I'm supposed to be doing." Vitor added finality in his tone, and the Force. The longer they insisted on chatting, the more likely he was to slip up. The woman shrugged and gestured him to one of the open stations. It was a standard Imperial console that Vitor had worked before. His corporal's ID seemed to get him access to the long-range transmitter, but before he patched a message for his father, he pulled up readings from the outside sensors. He got a better view of their surroundings, and he didn't like them. The Star Destroyers would make for a rough fight. Worse was the broad asteroid belt in which these ships were hidden. It would be hard for his father to get a fleet in here just for the navigation hazard, and from what Vitor was reading, an elaborate set of turbolaser emplacements and proton mines had been installed in the asteroids themselves. They sounded like they could make a difficult attack downright impossible. The turbolasers in the rocks would be controlled by a remote signal rather than manned. In all likelihood, that signal came from Nemesis, but if Vitor was going to do anything about it, it wouldn't be from a backup communications relay. For now, he did what he could. He summarized all the information he gathered in a long typed-up message, manually encrypted it using a code known only by his father and the Imperial Knights, then sent it to Bastion. The encryption must have camouflaged the transmission's destination, because none of the 3 comm officers pulled a blaster on him. Somebody higher up would notice where that message went, and then they'd look for the corporal whose ID he'd stolen, and then they'd look for the man who was inside his stolen armor. Vitor didn't know how much time he had before they started scouring the ship for an intruder, but they hadn't begun yet. That was something. He closed his session, rose from the terminal, gave the comm crew the gruff thanks they'd expect from a Stormy, and hurried out of the room. His time left was limited, and he had to make the most of it. There was nothing personal about the message, not even a short sign-off, but Davek knew it had come from his son. Thanks to a message from Roan, sent from Arlen's ship of all places, he'd learned the outcome of the mission to Hutt space and the incredible risk Vitor was taking. If he'd been there, he'd have stepped in to stop it, but letting his sons be Imperial Knights meant letting range across the galaxy, which meant giving them authorization to take drastic risks. Necessity piled on necessity, and he hated it. It left him feeling, above all else, tired. This war for control of the Empire's soul had dragged on, even after the Restorationists had lost all hope of winning, and every battle might cost him more people he loved. Vitor had survived his journey. He was alive, and he'd found the big nest. Given the encrypted frequency the message had been received on, there was no other possible author. As soon as the message came through, Davek had ordered Admiral Yeager to dispatch a scout ship to the star Covix 289 and gathered as many senior officers as he could to his flagship, the Jagged Fel. To combat the Restorationists, the Empire's war machine had been built up for a years-long slog. Modern efficient warships like the Pelion-class Star Destroyer had been introduced, but Davek had resisted temptation to build another behemoth like Nemesis. His father had taught him that a competent military is based around many mobile assets wisely used, rather than a giant weapon made to hammer one enemy at a time. Aside from being a waste of resources, Jagged had insisted that a giant superstar destroyer sent the worst kind of message, hearkening as it did to the dark days of Palpatine's punishing oppression. For all those reasons, Davek had prioritized output of smaller ships, but as Emperor, he still needed one that could draw respect. Jagged Fel, like Nemesis, was one of a kind, and had initially been constructed as a prototype for the smaller Pelion-class ships. Jagged Fel was longer than them by a third, but only 20% more massive. Its stretched long and symmetric hull had been constructed of metal so pale it looked almost white, especially in contrast to the massive black Imperial roundels painted on either flank. Davek kept Jagged Fel orbiting Bastion whenever possible, both to show authority and to keep his citizens feeling safe. The destruction of Skyhook One made his presence all the more imperative, and it was to that ship that shuttles converged from Yaga Minor, Bilbringi, and a half-dozen other Imperial military bases. A major operation was in the offing, and he didn't want to chance a leaked transmission giving the Restorationists warning. When his scout ship reported in, Devlin Yeager joined the other senior officers in Jagged Fel's meeting room. The Admiral got to the point quickly. Our scout ship spent 2 full hours exploring the area around Covix 598. It used every type of sensor sweep its equipment allowed. After those 2 hours, it couldn't find a single trace of gas, metal fragment, or heat signature that would indicate a Restorationist fleet hiding in that asteroid belt. A few officers at the table seemed to wilt in disappointment, but Yeager went on. Our scout eventually concluded some mineral property in the asteroids must be jamming sensors. Before departing, our ship brought its telescoping visual suite online and began to scour the belt. This is what it saw. At Yeager's signal, a 2-dimensional image projected over the wall. Davek and the others watched a series of primitive but high-definition photographs depicted endless drifts of airless space rock. Yet amidst all that shapeless tone, some flecks stood out. A few shots depicted distant objects with the pronounced wedge shape of star destroyers. The final one showed a pale object shaped like a sword, flanked on either side by smaller triangles. Nemesis, beyond a doubt. So there is it, Admiral Hallis said gravely. At last, muttered Intel Director Venefera. Your agent is to be commended, Your Majesty. Indeed, Davek said. He hadn't told them the agent's identity, and didn't plan to. They surely all guessed it was an Imperial Knight, but the only one who knew it was Vitor himself was Marazia. She was standing silent guard behind his chair, while dressed in an Imperial Knight's ceremonial, red armor, and cape. The crew on Nemesis will figure out a message was sent here if they haven't already, said Yeager. That means there's no time to waste. What is the status of the 4th Fleet? Admiral, asked Davek. I ordered battle stations before I sent the scout, Your Majesty. They are ready to launch. Good. Leave a skeleton force at Bulbringi. Then take every you can spare and jump to Covix 598. Your first goal is to interdict. Make sure no vessels enter or leave that system without your permission. Understood. I will personally command the First Fleet. Davek looked around the table, and no one raised objections. They knew their Emperor commanded from the front lines because risk was part of duty. They were lucky not to know how far that maxim went. I want the Second and Third Fleets to spread wide, just in case their ships outside Covix get desperate and try to attack more civilians. I've also sent a request to the Chiss, and they've assured us they'll be there too. That sounds like more than enough to lay siege to the system and destroy Nemesis, said Venefera. Where's the difficulty? According to our agent, that asteroid belt is the best defensive barrier Veers could hope for. Aside from the natural obstacles, an undetermined number of mines have been equipped with automated turbolaser cannons. Others have been fixed with proton mines. All of these will be undetectable to our sensors. It was a battle that could grind on forever, and Davek watched the grim realization show on face after face. He said, we need to be prepared to starve them if we have to, but I think they'll fight before then. Admiral Jaeger, you're dismissed. You're hereby ordered to move the Fourth Fleet to Covix 598 as soon as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. Jaeger snapped a fast salute and hurried from the chamber. Davek turned a grim look on the others. You know what needs to be done. I will work with the Imperial Knights to see what they can do to help us with the asteroid belt. Until then, you have your orders. Get to them. The First Fleet will depart as soon as the crew of the Jagged Fel is combat ready. I estimate no more than 5 hours. The officer stood and moved quickly for the door. Venefera remained near the table, and Davek knew the element would have an array of questions for him. Please wait outside for the moment, Director, Davek told him. Venefera nodded and stepped away. He was the last one to go, and when the door closed behind him it was just Davek and Miracia alone in the briefing room. We have to move quickly, she said at once. It's our only hope of recovering Vitor. Are your TIE sabers ready? We have 12 waiting in the hangar. And Knights to fly them. Of course. I can't get a dozen more, but it will take a few hours. Take what you have and go now. I'll let Devlin know to expect your help. Just don't be reckless. They'll see your approach. I know. One look in her eyes told him she was willing to risk everything to get Vitor out alive. He put his hands on her armor-plated shoulders. Please, don't be reckless. Have you told Rome? She asked. No. There hasn't been time. He'll want to come? Of course he would. Vitor would be the foremost reason, but even without him, Rome would crave to help. This war had started when he was just 9 years old and had to find his life. Davek knew his younger son had in many ways grown up in the older one's shadow, and that he yearned to serve the Empire and find heroism in his own way. It was for all those reasons he couldn't come. I'll tell him to stay with Morgan and send on Ossus, Davek said. They'll be safe there. He's going to hate it. I know. But I can't risk losing them both, not at the end. He'd risked them both together as recently as Anshin, but they both knew this was different. Covix 598 was the biggest, deadliest rat's nest of all. Many Imperial Knights and ordinary soldiers would die to exterminate it. Vitor was trapped aboard the enemy flagship and might already be a prisoner, perhaps inaccessible even to the Empire's best knights. It was not just possible but likely that neither Davek nor Miracia would see their eldest son again. They both knew it, they could see it in each other's eyes. Their relationship had been built on honesty and hard truth since they first met on Voidwalker a quarter century ago, but this one was too much. Neither of them could say it. She reached up to touch his face and brush his beard. I'll get Vitor back, she said, like she was willing herself to believe. Bring yourself back too. She reared up on her toes, kissed him once, then stepped out of the room. Venefera waited a minute before coming through the doors. The intel director was a perceptive being, and he knew Davek would need a few moments to compose himself. Emperor or not, he was only human. Meetings called on short notice never meant anything good. Vol had figured that one out decades ago, when he'd been a mere bomber pilot instead of whatever you'd call his job aboard Nemesis. General, coordinator, courier, diplomat. Any of those or neither at any moment. Well, they always said small organizations needed workers with wide skill sets. When he stepped into the conference room, he saw all the men he'd been expecting: Grave, Sajas, Fenrek. Even Veers had arrived early, though his sobriety was doubtful. Yet when Vol's eyes swept across the table, they were immediately drawn to the one face he didn't know. The skin across that hairless head was crinkled and rough, darkened by scars all over. The body beneath was buried in formless black robes. What stood out most were his eyes. Their irises seemed tinted golden yellow like nothing Vol had ever seen before. General Vol, Veers said, there's no need to stare. Surely you've heard of Rhetor of Q-Vault. Vol stared even more. They all knew the Kuwiti chairman had been one of Veers' major backers when this all began. They also knew he was dead, apparently killed by Jedi on Fel's behalf. How he survived barely, by the look of him, was one begging question. The more immediate one was how he'd gotten to their secret stronghold at all. Vol looked around the table and saw the same bafflement on everyone's faces. Sit down, General, Grave said. Something critical has happened. Vol sat down. Everyone kept looking at Rhetor, but it was Captain Fenrek who said, approximately 3 hours ago, a signal was transmitted from Nemesis to Bastion. We believe Fel is now aware of our position. That elicited a round of gasps and mutters from everyone but Grave, Veers, and Rhetor. The old captain continued, we believe there is an intruder aboard who stole the armor and identification card from one of our stormtroopers. Using that guise, he sent the transmission from a secondary comm station. We're working to track him now. We have to assume Fel's minions are on their way, said Grave. And we have to be ready for them. Everyone's eyes were drawn, awkwardly and ineluctably, to the newcomer. No one dared suggest anything. No one dared speak at all. Rhetor did it for them. I have been with your leader since my arrival. I promised there was absolutely no one else aboard my ship. Trust him, said Veers. He would know. Vol had absolutely no idea what that meant. Then realization hit him. The only other ship to arrive in system within the past 24 hours was his own. Fenrek started saying something else, but it barely registered. Vol's jaw slipped loose. The world seemed to swim around him. When he'd finally been allowed to leave Corvus Sadii, the slug Sorg had offered him several crates full of spoils as a reward for spotting the thieves who'd been stealing his droid. Sorg had offered almost nothing in the way of explanation, saying only that recent events had been staged by a business competitor, presumably the Hutt he'd rolled out his best slimy carpet to welcome. Best Vol could read him. Sorg had seemed embarrassed and ashamed. Nothing in the fiasco had given any indication that it might fall back on the restorationists in any way. Yet something had happened. Vol knew that with icy certainty in his gut. Maybe it was a stowaway, maybe Sorg had betrayed them. He realized, with another sick stab, that none of that mattered. Nothing did except the doom he'd brought upon them all. Grave was talking. Vol forced himself to listen. The Admiral said, we don't have time to begin moving Nemesis or the other destroyers through the asteroid belt. Therefore, we will treat this as the start of a terminal siege. All those guns and mines in the belt should hold them for a while, Veers said, boyishly eager, like he wanted to die here. When they finally get through, they'll be so battered they won't offer much of a fight. We have supplies to withstand a siege of up to 6 months, Grave said sternly. It may come to that. Naturally, said Fenrek, we should prepare to defend ourselves actively at the start. We'll start mustering fighter groups to slow the enemy as they try to get through the belt. I'll do it. The words jumped out of Vol's throat. All eyes went to him, but he only looked at Grave. The Admiral saw his shock, his dread, his guilt, and understood them all. Maybe nobody else yet knew whose fault this was, but the Admiral did. I was a fighter pilot for many years, Vol croaked. Let me be one again. To defend the Empire. Graves' eyes were unreadable, but in an amazingly steady voice he said, Thank you for the offer, General Vol. Your bravery is a model to us all. I'll make sure you have a place on the front lines. A place to die, no doubt. After what he'd done, what he'd let happen beneath his nose, death in battle was a better fate than he deserved. It was coming for them all anyway, even if it might be a 6-month grind for some. Sober knowledge settled in everyone's eyes. Even Veers seemed to lose their vicious gleam. The only exception was the man in black. Rator of Qvolt looked barely affected by it all. It might have been a trick of the scarring, but his lips looked twisted in something like a bemused smile. All them gathered here were facing death, or imprisonment if they were unlucky. All of them except this Rator, who'd appeared as though from nothing and could probably disappear just as easily. Their coming doom didn't scare Rator at all, and that terrified Vol more than anything. Chapter 22. The success of the mission to Corvus Sadii left Marin feeling warm with triumph. By the time her X-Wing arrived over to Sucha, she'd succeeded in wrestling the blaster away from the unctuous squib writing in her lap and refused to deliver the stolen droid until she got confirmation that Vitor was alive and unharmed. She got that confirmation, quicker than expected, through a short conversation with her cousin. Vitor had explained his new mission and firmly rebuffed her attempt to talk him out of it. All Marin could do was wish the Force be with him. She was worried about Vitor, but she knew it was outside her control. Once she sat down on the moon Napdu, she released both her passenger and her cargo to Azim the Hutt. A hollow transmitter unit was provided for her to speak with Vito, still gloating on Corvus Sadii, and then with her father, who summarized the frenzied events in the Hapes cluster. Marin didn't understand everything, but the people she cared about had gotten out of there alive, so she counted that as a win too. Her father said he was heading to Ossus and suggested Marin join. She agreed, but Azim insisted on treating her to a reward for her labors. Since Volgma and Chance Calrissian were still on Napdu, the three of them shared a feast of mostly edible delicacies, and, once her stomach settled, she finally accepted the offer of a private session in one of Azim's sulfur baths. Marin Fel wasn't often pampered, but she decided she could get used to it. And Azim was right, she did deserve a little extra reward after crawling through the sewers and slimy swamps of Corvus Sadii. More, this whole crazy plan to track arms shipments from Arquilla back to the source had been hers more than anyone's. Striking deals with multiple criminal overlords might not be ideal Jedi behavior, but it had worked out for the greater good and might even bring the down last of the Restorationist fanatics, ending an 8-year war that had split her family apart. So Marin enjoyed her sulfur bath with absolutely no regrets, and when she was done she dressed, and went back to her X-Wing to prep for flight tomorrow. That was when she noticed that someone had tried to hail her an hour earlier. They'd left no message, but she could see it had come from her Uncle Mecker's ship, the bottom line. So she returned the call, and it all came crashing down. She listened to Mecker's gruff voice explain everything: the act, the time, and place, the victims, the killer. She listened to it all without saying a word, and when he was done the signal buzzed faintly for almost a minute before she asked, "Where is he now?" "We're looking into that," said Mecker. "And you sure it's him?" "Multiple witnesses confirm it. He said he was Jevern Auk's brother. There's only one of those left." "What do you know about him?" "Not much. He was the little brother. Never that close to Jevern from what I heard, and didn't try to cling to his shadow like Jerkle. Heard he laid low after they died and took to merc work with some Erida's company." She wanted to ask what he thought he'd gain by avenging Jevern's death now, after all this time, but only the Jedi part of her was confounded. The Mandal part knew the shame every Auchus had fallen into after their Mandalar had died mysteriously and unavenged. And she knew that while Jedi looked down on revenge as clear passage to the dark side, Mandalorians saw it as the most pure kind of justice. It didn't get much simpler than an eye for an eye, a life for a life. "Why isn't my boer telling me this?" Marin asked. "She's working on Kaner's location now. We've already got a lead." Marin knew that wouldn't be the only reason. Her mother knew the Jedi codes, knew what Marin was supposed to be and how she was supposed to deal with a situation like this. For so long she had tried to be a different kind of Jedi, one who could balance the conflicting values from either half of her family. She tried, and she'd even thought she'd succeeded, but the choice facing her now was stark. Mekker might not have understood the fullness of it, but he knew the choice, and he wouldn't have called her if he wasn't expecting an answer. The Jedi said revenge was a quick path to the dark, and they were probably correct, but right now, all Marin could think about was Nanette. When she had been separated from Vitor, it had felt like she'd lost not a cousin but her brother. That had left a hole in her heart that needing filling, and Nanette, her cousin from the so different Mando side, had come closest to stopping the gap. But thinking of Nanette only filled her with the aching for retribution. There was a better reason to help the Skiratas find Kaner Alchus. It would be justice too, the amendment of a grave mistake. The killing of Jevern Alchus had been her doing, and hers alone, and she'd skirted the consequences for so long she come to believe there were no costs at all. Nanette and Dorn had been forced to pay them in her stead. She could never make amends for what she'd done to them, but standing aside, refusing to help her remaining family track their killer in a stand of Jedi stoicism, would be a conscious betrayal, compounding the harm she'd already done without intending. And that was already far too much. "I'll leave right away," she told Mekker. "Are you still on Mandalore?" "That's right. Call me if anything changes." "Understood. See you soon, America." She couldn't recall her gruff scarred uncle ever using that term of affection before. It jarred her, added to the trembling that ran through her body as she clambered out of her cockpit and down to the landing pad. She stepped away from the ship and tried to calm herself and figure out what had to be done. Shadows had swallowed this side of Nabdu. Stars spread out overhead, their light dulled by the ocean blue marble of Dasucha glowing bright in the east. She stared up at that cool cerulean light and drew in deep breaths of the invisible sulfur reek rising from clear water lakes. She could go at any minute. Everything she had was either in the ship or on her person. She'd leave soon, but she had to figure out what to tell her father first. He was expecting her on Ossus, and he'd need an explanation. She couldn't tell him about Nanette and Dorn. She didn't think she could handle speaking to him directly, not now. And if she dropped him a short text-only message, he'd come her back with questions. There was one more option, the circuitous, cowardly one. Marin hurried inside the spa complex until she found Vito's shuffling silver protocol droid, who directed her to Chan's Calrissian. She found Chan sitting on a plush sofa, enjoying his evening drink and talking with Volgma and Azim as the two Hutts lounged on repulsor sleds. She hung in the doorway, stared right at him, and asked, "Can I talk to you, Chance?" He put down his glass, excused himself with a smile, and followed her into the hall. He'd seen a lot just in her eyes. That smile turned to frown the second they were alone. "What's going on, Marin?" "Something's come up on Mandalore. I need to go right away." She hugged herself tight. "Tell my dad for me." "Wait, what? Why can't you tell him yourself?" "There's no time." "What? You can't come him when you're on the way. What's going on?" She looked down at her boots. For some stupid reason, she thought this would be easy. Chance was her father's best friend. He looked on her like a niece. "Just tell him I'll be a couple days late to Ossus. But I'll be there." "Marin, just do it. Please?" Awkward silence stretched between them until he said, "Okay. Fine. Be careful, Marin." "Don't worry about me," she said. She looked up, caught a glimpse of his doubting eyes, then hurried away, down the clean curving halls, into the cool starry night where her ship was ready to take her away. There was at least 24 ways for 5 fully equipped Mandalorians to storm a one-story building. Because they'd spent the past 3 hours staking out Shock Jabin's small home on the outskirts of Keldave, they knew all they faced inside was one 70-year-old man, so they chose the most direct and simple method. They waited until night fell, and only a little dim lamp glow was visible through the front window. Mekker and his son Jain went straight for the front door as his nephew circled around the back in case of an escape. As Jain slipped close to the door and planted twin directional charges, at his seam Mekker hovered right over his shoulder, Tamar further back with one eye on the light in the window. She had one hand on her holstered blaster, and as Jade and Mekker stepped back, she pulled the weapon and gripped it in two hands. Ready to go, Jade's voice whispered in her helmet's earpiece. 3, 2, 1, go. The charges burst, a flash of light, a little smoke, and less noise than a discharging blaster. It wasn't enough to break down Shulk Jebin's front door, but it succeeded in popping the seam a few centimeters back from the frame. Jade and Mekker rushed in as one, grabbed the door, and used their combined strength to slide it further open. Jade went through first, then Mekker. Tamar was right behind him. She counted 7 seconds between detonation and entrance, and a quick Mando could grab his gun and find cover in that time. Not Shulk Jebin. Tamar hadn't seen him in decades, and the years hadn't been kind. His hair had gone all white in face and body both looked bloated as he sat in his soft chair, looking up at them stupidly as the holodrama he'd been watching continued to play. Mekker bellowed at him through his fierce mythosaur-stamped helmet. Hands up, Shabur. Hands up. Jebin raised them slowly and didn't try to rise from his chair. He looked over their armored bodies as they stood in the dark before him, and it was only when he noticed Tamar that he realized what was going on. You can't still walk out of this alive, old man, she snarled. Where's Kane or Ossus? How the Shab would I know that? We're not Asa de Cutla as you, said Mekker. We know who Dorn and Nanette were meeting before they got killed. We talked to Vassar. He told us you set up the meeting. Word was you had stolen merch to unload. I was just trying to do him a favor. And it's a favor. She jabbed the tip of her blaster at his face. Don't play us. You expect me to know where Kaner is now. I don't. Even with the anger that had been smoldering inside her since Dorn and Ninet's death, Tamar could use the Force to get a sense of Jebin. She felt the old Mando's panic, but also something else. Obfuscation if not lies. You know more, she hissed. And you're going to tell us. Or else what? Darmanda Jedi. He tried to sound tough, but he was terrified. She decided to give him more reason to fear. It wasn't hard to summon a little more of those skills she'd used in Jedi school. They tried to teach her to use all that power from a place of inner peace, but that wasn't an option today. Fine by her, all she needed was to reach out with an invisible hand and will that hand to close around Jebin's throat, squeezing the breath from his lungs. His face started going red and thick hands went for his neck, clawing for a noose that wasn't there. It was so damn tempting just to keep squeezing until his trachea snapped, but the little bit of Arlen inside her stayed that invisible hand. When she let go, Jebin gasped for breath. You Jedi trash, come in here and threaten me. You killed your Mandalore. You're the traitor. I was getting justice though. Mekker hit him hard, rifle butt to forehead. Jebin keeled forward, and for a second Tamar was afraid her cousin had killed him, but then the old man let out a low moan. Mekker grabbed him by the shirt, pulled him upright, and waved the blaster's business end in his face. Talk now, Yower Chacker, or you're going to have a crater instead of a mouth. Blood was spilling from an already swelled bruise above Jebin's left eye. The blow seemed to have taken the fight out of him. He groaned, I doubt Shablas know where he is. You can guess, Tamar stated. I knew his family had a place. Gevern used it sometimes. Not on Mandalore. It was, think really hard. Mekker held the blaster tip right above his forehead wound. Lorcan. I'm pretty sure he's on Lorcan. Why Lorcan? Gevern had a hiding hole there. Some place on the southern continent. Jerkle used it too. Tamar knew the planet but hadn't been there. Most Mandas had it, even though it was on the edge of their space. The colony world was all salty oceans and dry continents. It didn't offer much, but it made for a good hiding place. When she probed Jebin in the Force, all she got was honest terror. He told what he knew. She hoped it would be enough. Thanks for your cooperation, Tamar told him. Sorry about the door. Shab, Darmanda Jedi, the old man sneered. I wish he'd killed you instead. Mekker and Jade tensed, and she knew neither of them would blame her for blasting his face off right there. And a part of her wanted to, less for the insult and more because she still needed outlet for her grief-fueled anger. Instead, she lowered her blaster and stuffed it in its holster. She left without a word. Her cousin gave Jebin a parting snipe, then followed her outside. As Jain called his cousins around from the back, Mekker trotted alongside her and said, "We'll take the bottom line to Lorcan. Let's get back to Kiramoret and load up." Agreed. Tamar didn't have more to say, but once they were a block clear of Jebin's house, Mekker added, "Your daughter's on the way." "What?" She stopped and stared at his white-stamped helmet. "Well, you didn't tell her. Somebody had to." "I was going to." "When?" "After it was all said and done and she couldn't come and help." Tamar didn't know. She hadn't planned anything. She'd just been putting off the call out of a desperate delusion that if she delayed it might spare Marin the worst hurt. She and her daughter were the only ones left who knew Jevernok's real killer. They alone knew who Nanette and Dorn had died for. That would wound Marin for the rest of her life, but Tamar at least wanted to spare her daughter the pain of having to choose between her duties as a Jedi and her desire to do right by her Mando family. Maybe it wasn't her right to shield Marin like that. She didn't know and didn't much care. Rights and wrong were Jedi things, Arlen's things, and they didn't matter now. "You say she's on her way." Didn't even have to be asked. No, of course she wouldn't have. That, above all, was why Tamar hadn't told her. "Come on," Mekker said. "No time to stand and mope. We've got work to do." He was right. Nasty, dirty work. Mando work, not Jedi work, but it would be Marin's all the same, and it had been waiting for her from the moment she sliced off Jevernok's head. Mekker started walking, and Tamar followed close behind. The course ahead had been laid a long time ago. The Mandalorians who'd initially stumbled on the third planet in the Lorcan system had considered its breathable atmosphere as vast oceans as a sign it was ripe for colonization. When they actually landed, they got the whole story. The seas were so thick with salt a fully armored warrior could float, and most of the visible land masses were coated in layers of sailing dust. There were some worthwhile minerals beneath the surface, and various mining operations had lasted for decades, but the Imperial occupation a century ago had brought those to a halt. Today, a few stubborn settlers tried to eke out lives there, but the planet hosted no cities worth the name. 100 years ago, Kaner Och's great-grandfather had been one such stubborn man. Mandalorians needed laborers as much as warriors, but the former never got any credit, and the Och's name hadn't been worth much until Jevern wrestled his way to the top. Few people cared about Clan Och's nowadays, and few of those remembered they still had a family redoubt in an abandoned mining facility on Lorcan's southern continent. The place was nestled inside a valley in the mountain chain that cut along the east coast, hundreds of kilometers from the nearest settlement. Kaner had taken himself and Yaga there immediately after the killings. He expected retribution. The Skaratas had as much right to it as the Ochs. The law on Mandalore had things to say about blood feuds, but Mandos were not, as a rule, big on observing written law. Kaner expected them to act. He also expected that, after a little bloodshed on either side, the Skaratas would consider their honor satisfied and back away. Most importantly, he expected the other scattered remains of Clan Ochs to join him on Lorcan now and defend their own honor. Word that someone had finally avenged the last Mandalor's death was rippling across Mando society, and they'd have probably heard anyway, but Kaner sent a volley of messages anyway. He notified Jerkel's son and daughter, both working as free-range bounty hunters. He notified his cousin Rounham, who worked at a Beskar foundry on the homeworld. He sent out 14 missives in all, each saying the same thing: come to Lorcan and stand together as family. After that, he and his son settled down inside the empty mining facility and waited. They waited a day, and no one responded. On the second day, he got a short message, text only, from Jerkel's daughter, saying she was glad someone had restored the family's honor, but that she was doing a job in the Elder sector, far away. It took until the third day for someone to finally speak to him in person. It was Rounham, and Kaner took his call from Ultimatum's cockpit as the ship sat beneath his sensor-jamming camo net. Even before his cousin spoke, Kaner knew it would be nothing good. "It was a brave thing you did, boy," Rounham began. He was 5 years older than Jevern, and he'd always talked to his youngest cousin like an Uncle would. That had always rankled. Your vote are resting easy now. You should be proud. This isn't over. The Skiratas will want retribution. If they come after you, it's not just admitting their family killed the Mandalore, it's defending the deed. No, you executed a couple criminals. Everyone agrees on that. Do they really? What are people saying on Mandalore? They're saying they're glad someone's finally taking care of it. Ekram Shao should have done it years ago, but the Chacker sat on his hands instead of getting justice done. That's all the more reason for us to make our stand here. You're more scared of the Skiratas than you should be. Rowlam picked at gray stubble spread over his square jaw. They're not much of a clan. Neither are we, thought Kaner. His cousin was making excuses. He wanted to call the man on it, but that would just drive him further away. The Skiratas have been especially active lately. Rumor has them working with Jedi. They encourage those rumors themselves. They're a weak bunch trying to sound tougher than they really are. Rowlam gave a dismissive snort. It sounded like someone choking a nerve. They were tough enough to kill Jevern, he said severely. They took everything that mattered from us. And now you've got it back again. We're all grateful. But not, clearly, in his debt. Bitterly, he said, I'm glad. I'll let you know if I need help. Of course. Rowlam's head bobbed. You know how to find me. Kaner turned off the transmission and slumped dejected in his seat. When Jevern and Jerkle had been alive, they'd been the ones invoking clan honor, and most of the time he'd seen through their fancy words and found Ossus beneath. Those words had only taken lofty meaning once everyone else stopped using them. Now he started using them instead, and nobody was falling in line like they had for Jevern and Jerkle. He should have expected it from the start. Anger came over him like a rushing tide. He didn't scream or shout, but he balled hands into fists and pounded the armrests, the consoles, the nearest bulkhead. It lasted less than a minute, and when he was done, both hands ached and he slumped dejected in his chair. A wash of shame came next. He was just glad Yaga wasn't there to see his child's tantrum. He pushed himself out of the seat and went outside. Even so far inland, nestled in the mountains that broke through the salt plains like bones tearing through skin, the air still had a saline rank. Strangely enough, he was starting to get used to it. So, apparently, had Yaga. When Kaner looked through the levels of the old mining outpost that occupied his son was nowhere to be seen. Kaner had an idea where he'd gone. A dirt path wound from the outpost up a set of winding mountain trails until they reached an overlook. He trekked up the path, breathing salt air deep as the sun beat hot on his bare head, until he found the spot. Yaga was there, sitting on the cusp of a downward slope. More angular ridges of yellow rock, utterly devoid of vegetation, spread out before them, and over their peaks was the featureless white of the salt plains. As he sat down beside his son, Yaga asked, "How long do we have to stay here?" "We'll see." "When are the others coming?" "I'm not sure yet. We might not need them." The boy didn't understand, but he nodded anyway. At 14, he was trying so hard to be an adult. A wind drifted across the ridgetop. Even on the dry continent, the air felt thick. Kaner had sheltered here with his brothers a few times when he was very young, and he'd never liked the planet. He didn't want to contemplate the irony of ending up here again. After a little while, Yaga said, "I'm glad we did what we did, Boor. It was right." He delivered the words with a firm certainty only an adolescent could manage. Kaner felt the weight of his brooding anger lift a bit and said, "Very truthfully, I'm glad to hear that, son. It wasn't right to let them get away with murder. It went on for too long. I know. And you know what else?" "What?" "You and me did that. Together." He gave his son a tight-lipped smile. "That's something for to be proud of to the end of our days." Yaga nodded. So young, so earnest, but it still pulled back his earlier anger. In liberating his son from the family's old shame, he'd done something he could never regret. It gave him a pride he could hold until the end of his days, whenever that end came. Marin found Kiramora looking exactly as she'd left it, but the mood couldn't have been more different. When she climbed out of her X-Wing, there was no AKK dog waiting for her, no Nanette, Her mother waited until she'd removed her flight suit to exchange a wordless hug. Marin buried her feelings in the Force, hid them. Her mother did the same. They walked side by side but distant into the settlement. Her uncle Mekker had taken charge of preparations. Over a dozen Skiratas, some of whom Marin barely knew, had gathered to prepare their equipment. Spread out across the floor in the central hut was a staggering range of handheld blasters, rifles, grenades, blaze weapons, even shoulder-mounted warhead launchers. "How much of this is from Lantilly?" Marin asked her mother. It was the first thing she'd spoken since arrival. "About 2/3, Mekker answered for her. "Never thought it would come in handy like this, but I won't complain that it has." "Do you know where Aux is?" "Place called Lorcan." "Is that on Mandalore?" "No, it's a planet on the ship's end of Mando space. Not much there, but we've done some asking around. Got a tip Aux has fled to the southern continent." "Is that enough to find him?" "It's enough. Having your Jedi powers on our side ain't going to hurt." She couldn't hide her wince. Mekker ignored it. She said, "He must be gathering allies, preparing for an attack. Do you know if anyone's joined him?" "No, which is why we're bringing everyone we can to the party." Mekker spread his arms, taking in the gathered Mandos and their armory. "Besides, it's the least Dorn and Nanette deserve." Marin scanned the assembled group and found a face that surprised her. Old Jovar was seated on a bench at the far end of the circle, carefully examining the rifle resting on his knees. He looked like a man who intended to use it. For some reason, Marin felt drawn to him, and she carefully made her way around the circle. Neither Mekker nor her mother followed. She stood next to Javar's bench but didn't sit down. "Hello," she said simply. He glanced up. "Hello yourself. I didn't expect you to come." "Why is that?" "Didn't think it would be your kind of party." That's what Mekker called it. A party. "There's nothing happy about this." "No," Jovar agreed. "And he'd agree with you. But it has to be done." She wanted to ask if he really thought this would be justice for Nene and Dorn, but held herself. He was all Mando, of course he believed it. "Are you coming?" "Personally." He looked back at his rifle. "I want to be part of the moment." "I guess I do too." She'd never seen him in Beskar. She wondered what his looked like. That drew her thoughts to something else. What did you do with Nene and Dorn's bodies? "Bodies aren't important to us." "You know that." "Their armor, then." Jovar sighed and looked over his rifle. To himself he muttered, "Yeah, this one'll do. You gave them some kind of memorial, didn't you?" The old man pushed himself off the bench and laid the rifle down in his place. "None of you touched this one," he called. "It's mine." Then he started shuffling for the exit and waved for her to follow. Marin did. She landed a few hours after dawn hit Kiramoran and the eastern light was still strong. Jovar stepped carefully through a patch of trees and took her to an overlooked spot. 2 posts had been pounded into the dirt and a Mandalorian helmet rested atop each, one green, one red. It was a blunt, simple, effective memorial. Marin wouldn't have changed a thing, but the sight still made her weak. She stepped forward on shaky legs and crouched in front of Nina's helmet. She reached out and touched it, feeling the minute dents and scratches in the red Beskar dome. She remembered how, all those years ago, Nanette had ordered her to try cutting the armor with her lightsaber. She made a big point of showing herself as a tough Mando warrior then. Marin realized later it had been Nanette's way of asking for approval. Now Nanette was gone, irrevocably, and so was her father. Over the years, Marin had come to accept her killing of Jevern Ochus as a simple fact of her life, devoid of triumph or regret, always there but deserving of no more conscious thought than the sun at noon. And for all those years, this result had been waiting for her. What had come for Dorn and Nanette, and it was no one's fault with hers. Crouched there with her hand on the helmet, she didn't know whether to sob or scream. Then Jovar said behind her, "I have a question." Marin trembled and, very slowly, rose to face him. "Go ahead." "When we go find Caner Ochus, will you use your Jedi powers to fight him?" It was such an important question, but she'd barely given it a thought. "I don't know. This is Mando business. You should fight like a Mando. No force at all. Like you. It came out harsh, sarcastic. Exactly. For the kind of work this is, the force is no good. Not to you, not to anyone. And how do you know that? You don't even use it. He lifted his head a little to watch the sky instead of her. Not always. She stared. When? A long, long time ago. When I was young. I knew what my boor was. I knew my bad boor was a Jedi. He didn't hide that from us. He didn't teach you how to use the Force. No. But I knew I could sense things my Vada didn't. Do things they couldn't if I put my mind to it. And when I was young like you, I thought I could use that. I thought it would give me an edge. But that Force. He sucked in breath, shook his head. I don't like it. It uses you as much as you use it. The Jedi teach that you have to surrender to the will of the Force before you enact your own. Sounds like mystic hodgepodge to me. You believe it. I do, she said, briefly hesitant. Jovar heard the pause. There's power in that thing. Too much. Whether it uses you or you use it, I'm not going to say. I don't know which is worse. I like to use power I can understand. Armor and weapons I made myself, my mind, my hands, my fists. That Force, I don't know how anyone can trust it. I can't trust the people who do. How long has it been since you last used the Force? He laughed lightly. I stopped keeping track. 50 years, about. It made my life much simpler. A soft breeze blew across the overlook. Marin looked back down at the helmets. She wondered if they'd just stay out here. She wondered how sunlight, rain, and time would treat that smooth Beskar. I have another question, said Jovar. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Marin looked back at him. Okay. Who killed Jevernauchus? She stiffened. He didn't look away. Who do y'all think killed him? Not fair, batting the question back. He tilted his head toward the settlement. We always figured it was either you or Nanette. Why? If your boor killed Ultra, she'd probably act more happy about it. More important, we know how that battle went. She and Dorn were strapped down as prisoners. You and Nanette busted in to save them. And the way you all kept quiet about it, it was pretty clear your parents wanted to protect you. But as to which of you, I'd say we ended up split. A little over half thought Nanette did it. Tough Mando girl, and all that. What did you think? I know the Force, he said softly. I know what you can do with it, even when you don't mean to. It was me, she whispered. She couldn't lie to that stare. They shouldn't have died. That was meant for me. Jovar nodded. Just don't get any ideas. About what? About following them? Jedi don't go to the Mandane. Besides, the net left you something. Shame not to waste it. What do you mean? Come on. Let's ask your boor. Jovar turned and started through the trees. Marin followed easily, and when they got back to the settlement, Tamar was there, leaning against the entry to the main hut. Didn't keep you waiting, did we? Jovar asked. Tamar shook her head. Good. Let's show her. Marin followed them both back toward Javar's hut, not knowing what to expect. When she stepped inside, she found the table the old man usually used to spread out his sword set out in the middle of the room. Pieces of red Beskar armor were spread out across it, a complete set of everything barring the helmet. Marin looked back and forth between them. This is Ninet's. I thought Mandas liked to hand out pieces of armor to their loved one when they die. Well, said Jovar, some people get the whole set. Marin couldn't believe them. Did she tell you this? Not specifically, said Tamar. But we think she would have liked this. She always said you looked good in her armor. I remember, Marin sniffed. We'll get a spare helmet for you, said Jovar. What, you're going to wear it all? When you come with us to Lorcan, you'll be doing Mandalorian business. So you'll be a Mando, understand? She understood what he meant in every way. All she could do was nod and stare at that armor, that parting gift. She'd worn Beskar before, and knew it was so different from Jedi clothes, more constricting and protective but physically so much heavier. This armor would feel heavy in too many ways, but she knew it was hers to wear. Chapter 23. Cloudy skies were a rarity in Galactic City, but the masters of Coruscant's weather control must have chosen today to brew up a storm system and unleash millions of gallons of water to help municipal sanitation crews do their scheduled scrub down. Alana knew some Coruscanti looked forward to cleaning days, as they were called, because it meant a break from the carefully manufactured clear skies that spread over the endless city the rest of the time. Back when she spent too much time on the capital, Alana had agreed with them, but right now the gray clouds that swelled low and swallowed the skyscrapers seemed to rob Galactic City not just of its light, but of its spacious majesty. It was, if nothing else, a fittingly gloomy background for her meeting with the Triumvirate. The battle at Arlen had cost the Alliance dearly. 8 capital ships had been destroyed and over 100,000 soldiers lost in exchange for less than 30,000 Hapes loyalists, all in a rescue operation that was supposed to have been bloodless. Before Alana was called in for her audience, Admiral Lekwash gave them his statement, and when he stepped out of the chamber and saw her waiting, the Corrin's eyes narrowed on hers, then looked away, and he passed neither advice nor warning as he left. When she stepped through the door, Alana saw the Triumvirs at their curved table, with a panorama of gray towers and low clouds. A fourth being had joined them there, Senator Davek. As chair of the Defense Council, he had every right to be at this review, but that Alana hadn't been warned in advance made her wary. "Welcome, Master Joe," Kir-Esh said tiredly. "Thank you for coming. Thank you for inviting me. I'll answer your questions as best I can, though I'm sure Admiral Lekwash gave you a better summary of the battle than I ever could." "The Admiral's given us his thorough review," said Sevelis Moore. "Given the circumstances, I believe his performance was exemplary." 100,000 lost, Darius Sevo said grimly, as if that enough was condemnation. "They died in the line of duty bravely. They died to save Alliance citizens." "Is that what the Hapes loyalists are now?" asked Moore. "Or people?" "They are." As soon as they arrived on New Hapes, the leaders of the surviving loyalists officially petitioned to become residents. As Queen of Hapes, I've approved that petition. They are therefore Alliance citizens. Yet they were not, at the time of the battle, Sevo pointed out. Alana tried to evaluate the human triumvirate in the Force. He'd always been standoffish around her, but according to Davek, he'd approved of the defense chair's operational plan for Arlen. She had the sense that his normal truculence was amplified by regret. "They're alive now because of Alliance action," she said, letting her gaze pass across the table. "Men, women, children, all of whom would have been slaughtered by Sith Lord's forces. The loss of life is tragic, but the action was not." Admiral Lekwash made the same argument, said Moore. "Then we're in agreement. From a tactical standpoint, his actions were more than sound," Davek said. "When the Hapes sprung their trap, he was placed in an extremely difficult situation and did everything he could to both protect his ships and accomplish the mission's original goal." Alana sensed a butt coming, and it was Sevold who made it. A necessary duty of any military officer is making hard choices. Sometimes he must decide to save some and leave others to die. If we'd have pulled out, all those civilians would have died. That would be a stain on our conscience. "See, we are well aware of the moral arguments," Esh said, "and I assure you we will give them proper weight. Nothing can be done to change the events at Arlen, and I think Admiral Lekwash will suffer no penalty for his actions." He paused, as if giving the other Triumvirs a chance to object, then said, "The extent that this informs future Alliance policy is what we must determine." She understood the full import of his words. After suffering this wound, frankly minor compared to the total scale of his military capability, the Alliance might come away scared and isolationist, reluctant to involve itself in future well-intentioned risks. She'd heard that a group of 3,000 senators had already petitioned to create an official inquiry into the Triumvirate's misuse of authority in sending the fleet in the first place. None of the Triumvirs were warmongers, but they were already being labeled as such. "There are other unanswered questions," Sevo said. "We hope you might help." Her foreboding deepened. "I'll do anything I can." The trap that happened sprung was elaborate, layered, and well-timed. They brought more than enough ships to destroy one suborbital mining station, and a picket defense fleet. We find that curious. Naturally, we are not accusing you or any of your close allies in alerting the Hapes to our mission, added Davek, but somehow they knew to lay a trap. They might have gotten knowledge from a spy among the loyalists. That's possible. Do you have another idea? Asked Esh. Possibly. It's not like Queen Djo to be laconic, said Sevold. If Her Majesty has something to say, please say it. During the escape from Arlen, we managed to capture one high-ranking enemy. Which we? Asked Moore. A good question. Even Elena was sometimes confused by her layered allegiances. They weren't going to like the answer. The prisoner is currently in custody on Ossus. And you never thought to tell us until now. Sevold's voice was brittle. He surrendered specifically to a member of the Jedi Order. I've not been to Ossus to see him myself, but I understand he'll only talk to a Jedi. We do have ways of compelling information, Moore said darkly. Not from this one. But I assure you, whatever the Jedi learn from him, I will personally tell you. We expect continuous updates, then, said Sevold. You'll have them, Alana said, and she could sense the distrust coming from them all, even Esh and Davek. They were generally favorable toward the Jedi, but they didn't like secrets. In warfare and politics, keeping too many could end as badly as spreading them wide. But this one would have to be handled by the Jedi, and Alana had a feeling what would come next. It was exactly the kind of thing the Jedi would need Alliance help for, but after Arlen they wouldn't get it. And deep down, a grim part of her wondered whether the lives won and lost at Arlen had been worth it after all. Jade Skywalker stood before the locked door and moved no closer. She was afraid of what she'd find inside. When she stretched out with the Force, she could sense him, but he made no effort to touch her back. At first, he refused to answer any questions until he spoke to you, said Kruk. She shifted to see the two Jedi behind her. They both towered over her, a Wifid and a Wookiee, fierce looking for their claws and teeth and shaggy brown furred hides, but she'd even known Master Kruk and Grand Master Lobaka as wise and gentle souls, capable of fighting fiercely, but only when they had to. Only Kruk and a handful of other Jedi had been in the room beyond since they'd locked Darth Tyrant inside. He was the only one to have gotten any results. We finally reached an agreement, the Wifid said. We'd allow him to see you once he explained why the Loyalists found the bodies of two Sith aboard their station. 2. Jade could only recall the one killed by grenade at the start of the fight. Once they disabled the shield generators and fled, she'd barely thought of the Sith. The crisis had grown too wide. They found two side by side in a corridor, a human and a Kadru G, explained Kruk. The bodies of several guards were around them, but these Sith seemed to have been killed by lightsabers. Jade remembered seeing that Kadru G fight. With 4 blades, he'd been a cyclone of red and deadly light. Killing him would have been no easy feat. What did he say? He said that Sith turned against Sith at Arlen. He said he belonged to the losing side. It explained much and begged many more questions. Lobaka, silent until now, gave a low roar. I know, Grandmaster, Jade sighed. If there is a schism in the Sith, we have to take the opportunity to exploit it. Master Kruk, did he tell you anything else? No. I asked a simple question and received a simple answer. It was the trait I'd asked for. And now it's up to me. Lobaka reminded her that of all living Jedi, she'd known the young Tyrant best. She wanted to say that Arlen had trained him as an apprentice and Arlen was on Ossus too, but she knew there was no way out of this, not when Tyrant had requested her and her alone. Have you done anything about his leg? She asked. His left thigh bone is fractured in 2 places but not broken. We have it set in a back to cast. A cast would keep it straight, but unless they worked on the bone, it wouldn't mend fast. The Jedi Temple had healers who could mend the fractures and leave the leg perfect in less than an hour, but of course they hadn't done that yet, not for a Sith Lord. Healing was something they could negotiate for, if it came to that. More importantly, he was a little less dangerous with a damaged leg. Not enough, but a little. Okay, Jade sighed. I'll do it. You'll be recording, won't you? If we placed one in his cell, he might have destroyed it. K-Kruk held out a coin-sized audio transmitter. She plucked it from between two claws, tucked it into the folds of her robes. All right, let's go. She tapped the controls to the door. The panel slid open. She walked through and it slid shut, and then she was alone in the room with Darth Tyrant. The Chiss was sitting on a padded bench with his back to the wall and both legs stretched out in front of him, heels resting on the cold stone floor. Stun cuffs bound his ankles and his wrists. Jade sat on the bench against the opposite wall, a good 3 meters apart. It had been 8 years since they'd last sat across from each other like this, during the flight to Coruscant aboard Abeloth's hijacked star cruiser. When he lifted his head, she avoided the arresting glow of his eyes and examined his face. It seemed rougher, more gaunt than she remembered, but maybe her impressions were still overlaid with the teenage boy she'd called friend. He was the same age as her, barely 40 standard years, but he looked so much older. The dark side, they said, was not kind to the body. They said it wasted you from the inside out, and as she looked at Tara's face, she believed it. What he said next surprised her. I think I spoke to your father once in this room, or one much like it. Why would he have locked you in a cell? I wasn't locked in, but he wanted to talk to me what had happened on Veridan. Veridan. So much had changed there. Her first master, M'Jalu, had been killed. She met her mother's killer for the first time. She, Warren, and Jadram had barely escaped alive. It was all so long ago, a quarter century, and she went weeks without even recalling the planet's name. I remember Veridan, she said. We lost a great Jedi there, and I had a friend who blamed himself for what happened. He had a hard time after that. He was angry at the Sith, and for a while I was afraid he'd get seduced by revenge. But I realized that wasn't right. He hated himself for failing, and wanted to prove that he was better than his faults. She took a deep breath and said, that Jedi was my friend. His name was Warren, and he wasn't you. I am what Ranwark Sapla became. If that's true, then you're right back where you started. You just said so. Tarrant laughed, dry and brittle, like she'd told a sick joke. Why did you want to see me? What do you have to tell me you couldn't tell K-Kruk or Arlen? You'll be able to know I'm telling the truth. You can read me better than the rest, can't you? He hunched forward, elbows on knees. She avoided looking at his eyes. Maybe, she said. Start talking. He spread his chained-together hands. Ask. You know what I told K-Kruk, don't you? She nodded. Sith killing Sith. I can't say I'm surprised. How'd you end up on the losing side? Another dry laugh. I was their leader. She stared at his bitter smile and the tightness around eyes, but she still didn't meet them. She felt him in the Force, not the frustrated self-punishing drive she remembered from Warren, but an almost resigned and angry self-hate. Have the Sith been in the Hapes cluster all this time? She asked. 37 standard years, he confirmed. They've done a good job hiding themselves. We only learned about you a week ago. From the Rabone survivors. Another laugh, fainter. I let them go, you know, so I could trace them to their final base, and then we'd eradicate them all. It never occurred to me they might pass word of us to the Jedi. But I've been short-sighted. In so many ways. Jade wasn't in the mood to humor a Sith Lord stuck on self-pity. The Alliance lost a lot of good people at Orlan. The Jedi lost 4 good knights. And I can't even tell you what the Loyalists lost. How did the Hapes know we were coming? He tilted his head thoughtfully. Why were y'all there, Jade Skywalker? To help the people who murdered your mother. To show them to forgiving, self-sacrificing virtues of the Jedi. The sight of those doomed parents saying goodbye to their children would never leave her. Those people didn't kill my mother. They're victims, just like her, victims of the Sith. Now tell me, how did the Hapes know the Alliance was coming? His face twisted like he was going to laugh again, but he stopped himself with a tired smile. There was no trap, not for the Alliance. Your timing was just. Unlucky. Or lucky. Maybe the Force orchestrated everything just to put you and I together in this room. I don't believe that, she lied. She wasn't sure what she believed. We had no idea the Alliance was coming. We didn't know you were there either. And all those battle dragons hiding in the transitory mist. For me? He raised both hands, tapped his chest. For us? For the Sith whose ambition outstripped our wisdom. These other Sith you fought, who do they serve? He took a deep breath and released. A former Jedi of the Old Republic. His name is Darth Krayt. Jade shuddered. She'd heard that name, been told about him by her father, her grandfather, her aunt. Luke Skywalker had battled Abeloth with him almost 60 years ago. Jaina Solo had driven her lightsaber into his back on Zanima II. There had never been a body to prove his death, and all the time the Jedi had been painfully uncertain about his fate. Jade, though, had never been uncertain, not since her vision on the planet where they found Abeloth. Just like her grandfather before her, she'd seen a vision of the future where a man in U.S. Hinvong body armor was sitting on a throne of balance, surrounded by Sith acolytes. On her return to Ossus, she'd spoken with Jaina and found what she feared. Her description of the man on the throne matched Darth Krayt. Where is he now? She asked. Terra sighed. You must understand. Krayt is an absent father. He's been sleeping in stasis for decades, watched over by his most loyal servants, while the rest of us, his so-called one Sith, must labor toward a dream we'll never live to see. Doesn't sound very Sith-like. Too selfless. Exactly. And that's why you tried to rebel. This Sith promised me the power to remake things as I wanted. Then they made me the servant of a Darth Lord who never even speaks to his minion. His chained hands curled to fists. I wanted to be better and stronger than I was. Krayt's vision offered me nothing. From man who promised to tell the truth, he was being very evasive with his answers. You didn't answer my initial question. Where's Krayt? Another laugh, short this time. Where else would the Sith go to work in secret? They've taken over the old Jedi base at Shidu Mod. It made sense. She'd half expected it, which was why surprise didn't distract her from the day he'd used. Describe the Sith base? Terra nodded and, in more detail than she'd expected, explained the changes the Sith had made to the Jedi Academy there. He described not only the old pyramid they repurposed, but the two new ones they'd built and the military-grade defenses placed around it using Kuwati tech. Jade had never been to Shidu Mod herself, but Lobaka and other Jedi listening to her audio feed had, and they'd know if what he said was plausible. Next, he described the deep subterranean chamber beneath the main pyramid where Darth Krayt slept, guarded by heavy stone doors and the ever-watchful eye of his most trusted servant, a female Chagrian named Darth Wirelock. That part surprised Jade. Her father had told her about another Chagrian by the same name, a male who'd also been Darth Krayt's loyal ace 60 years ago. Ben Skywalker had killed that one on Zanima II. She didn't know what to make of that. If Terra was lying, it was an odd lie to tell. When he finished his description, he hunched forward a little more and said, "That's the extent of the Sith presence there. Now you know what you need to do." What do you mean? She still couldn't look into his eyes. You know what I mean. So does whoever's listening. I've told you what you need to smash the one Sith and destroy them forever. You want us to do the job you couldn't, is that it? She expected him to laugh or sneer, but the comment seemed to pile weight on him. His head lowered a little, his face drew longer. They broke me once. Then they remade me, and then they broke me again. Does it surprise you that I want to see them hurt? No. But if you think we're going to rush to Shidu Mod and kill Krayt just because you say so, you've really forgotten how the Jedi Order works. His head fell even lower, and his shoulders shook with a sigh. As she stared down at the back of his neck, he said, "The Queen of Hapes is a Sith." 7 words shook her more than anything in this conversation. It was so incredible she groped for reasons to deny it. The Hapes purged themselves of Force users centuries ago. Sometimes the Force manifests from nowhere. Sometimes it slips through generations unnoticed. Then she remembered the Chalks, Elia, and Hagra. The Force-sensitive siblings had elected to come to Ossus instead of stay on New Hapes, to Jay's pleasant surprise. They were distant relatives of Queen Sarissa, sharing some great-grandparent. It was believable. It was also terrifying. If Sarissa was a servant of Lord Crate, then the entire Hapes cluster was effectively a miniature empire for the Dark Lord. I've spent much time in the Fountain Palace. I know his secret corridors. I know her rooms. She heard Terra's anger and felt raw hatred. You'll have to launch 2 strikes. Destroy Crate and Wyerlock as she do Mod. Destroy Darth Sadal in her palace. If Sarissa was Sadal, then attacking either would be incredibly dangerous. The Jedi were powerful warriors, but they had nothing that could battle the entire might of the Happen military. From her last conversation with Alana, they couldn't expect help from Coruscant either. The bloody nose received and Arlen seemed to have cowed the Alliance. You're asking too much, Jade whispered. Terra's head snapped up. His red eyes caught hers before she could look away. That's why I wanted you here, Jade. If I told this to any other Jedi, they'd think I'm lying, that I'm setting them up for a trap. But I'm not. Touch me with the Force, Jade. Look into my mind. Feel what I feel, and you'll know I'm telling the truth. You can't expect me to. Do it, he shouted. She did, not because he commanded, but because he was right. There was only one way to know the truth, so she placed her hands flat on her thighs in a basic meditative pose, closed her eyes, breathed deep and steady, and reached out to touch this mind that was so dark and foreign, yet was all more the more awful, for the faint echo of the boy she'd known. He didn't resist when she looked into his mind. She found all she'd felt tentatively before, the frustration and self-disgust and bitter resignation, the rage simmering beneath that, ready to fire up hotter than ever with the smallest spark. He wanted to hurt. He wanted revenge. As she pried deeper, she found flickers of memory at the surface of his thoughts. He was tumbling through the clouds of Orlan 6, and when he landed on the station's surface, she felt the crack of his leg so sharp it might have been her own. He was in his starfighter over the gas giant, tense with anticipation. He was speaking to a human in black robes with a bald, scarred face that looked faintly familiar. And he was leaning close to a beautiful black-haired young woman in royal robes, running his hands over her body and feeling the heat of her breath against his face. Something in their passion felt like a darkened version of the stable, enriching love Jade had shared with Jadra. This memory filled the Sith with the harshest anger of all, rage at the worst kind of betrayal. And as her mind withdrew from his, she felt a touch of something else, something that stirred memories of the friend lost long ago. Mixed with all the indignation and anger was the shame of a boy who'd aimed so high, to a place he could never reach, a boy who refused to accept failure and tried to rectify any way he could. And it struck her that this was the cruelty of the Sith manifested. They claimed to offer power but really gave out corruption. There had been other parts to the warn she'd known: curiosity, empathy, generosity, but the Sith had beaten those all from him long ago, leaving only stubborn, soulless ambition. "Why are you crying?" she heard him say. Suddenly she was out of his mind and back in her own. She was staring at him from 3 meters away as they sat on their benches. His face was twisted in anger. She reached to her own and felt just a few specks of tears, barely spilled from the corners of her eyes. "Don't cry for me, Jade Skywalker," Terrence sneered. "Don't cry. Don't pity me. Don't." She jerked to her feet. As she stared down at him, she spoke slowly to keep her voice from cracking. "We'll consider everything you've told us. I know you were telling the truth. In everything." He stared up at her, just stared with those narrow red eyes. Even when they'd been young, she'd found their featureless glow disconcerting. Now she felt she looked through them into everything Terran was now and had been before. Without a word, she broke their stare, stepped through the door, and locked it behind her. The hallway beyond was graciously empty. She fumbled into her robe, found the audio transmitter, and switched it off. Then she slumped against the wall and tried to get her emotions under control. Though a door now separated them, Terran might still be able to sense her pity. Eliachok had insisted that, rather than disembark with the old nobles at New Hapes, they continue riding with their rescuers to the Jedi Temple on Ossus. Her brother had objected, not because he wanted to stay on New Hapes or because he believed the old horror stories about Jedi, but because he thought they'd have nothing to do. After 2 local days on Ossus, Elia was willing to concede Hagram's point. Despite that, she wasn't bored, at least not yet. The Jedi were less rigid and more gracious than she'd expected. They hardly seemed like an elite military order, and even less like a cult. Entire chambers, from sunlit gardens to monastic cells, were set aside for mediation. When she wandered the halls, she encountered what felt like only a scant handful of fellow humans. She'd never seen aliens before except on holos, and like the Jedi, they'd usually been exaggerated and villainous. Over the past 2 days, she'd seen huge furry creatures 4 times her size, and squat gray-skinned ones half her height, yet the plain brown robes they wore seemed to bespeak not just a unity among them but equality. From a distance, she glimpsed the supposed Grand Master of this order, the giant long-furred humanoid, but he wore the same plain robe as anyone else. The Happen loyalists clung to aristocratic pretension because they had nothing else to cling to, and Elia had wanted to get far away from that. Now she was as far away as possible, and she felt absolutely bewildered. But at least she wasn't bored. Something major was happening. Apparently, the Jedi had taken a prisoner at Arlen, one of Sarissa's henchmen, a Sith, whatever that meant. Jade Skywalker had tried to explain it and Elia had partially grasped it, but while Jade was on Ossus, Elia hadn't seen anything of her. She was probably busy with the Sith she captured. It was a mild balm to know she wasn't the only one on Ossus without purpose. The 3 so-called Imperial Knights that helped pull her and Hagram off the sinking station seemed to be stuck here with no ride back home. On their first day together, the Knights, probably from lack of anything better to do, had sat down with Elia and Hagram and explained who they were, what they were doing on the Jedi ship, and why they were emphatically not Jedi, even though they had a lot of same powers and followed the same teachings. Subtle differences in mystic philosophy went over Elia's head, but she knew a political schism when she saw one. These Jedi seemed determined to extricate themselves from the power struggles inside and between the galaxy's reigning power. The Imperial Knights had picked their side and stuck to it resolutely. Apparently there was something important going down in their corner of the galaxy, and they all ached to be there and help. She didn't know how much they could do. The oldest one, Treese, had only a few years on her. The middle one, Roan, was her age exactly, and also, apparently, a prince of the Empire. Elia knew regal pretension too, and she definitely saw it in Roan, but he was different from young Happen nobles. She saw it in that conversation the first night. She saw it more when she ran into him the next day. Her free-range wanderings led her into a lush and surprisingly spacious garden. Late afternoon sunlight fell through high windows and dyed the green leaves and colorful flowers into shapes of gold and bronze. They'd had hydroponics chambers and artificial gardens at Raboam and Arlen, but this felt different, more lush, and more alive. She found Roan by himself, standing on packed soil near the slanting transparent steel, watching the sun set over a desert whose plains and craggy mountains sharply contrasted with the life-filled garden. Elia didn't say anything, but he knew she was there and turned. The Force, she figured. What she and Hagram shared with each other, these knights could do so much better. "I'm sorry if I disturbed you," she said. "No, it's quite all right." Roan shook his head. He seemed stiff, reserved, maybe a little haughty, but not like the aristocrat she'd know. Despite being born a prince, he seemed a little uncertain about what that meant, even though he tried to hide his uncertainty from her and maybe himself. More, she knew he was worried about his brother, who was apparently stuck behind enemy lines far away. These Imperial Knights, and probably the Jedi too, weren't ones to sit safe and secure in their fancy gowns and send disposable soldiers off to die. "It's a lot better view than anything I've seen in years," she muttered. "But you probably don't know what that's like. What was the capital of your empire called?" "Bastion. It's a temperate world. Rain, sunshine, forests, fields, oceans." He paused. "I've heard Hapes is pleasant." "I think so. I'm not sure how much I remember. When I was a child, I spent all my time in Fountain Palace. I haven't been there in 7 years, but I still remember every room I could get into, every secret passage Hagram and I used to find. But outside the palace, I don't know. She looked out the window. What kind of palace do you live in? I don't, he said. She looked at his face and saw something new, wry amusement. Your father's an emperor, but he doesn't have a palace. We have an estate. But we've been at war, like I told you, so we've had limited resources, and my father thinks it would be bad taste to build himself a palace when he's supposed to be fighting the enemy. That sealed it. These Imperials were nothing like Hapes. She found herself favorably disposed. Who was emperor before your father? There was no emperor. How could you have an empire without an emperor? Rome gave her something else new, a single dry laugh, like she'd stumbled on a private joke. It's complicated. I can't believe you've never heard of the Galactic Empire. He said it with a little smile, and she wasn't sure if she was being condescended to. I knew there was an empire 100 years ago, and I knew that it fell. Not entirely. I'm sorry, Happen history is skewed, and I didn't have much time for education running from Ceris's armies for the past 7 years. I'm sorry. Thank you. And I'm sorry you can't get back home. We've been told to stay put for now. My father told us that. He didn't hide his resentment. She offered, he wants to keep you safe. I know. That's what worries me. She didn't know what he meant. A little awkwardly she said, I know you've been in lots of battles. Maybe this is different. Vitor is out there, he said. I don't know where, but somewhere. And he's in grave danger. My father doesn't want to risk losing us both. Elia said, because nothing else came. And Vitor, Roan scowled, shook his head. My brother's been acting strange. I don't know why. The silence between them felt tense. The sunlight was getting deeper and darker, casting the desert outside in harsh but beautiful reds. She said, I hope he comes back. Roan swallowed hard and nodded. Then he said, excuse me, and turned away. She watched him disappear down a winding path, watched the lush garden hide him from view. Then she turned her eyes back to the desert. They were stuck on Ossus together, but Roan's situation seemed an inversion of her own. He knew what he wanted to do and where he wanted to be, but couldn't. After 17 years, Elia knew what she did not want to be, but it seemed the only life waiting for her. She felt for him, even though she barely knew him. He was stiff, reserved, haughty sometimes, but also interesting. She didn't feel as adrift with him as she did with all these alien magicians in their brown monk's robes. It was a small thing, but it meant a lot. After accepting that he'd come to the research station in Zonima's second southern waste for something bigger than himself, Luke Skywalker almost began to enjoy his work. That wasn't to say he enjoyed his mostly boring role as carrier of objects between the Alliance and US Hinvong laboratories, but he could better appreciate how his small actions helped the greater process of healing the poisoned biosphere. And once he appreciated his place, he started finding other things to appreciate too. He was finally starting to understand scraps of Nayran Shaper's jargon and their equivalent terms used by the xenobiologists. During some lunch breaks, the research assistant, Nida, would invite Cole to sit with her. She'd ask him earnest questions about what it was like for the Jedi and US Hinvong living together on this strange planet. The senior scientists, the reedy Holden and chirping little Rolsey, asked him their own questions, mostly about his experience with the planet's so-called governing intelligence. Cole regretted that he'd had none personally, which left them disappointed, but he told them what he'd heard secondhand. The only one of the Alliance scientists who still seemed annoyed by his being around was the other human research assistant, a young man named Rennis. Cole couldn't tell why he was disliked, but he could guess. Jedi weren't popular in some parts of the Alliance. His father was particularly and unjustly reviled. Nobody was advertising that Cole's father was Jadram Tainer. Tahiri had told him not to mention it at all. But still, some of them must have figured. Maybe Rennis had lost a loved one when Abeloth attacked Coruscant. Maybe he had another reason to dislike Jedi. It hurt Cole to be hated for something that wasn't his doing, and he was too afraid to ask Rennis what had caused his spite. That was a small scar, though, compared to everything else. Once night fell, and the scientists and shapers retired for dinner and rest, Cole and Nei Ren would sometimes go into the dark laboratories. Or, more accurately, Nei Ren would drag Cole back to the Shaper's lab and enthusiastically explain the day's progress, even though he still only understood a fraction of it. He didn't mind. He enjoyed seeing the girl's passion. One evening, after about a week of working, Nei Ren led him down the connecting corridor and into the Alliance laboratory. Cole was surprised when she pulled herself onto a stool near the largest work table and began looking over the datapads the scientists had left after ending their day's work. "How much of that do you know how to work?" asked Cole. He didn't expect to see her use Alliance technology so readily. Master Shaper Nesrium refused to work their cold metal datapads at all and insisted his assistants transfer the data to his organic Cassis. "I can work them easily," the U.S. Hinvong girl said as she tapped the buttons and scoured the screen. "I have seen you use them often enough." "Okay, but how much of that do you understand? How much do you understand, Jade?" More of the words, less of the meaning, but he got her point. Nei Ren went back to reading over the datapad. Cole shifted awkwardly as he stood in the dark laboratory. He didn't know what the scientists would do if they found the two children in here after hours. He didn't think it would be anything severe. They were all on the same side after all, but it would still be embarrassing to get caught. While Nei Ren worked, he closed his eyes and stretched out in the Force. It didn't come as naturally to him as it did to Nat, let alone Jaina or Tahiri, but after slowing his breathing and calming his mind, he could search for people nearby. He felt minds still awake but distant. The Alliance researchers, his great-aunt and Tahiri, the Jedi who helped run the facility. Of the U.S. Hinvong Shapers and the girl next to him, he felt nothing. That bothered Jedi who came to Zanum a second to the first time, but it didn't recall. Partially he was used to it, but more importantly, he believed the assurances from Tahiri and Jaina that the U.S. Hinvong did exist in the Force, in their own way, even if they'd been effectively quarantined to a different plane of it when their race turned to war. Cole didn't understand what that meant exactly, or how it had worked, but was certain Nei Ren had a mind and soul just like he did, even if his senses were too limited to find it. He hoped that one day these people would be able to go back into a galaxy that accepted them. It would heal the wounds in countless hearts and maybe even heal the Force too. It was a hope sweet enough to get lost in, and when Cole eventually opened his eyes, he found the stool and table vacated. He looked around and found Nei Ren hunched by a desk in the corner. "Are you sure you want to do that?" Cole whispered. "Is there a problem?" She kept looking at the new datapad she'd found. "Everything at that station belongs to that one assistant, Rennis. And I don't know. He might keep his personal stuff in there." "Why would I want to read personal things? I am Shaper. This file here is very scientific." "Well, okay then." Cole still didn't like it, but he wasn't sure how to tear her away. "Is there a problem with Assistant Rennis?" "No. I don't know. He doesn't like me, that's all." She glanced up from her pad. "Why would he dislike you, Jade?" "I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm a Jedi." "Foolish reason. Your people liberating mine from our bloodthirsty false gods." "I know, but some people, well, that have their reasons. Or think they do. Like they have reasons to dislike the U.S. Hinvong." "No. Yes, kind of. I understand what you mean." Nei Ren looked back at the datapad. As she kept reading, she mused. "We all hope this project can mark a new cooperation. If we succeed in restoring this ecosystem together, it would be a wonder. If we could restore the ecosystems on all the Alliance worlds my people ceded during the war." She trailed off. Apparently something on the pad had grabbed her attention. Cole saw her point clearly. The situation on Arquilla that had tangled up Nat and Arlen was a perfect example. The Duros and Tynans there wouldn't have to fight if they could just go back to their homeworlds. And if the Jedi and U.S. Hinvong together could make that possible. "Ah," said Nei Ren. What?" He looked over her shoulder. The text on the pad was gibberish to him. This datapad. It collects a thorough genetic analysis of nearly 60 different samples of U.S. Hinvong form life. Plants, fungi, animals, us. She tapped her chest. Okay. And there is a program here. It runs simulations predicting the interaction between our biotes and different artificial and naturally occurring substances from Alliance worlds. Cole still didn't get it. What's the problem? She put down the pad and looked at him. Jade, all the substances being tested are poisons. But what kind of poisons? I mean, lots of stuff that's harmful to long-formed life is harmless to humans and vice versa. Right? He was pretty sure he'd heard that before. The test substances. Many of them are innocuous if used on species from your galaxy, but all are predicted as harmful to you as involved. There seemed no good explanation for that. What should we do? She picked up the datapad. We must show the Master Shaper. And the Master Jade. Wait, let's just think about this. They must see this. Now. Hold on. Let's just wait until tomorrow morning, when they're all awake and thinking clearly. And you can't take that datapad. Rennis would notice. Can you copy the files? I think so. Hold on. Thanks to his week as an errand boy, Cole knew the scientist kept a drawer with spare blank data cards. He found one, plugged it into the datapad, and copied all the data he could. We'll show this Jaina and Tahiri first thing tomorrow, Cole told her. They'll probably want to talk to Rennis and the other researchers. There could be a good explanation for this. I would like to hear it, Ren said darkly. Yeah, Cole whispered, me too. Chapter 24. When the Jagged Fel's broad white dagger plunged into real space outside the Coruscant 589 asteroid belt, Davek was there at the fore of the bridge. As Emperor, it was important to lead from the front, and it was important to be seen leading. He draped silver robes over his old admiral's uniform, striking what he hoped was the proper combination of regal and martial. Leadership was always about symbols, but today symbols mattered less than actions. The uniform harkened back to his days as a mere officer, but what should have been comforting ground left him tense instead. This was going to be a long and bloody fight. Admiral Yeager's Fourth Fleet had spread itself around the section of the asteroid belt where Veer's ships hid. As Davek's First Fleet did the same, the Jagged Fel received an influx of tactical data straight from Yeager's Afshimakati. The minerals on the asteroid scrambled even advanced sensors, but they couldn't block visual scans, and after surrounding the enemy on all sides, Yeager's fleet had glimpsed enough to piece together an accurate count of the ships Veers had in his arsenal. 1 superstar destroyer, 11 more smaller destroyers, a mix of impeller, compeller, and predator classes. With the combined First and Fourth Fleets, Davek outgunned Veers 5-1, and most of Veers' ships were probably undersupplied and undermanned. None of that counted unless they could get through the asteroid belt. Davek took reports directly from Yeager, and then from Miragia, whose Jedi-piloted TIE sabers had been slowly working themselves into the outskirts of the asteroid belt, looking for an easy way to identify mines and gun turrets. They both reported no success. Davek knew everyone in his assembled fleets had to be feeling what he was now. They were so close to ending this, but agonizingly far. Hundreds of thousands of good soldiers were ready for one last fight, and too many of them wouldn't get to see the end of the 8-year battle for the Empire's soul. All of them deserved better. Davek couldn't do anything about that, but he could try and allay the fear they must all be feeling. That, too, was an Emperor's role. Captain Yoris, Davek announced, still at the head of the bridge so all could see him, please prepare a broadcast to all ships. At once the Muin nodded. 30 seconds later he reported, we're ready to cast from your comlink, Your Majesty. Davek plucked the comm cylinder from his admiral's uniform, then took a deep breath and flicked it on. He stared out at the stars and drifting asteroids ahead and said, this is Emperor Davek Fel. Very soon we will begin the final battle of this war. When it is complete, the last of the terrorists who murder civilians in the name of restoring Palpatine's dream will be erased from history. Once they are gone, we will move forward as one empire, reinvigorated and bold, into a future of our own making. This will not be an easy battle, but as your emperor I will say this. I am proud to have soldiers as brave and loyal as you to fight beside. My gratitude goes out to each and every one of you, and I promise that once this battle is done you will have a chance to lay down the swords you've carried for so long and savor what you've earned through all your sacrifice. I thank you. The trillion peoples of the Empire thank you. Now, together, let us make an end of it. He turned off the comlink and severed the broadcast. The bridge crew was still and reverent at his back. This was a situation where he wished he had the Force like Miragia and Arlen, like his mother, so that he could truly gauge their reaction to his words. But he couldn't dwell on that long. He had one more call to make. Captain Yoris, he said, please prepare a direct transmission. Hail Nemesis and see if they want to talk. The spread of asteroids in which the Restorationist fleet hid was a screen that worked both ways, jamming the sensors of both the ships outside and those within. The Restorationists, however, had advantages the enemy did not. The unmanned turbolaser turrets installed on over 300 drifting asteroids had sensors of their own, as well as transmitters that allow for direct commands from Nemesis. These transmitters also worked in reverse, feeding types and telemetry of ships outside the belt to the Superstar Destroyer's bridge. As Darth Krone stood on the command deck, hovering behind Veers and Grave as they all watched the data resolve on their tactical display, he decided this was about the response he'd expected. One massive Imperial fleet had reverted to real space 5 hours ago and spread itself to blockade the section of the belt in which the Restorationists hid. The ships made no attempt to get through the asteroids, nor did they broadcast any message, which meant they were waiting for someone. 5 hours after their arrival, another fleet of equal strength showed up and began fanning out as well, tightening the siege net spread around the outside of the belt. Krone could feel the men and women on the bridge grow tense, but Veers and Grave assessed the situation with admirable aplomb. Some of Veers' calm was coming from the flask he kept in his pocket but periodically withdrew for sips, apparently uncaring who noticed. Grave, though, was intently studying the display, mind busied by possibilities. He was trying to think of ways to deliver maximum attrition on the enemy. It was clear there'd be no easy escape from this. Not for a Superstar Destroyer anyway. Krone was still confident that Intruder, combined with the Force, would allow him to slip through the asteroid field and escape when things got desperate. He'd come here hoping these Restorationists would appreciate the help only a Sith Lord could provide. He'd not expected to find Corrine Veers reduced to a carless drunk and certainly hadn't expected Davek Fel to lay siege soon after his arrival. But before this ended Fel, and his Imperial Knights would come out grievously wounded. Krone figured that was worth lingering to see. Grave was coming up with the strategy in his head, but he didn't seem inclined to share it with Veers or the black-robed Sith who'd shown up suddenly and whom he clearly didn't trust. Something on the display made his eyes widen, and as he turned to the communication station to relay order, the comm lieutenant spoke first. Admiral, we're receiving an incoming transmission. Is it from the Jagged Fel? Asked Grave. Yes, sir. It is. Grave walked over. All right. I will speak with. No, Veers said. I'll do it. The two men stared at each other. Grave said, You've always refused to speak to the Pretender. Really? I'd forgotten. I'm so glad I have you to remind me of these things. Veers shouldered past the Admiral and told the comm lieutenant, Let me talk to Fel. I'm sure he'd love to hear the sound of my voice on last time. Grave stood planted where he was, watching Veers back and trying very hard not to let frustration get to him. Veers stood in front of the console as a shrunken blue hollow image appeared. The man had a trimmed dark beard and draped regal robes off his shoulders, with an Imperial officer's uniform beneath. Veers got the first word in. You found us at last. Congratulations to you and your Jedi puppet masters. Moff Veers, this is the true leader of the Empire, Davek Fel. I demand you surrender your fleet to my authority. I'm prepared to offer limited amnesty to your soldiers provided all officers ranking captain and above present themselves to me and surrender. A tempting offer, but I'm afraid you'll have to come and get us. As Emperor I hereby. Veers reached over the lieutenant's shoulder and turned off the holo. He glanced at Grave and Krone, shrugged, and said, Well, What would you have done? That conversation wasn't going anywhere. Veers and Grave just glared at each other. Crone looked at the tactical holo and observed, they're starting to move into the belt. Veers trolled up to his side. If they want to get themselves chewed the shrapnel, I say let them. All those turrets and mines are operational, aren't they, Admiral? Very much so. Grave forced his attention on the display. Our Vanguard TIE squadrons are getting close. Their IF beacons will keep the turrets from firing on them, but they'll be able to lure Fel ships into damage zones. Excellent, hummed Veers. Grave looked over his shoulder and called, Captain Fenrek. Nemesis' gaunt and gray-haired commander made his way across the bridge. Yes, Admiral. Has there been any progress on the search for the infiltrator? Not yet, sir. We've ordered all Cordosis armor stormtroopers to report to the main hangar for checks. No infiltrators going to march into that, Veers commented. He'll probably ditch that armor and try to sneak around some other way. No one has attempted to use the stolen ID card since he sent the signal to Bastion, Fenrek told Grave. We suspect he's picked a place aboard to hide and is holding position. On a ship this massive, a man who picked a good hiding spot could go months without being found, and as long as the ship was on alert for the infiltrator, it would draw attention and resources best needed for the fight. It occurred to Crone that however this infiltrator had gotten aboard, and though he didn't say it, Grave seemed to have an idea how it was very possible this infiltrator had the Force to aid him. Using Imperial Knights as elite agents was just the sort of thing Fel would try. I believe I may be of assistance, Admiral, Crone told Grave. The man gave him a wary look, but before he could respond, Veers crowed in triumph. Ah, you see that? He pointed at the tactical holo, where a few blinking red lights on the outermost edge indicated the detonation of the first mines. He'll be lucky if he has half a fleet by the time he reaches us. And then, in full view of the bridge, Corrine Veers plucked out his flask, unscrewed the lid, raised it toward the holo in salute, then looked a long and satisfied gulp. Even restoration ships had difficult getting in and out of the asteroid belt. The transponders attached to each ship broadcast a friendly signal to the automated turrets and mines, but slabs of space rock hung and drifted through space in an aimless jungle, and in the dim light of distant Covix 589 you could barely see some asteroids, until they were right in front of you. Getting back to Nemesis aboard his shuttle had been a slow, aggravating crawl. Now that Vol was back in the cockpit of a TIE Saber, he felt marginally better. He could never forget his failure at Corvus Sadii and the doom he'd brought down on them, but at least he was in a TIE. At least he was fighting the direct, simple fight of spacecraft and warheads and plasma lances dancing through the void. There was an elegance in life or death combat, and he'd yearned for it after all these years of hiding. A mix of shielded TIE Sabers and smaller TIE X interceptors had spread out in all directions through the asteroid belt. Vol's squadron, which he'd decided to name the Breakers after his old bomber squad from so long ago, began by vectoring toward the prominent white wedge of a Legator-class Star Destroyer. Vol guessed it was the Makati, once Admiral Davek Fel's flagship, later passed on to his protege Devlin Yeager. Yeager, like Fel and Vol, was a former Voidwalker. Sometimes it seemed like a cruel twist of fate was all that had allowed Yeager to climb ranks on Fel's Cape while Vol ended up a fugitive. Had he been placed stationed on Makata when this civil war broke out instead of Veer's superstar destroyer, everything might have been different. Or not, it was dangerous to think about that now. Because these asteroids jammed sensors so badly they had to rely on their eyes. The Makati's 8-kilometer wedge was their guiding marker as the 12 ties slipped carefully around the ever-moving space rock, but they also had to watch for other ships moving through the belt. TIE fighters left dimmer thrust trails than Alliance fighters, but if you looked carefully you could still spot their moving lights. Vol caught a cluster of them winking in and out of view and opened a channel to his squadron. All Breakers, he said, enemies moving at .05. Can I get secondary confirmation? I have visual too. Lead, said Breaker 5. All ships, break formation. Prepare to engage. Targets of opportunity. Dogfighting was messy, confusing business in the best situations. Doing it in the middle of dense asteroid belt was begging for fatal accidents, but that was what this mission required. At least they'd die fighting, Vol thought. He just hoped they got to deal some damage before the end. When Maragia had ordered Night Squadron and its 12 TIE sabers into the asteroid belt, they complied without objection. They knew their ultimate goal was to reach the enemy flagship as quickly as possible, but also to remain intact. Hapes battled with caution, and as they entered the belt and discovered just how dense and difficult it was to navigate. Maragia knew caution had to take priority or they could all get killed, and if that happened there'd be no one to rescue Vitor. Her son was alive. She could feel him, distant but present on the enemy flagship. She hadn't even tried to hide it from the other Imperial Knights. They'd sense her worry anyway. As a lifelong pilot, she learned how to focus on the obstacles directly ahead, but the danger to her son made it so much harder. Her sensors were useless, but she still had the Force, and it gave her a second's warning when the attack came. She sensed murderous intent veered toward them, and so did her pilots, and without a comm signal they knew to break their already loose formation and scatter. The TIE sabers fell on them with an equally messy charge. Lasers from the lead ship scattered on Maracia's shields, and she broke upward. A black-shadowed asteroid swallowed the view ahead, and she wrestled her control stick in another hard turn, just barely avoiding a collision. The enemy saber seemed to have lost her, and she kicked her fighter clear of any space rock to try and get a view of the battle. More lasers rocked her ship. With sensor scramble, she couldn't tell from where. She used the Force instead and felt lethal intent from below. She twisted her tie to one side, then dove in time to see the other ship charging head-on. Her laser spray scattered on his forward shields, not breaking them but robbing the pilot of a forward view, which was all he had without sensors. At that same moment, a missile arced in from behind, pushed through the tie shields, and detonated. As Maragia broke clear of the fireball, she felt another mind touch hers in the Force. She sent Catcher Molt thanks for the save just before a wave of pain washed across the battle meld. They just lost a pilot, and Maragia swung her ship around in time to spot the dying embers of Night 10's ship. She also saw the thick green laser fire flashing out from one asteroid. She knew Davek had sent initial fighter waves into the asteroid belt to find and trigger these turbolaser batteries, then pick them apart and pave way for the bigger ships to start pushing through. She also knew that if Night Squad stopped to disarm every battery, they'd never get to Nemesis in time to save Vitor. All those other squadrons had one mission. Night Squad had its own. Maragia flicked on her comm and said, "All Knights, keep clear of the hot spot and stay on target. We head for Nemesis and stop only long enough to clear our backs." She said it aloud so there'd be no mistake. The attacking TIE sabers had scattered and would return soon, but while they had the chance, that had to press forward and continue the long crawl through this death maze, even if they triggered another Red or mine and took another loss. It was a battle that could last forever, and she knew the only way to end it without massive causalities was to disable all those hidden emplacements. Until then, there was only the bloody slog. Vitor knew that once he sent the signal to his father, the whole ship would start looking for him. He ran through every possibility in his head, anticipating what the restorationists would do to hunt one man with a stolen armor suit and ID card. Using the card would surely get him caught, so Vitor carefully disposed of it in a refresher waste bin. Ditching the armor would mark him right away, but the ship's security would also be alert for Solo soldiers and Cortos' gear. He needed to find one place to hide and stay there. He also knew that if he didn't find some way to help his father disable all those mines and turrets in the asteroid belt, this battle could drag on for weeks or months. When the idea hit him cursed himself for not having it before. The ship he stowed away on must have gotten through the asteroid belt somehow. Either it had a map of where all those emplacements were, or it transmitted a friendly signal to their IF receivers. Either of those could save thousands of lives. And if he were aboard the ship, he'd also be able to send another signal to his father without alerting the crew aboard Nemesis. He doubted Nemesis received frequent arrivals, so it was likely the restorationists had figured out which ship he'd come aboard on. Whether they'd think to add extra guards around it was something he'd have to find out for himself. Retracing his steps back to the hangar was a lot easier when he had something to hide his face. When he stepped into the chamber, he found, with relief, that only 2 guards were posted outside the ship. He considered using the Force to flash static over the security camera as he'd done before, but decided against it. He'd need all his concentration to get aboard. Vitor marched confidently up to the guards. The landing ramp had been pulled up, but the Force could help him there too. First, he needed to assuage the 2 white armored troopers. If an alert had been sent regarding Alone Stormy and Cortos' armor, these ones didn't seem to have gotten it. "Can we help you, soldier?" one of the troopers asked. "Yes. There's something that got left aboard that should have been taken to the Admiral. I've been sent to retrieve it." "What's your unit?" asked the other. "I'm here on special business for Admiral Grave. It's best not to keep him waiting." He used the Force to accent a severe tone. The guard on the left nodded agreement, but the one on the right said, "The ship's locked from the inside. We don't have to access ourselves." "Don't worry," said Vitor. "The Admiral gave me the passcode." Vitor tapped the control panel on his left wrist like he was sending a signal, but he reached out with the Force through the ship's hull and found the landing ramp extension controls he recalled from his escape. The ramp was only locked from the outside, and the press of a button was enough to lower it. The guard stepped aside, apparently satisfied. "It may take time to find it," Vitor added before marching in. "I'll let you know if I need help." They nodded and let him pass between. Vitor considered. Memory wipes were invasive and manipulative, and many Jedi counted them as too close to the dark side. Imperial Knights weren't Jedi, but his mother made sure they stayed as close to the light as possibly while serving the Empire. It was a gray zone, and right now Vitor was willing to dabble in questionable methods. As he stepped between and past them, he reached out and put the fingertips of either hand on the backs of their necks. He felt them stiffen in alarm but sent soothing thoughts into their minds. He looked inside them, saw the last minute's conversation, and gently brushed it away. Then he hurried up into the ship, closed the ramp behind him, and prayed that had worked. If not, he didn't have much time before they sounded the alarm. He hurried back to the cockpit and fired up the computer. He couldn't find any map of the asteroid field, and instead started checking the ship's secondary comm systems to see if it was programmed to broadcast any signals. That got it. There was only one signal set to be broadcast in a constant loop. It had to be meant for the turret's IF receivers. Vitor copied the file and prepared a message for his father, using the same memorized encryption code he'd used before. He activated the shuttle's comm systems while keeping the rest of his power offline and sent the message with the tap of a button. 2 seconds later, a green notice flashed on his console. Message received. And that was it. He'd done everything he could. Trying to fire up the ship and run for it wasn't an option. Nemesis, or another ship, would shoot him down, then recapture him. There was less risk in staying. He knew deep down he wouldn't die here. That awful vision's upside was so clear, and right now he was grateful for it. All that was left was to stay where he was and wait for his father's fleet to come for him. "Your Majesty," Captain Yor said, "there's something you need to see." Davek turned from the tactical display and followed Yoris to the Jagged Fel's comm station. The console was alight with the transmission received. The data was encrypted using the same classified code that had alerted them to this location. Vitor was alive, he was all right, and he was trying to make contact. Davek barely restrained a sigh of relief. Yoris and the comm ensign stepped aside so their emperor could enter the decryption key himself. When the message content appeared, his first feeling was disappointment. There was no personal message from Vitor, not even coordinates to his exact location. All the message contained was a chain of code that looked programmed to repeat in a loop. "May we see the message contents, Your Majesty?" Yoris asked, seeing his confusion. "Of course." Davek stepped aside. Yoris and the ensign looked down at the message, and, after a flash of consternation, the young woman's eyes face up. "Your Majesty, I believe I know what this is," the ensign said. "Go ahead." "I believe this is a signal meant for IF receivers. Majesty, where did this come from?" His son, a miracle worker. We have an agent aboard Nemesis. Can we set our ships to broadcast this same signal? We have the same hardware as them, Your Majesty. Better. It should work for all our ships. Then can you patch me a direct line to Night 1? The ensign nodded. Yes, at once. Davek and Yoris hovered over the woman's shoulders as she anxiously keyed in a transmission to Miracia's TIE Saber. Davek had no idea what his wife's situation was or what he'd be interrupting, but she responded quickly. This is Night 1, she said. This is the Jagged Fel, Davek said. We've just received a new transmission from our agent aboard Nemesis. He gave that a half-second to sink in, then said, We're relaying the sent data now. We believe this code is a friendly identifier meant for passive broadcast. Miracia took that meaning too. The ensign forwarded Viter's code, and after 3 drawn-out seconds Miracia reported, I'm transmitting now, sir. Relay it to all your pilots. Are you near an active turret emplacement? Close enough. Stand by. We'll test the signal. Miracia closed the links so she could concentrate on her duty. Davek stayed at the comm station, tense, waiting for her reply. Initial attempts to fight their way through the belt's many death traps had been costly. Even Miracia's Imperial Knights, who'd penetrated deeper than any other fighter squadron, had lost 2 ships to turrets and 2 more to enemy ties. And then her voice came back. That code is confirmed effective. Repeat, confirmed effective. We got close to a turret and destroyed it without any reaction. Excellent. Continue forward, Night 1. Thank you, Your Majesty. The line clicked off. Davek told the ensign, every ship in the fleet needs to start broadcasting the signal. Send a copy to every capital ship immediately, with explanation. They'll send it down to their fighters. And tell all captains to prepare for full assault on the asteroid belt. Yes, Your Majesty. Davek stepped away to look at the tactical map, and Yoris followed. There was no telling how the restorationists would react when they realized the enemy could slip past their defenses. They might take control of the emplacements directly, or they might do something to block out the identifier signal Davek's fleet was about to hijack. The battle was far from won, but this was undoubtedly progress. Some new lights came up on the edge of the tactical screen. Their white sigils quickly turned blue, and Captain Yoris said, the Chiss have finally arrived. The Emperor allowed a small smile. His cousin's timing was excellent. Without warning, the Imperial fleet began to fall toward them from all sides, like a constricting net. As the first capital ships blasted paths into the dense asteroid belt, none of the automated turrets or mines reacted to stop them, and it became clear Davek Fel had found some to pass through. The reaction on Nemesis Bridge was better than Crone expected. The crew was shocked and aghast, but Grave took with all in stony acceptance. His mind were to come up with a countermove. Veers, meanwhile, laughed out loud and took another swig from his flask. That damned infiltrator must have sent them something, the ex-Moff said. Captain Fenric, why can't your people find one bloody saboteur? I don't know, sir. Our search teams are still scouring the ship. Sirs, the comm lieutenant said meekly. No encrypted message was sent from Nemesis within the past 15 minutes. You're certain? Asked Crone. Yes, sir. Nobody knew how to address him, not that he cared. Absolutely nothing. There were other options, Crone thought. He might have sneaked aboard another ship and sent a signal from there. Fel's people may have figured out a way to jam or confuse the turret's IF receivers on their own. The infiltrator might also have found a way to send a signal without raising flags on the bridge. Any infiltrator had to be resourceful, especially if they were an Imperial Knight. Grave cared less about what had happened and more about how to counter it. The Admiral hurried over to the tactical station and began snapping out a series of orders. His officers reported that the mines and turrets were still exchanging signals with Nemesis. They were just unable to locate any hostile ships nearby. Grave took that as encouragement. He gave a new set of orders, commanding his gunnery staff to take remote control of the mines and manually detonate them when they do the most damage. Crone watched as the crew snapped into action. Within minutes, the first report came in. A mine had been triggered right next to an unsuspecting enemy frigate, dealing heavy damage. It was a start, but it would only slow Davek Fel, not stop him. Crone turned his attention to the elusive infiltrator. They were almost surely a knight. Few vermin could be so effective. They may have found a way to use Nemesis comm systems without alerting the bridge, or they may have sent the code from another ship, including one of the many craft sitting in the Superstar Destroyer's hangar bays. Crone stepped up behind Grave and pulled the man by the shoulder. The Admiral spun from the tactical station with eyes full of anger. "How dare you interrupt me now?" Grave snapped. Crone decided to forgive his tone. He was stressed and didn't understand the man he was talking to. "Admiral, do you know, is that infiltrator got aboard?" Grave blinked. "No, nothing certain." "You suspect something, don't you? Just tell me. I'm trying to help." He gave a jerky nod. "One ship arrived shortly after yours. It's possible the intruder was a stowaway." "Where is this ship?" Graves, I twitched. "Auxiliary Hangar 3C. I placed it under guard. The infiltrator isn't there." Guards would stop vermin, but they wouldn't do much against a Force user. "Thank you, Admiral. That's all I need." Crone found the internal security station at the rear of the bridge and bent over a focused and intimidated ensign. "Contact the troopers stationed in Hangar 3C. Ask them if they'd have any visitors in the past 2 hours." Yes." The young man didn't think to answer. After a short conversation over his headset, he looked up at Crone and said, "They report no visitors at all." "Does that hangar have security cameras?" "Of course." "Bring them up. Now." The young man was more terrified than stupid. "Do it," Crone said, and added a command in the Force. The ensign brought up an image on his screen and began rewinding at 4 times standard speed. Crone watched 2 stormtroopers standing in the shadow of a small civilian model freighter. Their figures hung in place, still except for small twitches, until the recording showed the freighter's access ramp suddenly lowered. "Playback, normal speed," Crone ordered. The ensign complied. When the recording started rolling forward, there was a 3rd trooper standing in front of the other 2. This one wore bulkier Coruscant armor. The closed ramp opened, seemingly on its own, and as the 3rd trooper walked past, he reached back with either hand, paused with fingers against the back of the other trooper's necks to deliver a memory rub, then continued up and closed the door behind him. "Found something useful," Veer said behind him. It made Crone and the ensign both jump. The Sith Lord spun to face Veers and said, "Do people still follow your orders, or are you completely useless?" Veers looked mildly annoyed instead of offended. "Tell me what you need." "A squadron of Coruscant armored troopers, under my command." Veers raised an eyebrow, begging more. Crone sighed, "Please." "I think," said Veers, "that can be arranged." The troopers would help, but Crone planned to handle the infiltrator himself. Vermin were fit to handle vermin, but only Force users could handle other Force users. It was the way it had always been, and always would be. From the inside of the cockpit, Vitor could see the arrival of a full dozen stormtroopers, all in bronze-tinted Coruscant armor. They found him and come for him, but still he didn't panic. He knew his Force vision would come true, and knew it wouldn't happen here. That glimpse of his death had become an antidote to fear. When the last figure stepped inside the hangar, his confidence faltered. The tall, broad-shouldered man walked in a swirl of black robes. Scars darkened his bald skull. As he approached the freighter, he lifted his head and looked straight at Vitor's position, as though he could see him through the cockpit's reflective transparent steel. And just once, but very firmly, the man reached out to Vitor in the Force and touched him. Vitor was barely out of the cockpit when he heard the landing ramp strain open. He couldn't go out that way, and he couldn't stay inside. He ran to the back chamber and climbed on a stacked pair of crates. He ignited both white-bladed lightsabers, prayed he wasn't about to hit something explosive, and stabbed them into the ceiling. 2 half-circle arcs burned a sufficient hole, and he used the Force to lower the cutout disc to the floor. A few more cuts got him through another layer, and as a storm of boots pounded up the entrance ramp, he used the force to shove himself through the hole, all the way up and out. He rolled onto the freighter's roof and staggered upright, both sabers still sizzling in his hands. He heard a third humming sound behind him, spun, and raised both weapons in time to catch a red lightsaber's vertical strike. 3 blades sizzled together, and the black-robed man, the Sith, pressed down on him hard. Vitor pushed back, then sidestepped. He lashed out with his right saber, but the Sith stepped away. Vitor kept his eyes on the Sith and took 2 steps back. His right foot landed on the rim of the hole he cut, and he nearly lost balance. The Sith didn't strike him? Vitor realized why. He was still wearing the Cortosa's armor he'd stolen. He'd taken off the helmet, but the rest of the bronze armor was still there, not just protecting him but scaring his opponent. Anything but the most precise blow would short out his lightsaber and leave him helpless. Vitor felt giddy confidence come back, stronger than ever. "You think you can kill me? I'd like to see you try." The Sith lowered his lightsaber and gazed Vitor a stare full of resentment. Then he took one hand off his weapon, raised it, and released a blast of force lightning. Vitor raised both sabers, crossed them, and caught most of the blast, though painful energy still sizzled across his face. He held them there, straining against the release. It felt like he was trying to hold back a storm. Then the attack stopped. The Sith lowered his hand to grip his saber again. Vitor hefted both weapons for an attack, took the first step forward, then fell and kept falling, and his body refused to move. His face slammed painfully into the ship's hard hull, and then there was no pain and nothing else either. Darth Krone looked at the body sprawled face down in front of him and shut off his lightsaber. He looked past the prone form to the stormtrooper who climbed onto the ship's back unnoticed and popped a single well-placed stun shot into the back of the man's neck. "Very good," Krone said. He walked up to the body and used his foot to roll it onto its back so the face could be seen. Happy with confirmation, Krone looked up from the Prince of the Empire and said, "Contact the bridge. Tell your leaders I have a prize better than they could have ever hoped for." Chapter 25. With everything else happening right now, the inside of Starlight Champion should have been Arlen's last reliable refuge. Esteti sat tense in the cockpit and stared at Chance Calrissian's hovering blue holo image in disbelief. "What do you mean she wouldn't explain?" "I mean she wouldn't explain." Chance shrugged. "And yes, I tried. She said she'll be a couple days late to Ossus." "How did she seem?" "She insisted that I shouldn't worry about her." That was the last thing Arlen wanted to hear. He slumped in his seat and wondered whether it would be worth it to try and hail Tamar. If she and Morin were going off on Mando business together, she probably wouldn't respond. "She's a Jedi. I'm sure she'll be okay, especially if she's with Tamar's family," Chan said. He almost sounded like he believed it. "I just hate it when she goes off like this," Arlen sighed. "Well, she's a grown-up now. You've got to let her make choices and mistakes. Thank you for the original parenting advice." Chance ignored the sarcasm. "You're welcome. By the way, when can we get our hands on that bit of Sorg's collection you stole?" "I didn't steal it. Some Imperial Knights did. Anyway, I've got it in the temple. You can send a courier or someone to pick it up. Where are you now?" "Inbound for the core with Volgma." "And is Volgma a happy hut?" "He will be once we fence that Alderanian vase and get compensation." "I thought Volgma was averse to sublegal business deals. And you, for that matter." "I am normally, but this is an exceptional case." "Well, that works nicely." "Arlen, don't go piously righteous on me. You helped steal the damn thing?" "Yeah, I know." He shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Righteousness was a hard thing to contemplate when you were pondering a pact with the Sith locked in your basement. "Anyway, how did Vito make out in this? And did Sorg get his droid back?" "He did. Vito's slicer got only a partial data dump from the droid, but he still seems satisfied. He's humiliated Sorg, and all the other Hutts know it. He must be bloated with pride. Among other things, Vito also wanted me to repeat his gratitude and says he wouldn't mind working with Jedi again." That was a one-time thing. I thought so, but I left the door open anyway. Chance gave a short, satisfied sigh. I know it's your father's prerogative to worry about Moran, but I'm sure you don't have to. She'll be okay. Yeah, I'm sure she will. Arlen faked a smile. Since there seemed nothing more to say, Chance sketched a quick salute. Talk to you later, friend. Later, Arlen said, and shut off the transmission. He sunk into his chair, pressed down by worries. It wasn't just questionable ethics, or Morin gone missing, or the great and distant battle his brother was embroiled in. The heaviest thing of all was that Sith in the basement. He eventually forced himself from his chair, left Champion, and made his way into the lowest levels of the Jedi Temple. He hadn't gone to see the prisoner yet, but Arlen knew where he was being kept. He traced a path down narrow stone hallways until he found the door. A pair of young Jedi guarded it on either side, and they stiffened to attention when they saw Arlen come. Master Fel. The one on the right snapped. Have you come to talk to the prisoner? That's right. Is anyone else with him? No, Master Fel. Arlen took a deep breath. Then let me through. They unlocked the door, then closed it once Arlen stepped through. He found himself looking down on a middle-aged Chiss lying flat on his bench. Stun cuffs bound his ankles and pinned his wrists in front of him. A metal cast encased the lower half of one leg. He seemed to have been sleeping, but when Arlen stood over him, his red eyes opened easily and stared upward. Arlen flinched just a little as he looked down on his first apprentice, or rather, what was left of him. When he thought worn, dead, and Senex Juvex, he'd gone through stages of regret and grief. When he'd learned the Chiss had been captured and turned by the Sith years later, he'd repeated those stages again, more acutely than the first time. Now they'd come back for a third round. The Sith didn't sit upright. He just kept laying there, looking up at Arlen, until the Jedi said, I never thought I'd see you again. It's mutual, said Tyrant. All the youthful softness on Warren had been carved away. Tyrant's face was gaunt and angular. His lips there a thin, joyless line, and his eyes were settled harsh over hard cheekbones. When Jade told me you were alive, I didn't know what to think. I just wish it could have been different. If I'd been a little faster back in those tunnels, if I'd have taken out Darth Kikit before he took you, it could have been different. Is that what you came here to say? Asked Tyrant, unimpressed. I'm not sure exactly, Arlen admitted. He'd avoided seeing the prisoner for days, but if Tyrant's word was going to decide the future of the Jedi, Arlen knew he couldn't hide forever. He had to face his former apprentice. I understand you've been very helpful, he said. I tried to oust Darth Krayt Sith. Perhaps you'll succeed where I failed. So you want to make the Jedi an instrument of your revenge? Tyrant gave a lying-down shrug. It sickened Arlen to think of Jedi fulfilling this renegade Sith's wish, but he'd given them information they couldn't ignore. Some good might come from Tyrant's selfishness, from Warren's fault. Can I ask you something personal? Tyrant shrugged again. You can ask. When the Sith took you, broke you, how much did you resist? Did your teaching matter? Is that what you're asking? I guess I am. The Sith's head rolled to one side. He stared into the wall, thought, and said, I struggled. And the things my Jedi teacher taught me were useful for a while. But the Sith don't relent. That's why they always win. Arlen didn't know what he'd expected. That didn't assuage guilt or grief, but didn't exacerbate them either. He had one more aching question and decided to be out with it. Are you a Sith, still? Tyrant continued to stare into the wall. Arlen let him think, and eventually he said, What else would I be? You just said the Sith always win. Tyrant's face went slack, thoughtful, and his eyes stared up at the ceiling. Then a smile twisted out of his lips and his chest shook with dry, mirthless laughter. Arlen watched and waited, and when Tyrant sunk back into stillness and silence, he asked, Well, are you? I am no Jedi. It's still not an answer. Tyrant stared stubbornly at the ceiling, lips pressed together tight, and refused to respond. Arlen sighed and said, Maybe you don't have one. That's fine. It'll give you something to think about. Are you still trying to teach me something? asked Tyrant. You can think of it however you want. Or you cannot think at all. It's your choice either way. After waiting for an answer he didn't expect and didn't get, Arlen quietly left the room. As the door locked behind him, he walked away quickly, without looking back. It had been 8 years since Davek Fel last visited the Jedi Temple on Ossus, and he was willing to admit that time and experience had clouded his memories. He recalled it more as some monastic hideaway, suitable for meditation and contemplation, full of wandering brown-robed masters who never actually did anything. His mother always insisted that the Imperial Knights were not rivals or enemies to the Jedi Order but comrades. Those of Roan's generation had never really believed it. Imperial Knights served their empire and fought and died for it. Though just 17, Roan had known too many knights now killed in the Empire service. The Jedi, by contrast, swore allegiance no power except a lofty abstraction. He knew most Jedi were probably true and noble enough, but in his view they'd never been tested as hard as his fellow Imperial Knights. They weren't as disciplined, weren't as hard. They'd accomplished less. He was starting to realize that, while these Jedi didn't keep martial order like the Knights, they had discipline of their own. They weren't soft. 3 Imperial Knights versus 1 Jedi apprentice had seemed an unfair matchup, even for a sparring match, but Jade Skywalker was game. Roan's cousin was a year and a half younger but already bigger. He balled his long blonde hair up before starting, and after just 10 minutes his whole face was slick with sweat, but he still kept at it. Treese and Roan mostly hung to the sides, taking occasional jabs at the Jedi's flanks, while Morgan attacked from the front. The Jedi healers had mended his wounds expertly, and his motions were fast and nimble, but Roan could tell he was uncomfortable with the blue-bladed lightsaber he'd been loaned. The first match ended with Treese slipping his white blade beneath Nat's defenses, nearly poking his stomach. The young Skywalker took the defeat with a red-faced grin and suggested that, for the next match, they fight blue sabers versus white. 2-on-2 would be more fair, after all. Morgan was fine with that. Roan was happy to keep fighting, because he needed something to keep his mind off whatever was happening with Vitor and his parents. It maddened all 3 young knights to be kept away like this, and they needed an outlet for frustration. Just as they were starting to spar, an audience joined them in the practice room. Elia Chalk and her brother Hagram took spots on the bench next to the sparring mats and started watching without a word. Those 2 had been wandering the Jedi Temple like the 3 knights, lost but less impatient. Normally Roan didn't mind having her around, but he found himself wishing she'd leave. Elia was the first Happen he'd met. They'd always said Happen women were beautiful, and they'd been right, but he tried to keep his mind off her and on the match. While Treese sparred with Morgan, Roan tried to match Nat. Skywalker had recovered well, his feet were nimble on the mat and he dodged Roan's attacks as often as he blocked them. Being matched so well made Roan frustrated, all the more because the audience, which made his moves all the more sloppy, and it ended when he overbalanced and let Nat get beneath his defenses. Treese, at least, had bested Morgan, so it ended a draw. As the 4 of them took a break for water, Elia asked, "Why do you Jedi insist on using lightsabers? Why don't you train with ranged weapons? It would be more practical." She was full of questions like that. She was ignorant of the wider galaxy like no one he'd ever met, but her curiosity was strangely refreshing. "Jedi aren't soldiers," Nat told her. "A lightsaber is a defensive weapon, first and foremost. If you get close enough to attack someone, you have to look them in the eye. So it's a question of honor. You could say that. Jedi follow antique codes and customs. I've gathered that." Elia looked to Roan. "What about Imperial Knights? You are soldiers, aren't you?" "Yes, but that's not all we are. We've been trained to use blasters and explosives too, but our primary weapon is still the lightsaber. Because it's honorable. Basically, yes." She hummed thoughtfully. On Hapes it was common for daughters of noble families to learn to fight with pikes. It was a way of honoring tradition. "Did you learn how to fight with one?" asked Morgan. "Some. I remember that Queen Sarissa was supposed to be very good with one." "Yeah, I bet she got a lot of talents, grunted Treese. An awkward silence filled the room. Talk about Hapes drew thoughts to the big battle they'd all narrowly escaped. That in turn drew thoughts back to Ossus, what they were doing here and what was keeping all the seniors masters busy. Hogrum was young or bold enough to ask Nat, "Do I know who the prisoner is?" "Why would I know?" asked Skywalker. "Your mother captured the prison, didn't she?" Nat looked at the floor with a frown, like someone who knew some things but not everything, and was deciding how much to tell. Elia asked, "Is it a Sith?" "What do you know about Sith?" asked Treese. "Only a little. Only what Jade Master Skywalker told me. She says they're like Jedi and Imperial Knights but opposite to them both." "That's a start," admitted Nat. "So if the Sith are involved, does that mean you're on the same side?" She was good at those innocent but heavy questions. All four young men passed awkward looks. Treese said, "My father was killed by a Sith." "I'm sorry," Elia said. "I saw what they could do at Raboam. It was terrifying." Beside her, Hogrum scowled at the memory. "The Sith and Jedi have battled for centuries," Roan explained. "As for us, we know the Sith were involved with the Restorationists at the beginning. That's how Trice's father got killed. But we haven't seen any of them since. And believe me, we've looked." "But they're still your enemies, aren't they?" "Absolutely," said Treese. Treese said what he believed, but as a prince, Roan knew it was more complicated. These Jedi on Ossus saw the Sith as their ultimate foe. For the Empire, it was the Restorationists. If these Jedi did have a Sith locked up, and his capture was leading to a greater confrontation, he had no idea how his parents would respond. A lot might depend on the outcome of the battle against the Restorationists happening right now. "Happens tell a lot of stories about Jedi," Elia said. "I see now that they're pretty much all lies. But these Sith, they're worse than the worst Jedi stories." "The Sith are allied with Queen Sarissa," Nat said. "Your cousin?" "Sarissa's no cousin of mine." She shook her head. Nat looked down at the lightsaber he'd clipped to his belt. "The prisoner is a Sith. My mom told me that much, but not anything else." "Do you think he's telling them things about Hapes?" Hogrum asked like he was afraid of the answer. "He's telling them something if they've been locked up with him for days," Treese said. "There's no point in guessing what," Roan told them. "We'll just have to wait and see." Treese and Morgan nodded grimly. Wait and see was the summary of their days now. Roan didn't know what would come of this captured Sith, but his prospects frightened him as much as his family's distant battle. Alana had left Coruscant uncertain when, if ever, she'd return to the capital. She stopped briefly on New Hapes to pick up Tanith Zel, then headed for Ossus. Jade hadn't been willing to explain much on an open comm channel, but that she'd requested both of them in person meant something major had happened. When Alana sat down in the Jedi Temple to hear the full story, they could hardly believe it. Tanith was nakedly incredulous. "The ancient Happen scoured Force users from their bloodlines," she said. "That the Force should manifest in Aquinas. Unbelievable. Are you sure that Sith isn't lying to you?" "Very," Jay said. "It's not just Teresa who has the Force. The Chalk siblings, her distant cousins, have it too. We can only assume it was passed unnoticed by some ancestor." "A Sith Lord, ruling the Hapes cluster," K-Kruk shook his shaggy head. "It's the most power their kind has had since the days of Palpatine." Alana knew the ancient Wifid remembered those days all too well. "This is different," she said. "Hapes isn't the old empire. It's so much smaller, and their power is still limited." "Limited, but greater than anything the Jedi can wield," Tanith said pointedly. "Sarissa commands an entire fleet of battle-trained, devoted soldiers. You've just told us the Alliance won't help us." Alana sighed. "The politics is complicated." "Help us with what?" Jade asked. "Do we, the Jedi Order, want to overthrow the Queen of Hapes?" "We always suspected there were Sith there," K-Kruk said. "We knew nothing about them, and so they festered for 40 years, starting wars in Senex Juvex and the Empire. The damage they've caused is incalculable." "We weren't ignorant for lack of trying," Tanith said defensively. The Sith hid themselves exceptionally well. The fact that we only heard about them now is a gift, Lobaka trilled. The Grandmaster is right, Alana sighed, then added for Tanith, who didn't understand Shariawuk. The information Darth Ter has given us is invaluable. We can't just waste it. Then what are we talking about? Jade looked directly at her cousin. What exactly? Alana felt all their eyes draw to her. She took a breath and said, I can't allow a legion of Sith Lords to ravish Hapes. Not as a Jedi, not as his rightful queen. We have to remove them, both from Hapes itself and Shidu Mod. Alana watched their responses. Tanith gave a tiny, firm nod. K-Crux eyes narrowed, as though he were contemplating the problems ahead. Lobaka was too hard to read, but on Jade's face Alana saw a raw dread. You're saying the Jedi Order should overthrow the leader of Hapes? Jade said. I just want to be clear on that. The leader of Hapes is a Sith tyrant. Her fleets protect even worse monsters, Tanith said darkly. We have to destroy them. The difficulty lies in how, said K-Crux. You say we can't count on the Alliance to liberate Hapes. Coruscant is a mess right now because they lost a lot of soldiers in one engagement, Alana said. They're not going to launch a full-scale invasion of a sovereign kingdom. Exactly, said Jade. If the whole Alliance is afraid to do something like that, what can it do? New Hapes will help any way it can, Tanith said, though I admit we have limited resources. Lobaka growled that they would have to explore other options, including sneaking precise and lethal strike forces onto Shidu Mod and Hapes. Assassination teams? Jade asked. Call it what you will. It could be possible, Tanith mused, but we have no way of predicting what will happen to Hapes if we take out Sarissa. It can hardly be worse than a genocidal Sith tyrant, said Alana. The Grandmaster is right. We must do whatever we can, even if our capabilities are limited. What these Sith have done so far is monstrous. If what our prisoner says is true, and Darth Krayt is still sleeping on Shidu Mod, it will become so much worse when he wakes. Jade looked down at her hands, took a breath, and asked the question Alana knew was the real source of her hesitation. What do we do with Darth Ter? The question hung there for a drawn-out moment. It was Tanith who asked, do you think, if we took him back to Shidu Mod, he'd switch sides again? I don't think Krayt's people would take him back if he tried. But that's not to say I trust him. Lobaka reminded them that Ter was the only one of them who'd been to Shidu Mod in 40 years. The descriptions he'd given had been helpful. His guidance might be invaluable. Jay shook her head. Relying on his information is one thing, but actually taking him with us. It is a huge risk, K-Crux said, but it might also yield great rewards. Tell me, Master Skywalker, what do you believe Ter would do if he joined us at Shidu Mod? They all knew the bond Jade had once shared with the young Chiss apprentice. Whether it made Jade a better or worse judge of him, Alana wasn't sure. Clearly, neither was Jade. I don't know, she said weakly. Lobaka suggested that another talk with the Sith Lord was in order. Jade breathed deeply and then out. Her dread of sitting down with another conversation with Ter was palpable to them all. The need for it was clear, too. I'll go, Jade said softly. I'll talk to him again. After that, I'll decide. It seemed as though Ter hadn't moved an inch since their last conversation. Even the back-to-cast was still on his leg. Once Jade stepped into the cell, she sat down on the cot opposite his. Unlike last time, she didn't shrink from the red glow of his eyes. She couldn't afford to. Hard as it was, she needed to know the truth. You've come back, Ter said flatly. Are you going to explain why? The Jedi have taken their time considering what you've said, and how they'll respond. What's to consider? Call on your friends in the Alliance. Muster a fleet. Bomb Shidu Mod to Ash and conquer Hapes. Don't leave a single Sith alive. As he spoke, she could tell he wanted it. He'd been left here for days, and his spite had only deepened. The idea of enacting revenge on those who'd beaten him was his only remaining desire. She didn't know if that was encouraging, only that it was sad. That's not a possibility, Jay said. We don't have the resources. He arched a black brow. No help from the Alliance. That's what you get from staying separate from the government. If the Jedi Order hadn't fled to Ossus, you could have stayed on Coruscant and forced the Alliance to do what's needed. That's not the Jedi way. We're not made to rule. Then you turn your back on the greatest gift the Force can offer. The Force can do much more than subjugate people to your will. If that's all you know how to use it for, then I'm sorry for you. She knew pity would hurt him. His face twisted in a scowl. I'm not going to debate what the Force is for. The Force simply is, and those who can use it do. So if you don't have the Alliance at your back, who can you call on? Only ourselves. So tell me honestly, how many Sith are there in Hapes space, all combined? Define Sith. There are acolytes on Shidu Mod. Teenage apprentices. Small children trained in the dark side as soon as they can walk. What would you do with them? Jade hadn't even considered that. We tried to redeem those who could be saved. We're not butchers. And if those small children grab lightsabers and try to kill you, what then? We defend ourselves and disarm them. I'll say it another way. How many Sith are there capable of putting up a fight on Shidu Mod? He only had to think for a moment. Less than 100. And how many on Hapes besides the Queen? Normally none. I can't say how it's changed since the battle. And how many Sith on other planets in the Hapes cluster? None that I know of. He was telling the truth. The answers all came out easily. Despite his bitterness and desire to parry with her, Tyrant wanted the destruction of the one Sith. She was certain of that. He leaned forward, elbows on knees. You Jedi have enough to defeat them. It will be bloody, but if you throw the entire Order at them, numbers and attrition will be on your side. You're forgetting the Happen Navy. Send your Jedi to Hapes and Shidu Mod. Kill every Sith you find. Blast Darth Krayt's sleeping chamber to atoms. And when you're done, the Happens will blast you to atoms. But at least the Sith will be gone. Would that please you? Seeing us all annihilated? Because she had to know, she hunched forward to, and looked into his red eyes. Do you want to see Mead? He flinched. His face tilted away. There's no reason I should. What, you want to see the one Sith dead more? You know I do. He looked back to her. I will come to Shidu Mod with you. Is that what you came here to ask? Yes. But you don't decide if you come or not. I know. The Jedi decide. But you'll let me come. You need me. I can guide you exactly where to go in Shidu Mod. They may have changed things since they got rid of you. Not everything. Not the chamber where Krayt sleeps. I will show it to you, Jade. We'll go there together. Why do you think I'm going there to kill Krayt? Because, he said, utterly serious, you're a Skywalker. She scowled. Is a Sith going to lecture me about destiny now? I don't need to lecture you about anything. You know the power passed down to you. You know what you're capable of, even if you don't want to be. You're going to tell me what I want now, too. You don't want to be Grand Master like your father. You don't want to die young like your parents or your husband. You want to grow old and be happy, and raise your sons to be great Jedi themselves. You want a life of peace. He was right. She hated that she was so transparent to him when they'd only met a few times in their adult lives. But maybe he wasn't just describing the woman in front of him. Maybe the Jade he described was, at the core, the same Jade he'd known a quarter century ago. Maybe all the transformations Tyrant had gone through made him better at spotting what remained constant in her. I can't deny it, she said. There's nothing wrong with it either. I'll never want to command armies and burn planets. You want peace, but destiny finds you, Tyrant insisted. And when the need comes, you rise to the cause. You summon that great Skywalker strength, and you use it. You killed Darth Zoran. You destroyed Abeloth forever. Don't lie to me. I was there, and I felt that incredible power come out of you. We destroyed Abeloth together, and together we'll kill Krayt. Jade removed Abeloth. Because you gave him power. Your power. We both know Jade was too weak a Jedi. Don't you dare call him weak, she snapped. You could never accomplish what he did. It required strength like you'll never know. Not raw force power, strength of the heart. He looked down. She felt something from him she hadn't expected. contrition. Maybe so, he muttered. I am what I am. What the one Sith made me. You could have been something more. These are the only lives we'll have. Regrets get us nowhere. He still didn't look up. Destiny finds you, Jade. Always. That's what being a Skywalker means. It also means rising to the occasion. You'll do that too. He said it with plain, simple certainty. She wanted to rebut him but could not. Destiny had found her again. She was sitting across the room from it, looking at his bowed head, and whether she wanted it or not, Destiny would carry them together out of this cell, across the stars, to Shidu Mad and the den of a sleeping dragon. She knew that, because all he said was true. When Cole Skywalker and Nay Ren got the chance to explain their troubling discoveries, they gathered Jaina, Tahiri, and the Master Shaper in the U.S. Henvong laboratory. Cole let his friend do most of the talking, and as they watched and listened, what began as skepticism in the three adults' eyes became deep concern. The moment Nay Ren finished her explanation, Nesrium requested to see the data they copied from Ren's pad. The Master Shaper was normally loath to work off a lifeless machine, but he surprised Cole by taking the data card and pad he was offered. He studied the screen intently as Jaina and Tahiri watched over his shoulder. Best Cole knew, his great-aunt was no expert on xenobiology, but Tahiri seemed to have a little knowledge. As she read, Cole could feel her dread mountain force. This is most alarming, Nesrium said at last. Could there be another explanation for this? Asked Jaina. Something to do with the project. The Master Shaper shook his head. All this data on our biotes was assembled from different sources we gave him. And the specifications for all these unique toxins, he must have brought them with him. Are all the scientists in their laboratory now? They should be, Tahiri said. Do you want to talk to Renus alone? We should talk to all of them. Nesrium was firm. There is no telling who else is involved. Jade can sense if they are telling truth, yes. After a tiny hesitation, Jaina nodded. We'll come with you. Cole, Nay Ren, thank you for bringing this to our attention. We'll handle the rest from here. Cole started, but I. Stay here, Jaina insisted and turned for the door. Tahiri followed, and then Nesrium, and then Cole and Nay Ren were alone. The girl put a hand on his arm and said, they are correct. This could become dangerous. It already is dangerous. You know what I mean. You are brave, Cole Skywalker, but you are not a Jedi yet. As they gathered the 5 members of the Alliance science team in the laboratory, Jaina couldn't help but wonder if this was her fault. She and Tahiri had researched these scientists before allowing them on Zanima II. They scoured their histories for any hint of sympathy to the various anti-US Henvong extremist groups still out there, and found nothing, but she also knew they'd vetted the 2 senior researchers, Sot and Tla, more thoroughly than their assistants. From what Jaina could recall, the young man named Renus was from Denon, a world that had avoided invasion 75 years back, but he may have gained extremist ties another way. This incident could ruin cooperation with the Alliance for decades to come, and if there was some hint Jaina had missed, she would never forgive herself. In her waning years, she tried harder than ever to heal the wounds of the war that had damaged her own life so much. It would be intolerable irony if she only caused deeper cuts. 2 younger and more able-bodied Jedi joined Tahiri, Jaina, and Nesrium as they gathered the scientists in their lab. When everyone was sealed in the chamber, the Master Shaper got straight to the point. We have recently been made aware of some research here that is outside the provisions of our project. At least one of you has been researching US Henvong biotes and devising potential lethal toxins to use against them. Jaina stepped up beside Nesrium and placed Call's datapad on the center table. This is a copy of data found on a pad belonging to researcher Renus. Soap picked up the pad and looked over it quickly. Concern filled her face, and she turned on the young human. What is the meaning of this? He glanced at the data on the screen and frowned. I've never seen this in my life, he said, though Jaina sensed no confusion from him in the Force. This information was found on your desk, Jaina told him without explaining who made the discovery. Renus' frown deepened. That is not my pad. It's a copy from one of yours. Another pad. On my desk, his eyes darted to the young woman beside him. Nida let me borrow one of her pads at the end of work yesterday. I haven't had a chance to read it. Now it was Nida's turn to look confused, and this time Jaina could feel honesty. I didn't give you anything yesterday. Of course you did. Ren has moved for the desk. I've got it right here. The young woman insisted to Sot. I really don't know what he's talking about. Last night Ren is spun around from his desk with a little holdout blaster in his fist. So gasped, Nida yelped with surprise. Neshriim hissed as the researcher pointed his stubby barrel directly at the Master Shaper's chest. Put that down. Now, Jaina said, with the command from the Force. She'd wrest that gun from his hand, but it might go off, and he'd killed Neshriim at this range. Renner's back toward the door but kept his aim on the U.S. Hinvong. His determination was fierce enough to withstand her forced command. You can't get away, Tahiri said. There's no place to run. Rennis kept going until his back was almost at the door. He'd have to turn to tap the controls and open it, and Jaina would pull his gun away then. But instead of turning, he squeezed the trigger. A red blast lanced out at Neshriim. Jaina reached out with the Force to block it, erecting an invisible wall in front of the U.S. Hinvong. As she did so, Rennis adjusted his aim and blasted out the light overhead, spreading a shower of sparks across the table, then darkness. And then he was through the door and out of the room. The second it closed, there was the sound of another laser blast in the hallway, and when Yaris Ulera got to the door, the Mirillin announced that the controls has been fried from the other side. Then use the Force on it. Tahiri insisted, then told the others, he can't go far. This is a small compound. Neshriim forced his gaze from the spot a few centimeters from his heart where the killing bolt had fizzled to smoke and disappeared. He looked at Jaina and said, Thank you, Jade. You saved me? Not yet, she told him. Thank us when it's over. When he heard the shot sound down the hall, Cole felt a surge of anxiety and frustration from Jaina and Tahiri, and he knew that something had gone severely wrong. Next, muffled through several closed doors, he heard someone shout, the door is stuck. He blasted the controls. Then used the Force on it. Someone else, maybe Tahiri, said. Cole heard no boots pounding down the hall this way, which meant Rennis must be sprinting in the other direction. In the compound there were few places to run, and the skimmers they used for away missions wouldn't get him far. He could only be making a run for the shuttle he'd arrived on. Let's go. Cole told Nay ran and broke into a sprint. The U.S. Hinvong lagged behind him as he burst out of the Shaper's lab. Jade, what are you doing? Someone's got to stop him. Cole called back and kept running. The distance to the landing pad from the scientist's lab and the Shaper's one was about the same, and as much as he hated it, Rennis could move faster with longer strides than he could. He didn't even know what he'd do once he got there, but he had to do something. He might have been young, but he was still a Jedi, or becoming one fast, and a Jedi didn't just sit around and do nothing. For all Cole knew, the man could escape with a copy of his deadly research. The landing pad was accessed from one central lift shaft, and Cole got there just in time to see the doors close and hear the tube shoot upward. There were still emergency stairs that spiraled up around the tube, and Cole immediately began climbing them. He made long lunges, taking 2 steps at a time, even though his thighs started to ache and his chest strained for breath. When he burst onto the pad, he saw the shuttle waiting, and he saw Renner's figure bent close to the hull, probably trying to figure out how to extend the landing pad. Cole's legs were about to collapse under him, and when he tried to shout at the man, no sound came. He planted himself on the deck, took 2 deep breaths, and found the strength to shout stop. Rennis jumped and spun. Cole saw the blaster in his hand right before it went off. There was a red flash, and then searing pain spread out from the center of his chest, and then Cole Skywalker knew he was falling backward. The sky filled his vision, a clear blue nothing, but when his back hit the deck he saw nothing and felt nothing at all. The lift carried them up and opened his doors, and it was already too late. Ulera rushed out first, lightsaber ignited, and bounded across the landing pad at Rennes, who stood frozen in front of the doors to a shuttle that couldn't open. His pistol twitched in his hand, but the Moralian deflected the blast, then used the force to rip the weapon away. Another shove of invisible energy forced the scientist on his hands and knees, and, finally, a boot between shoulder blades dropped his face hard into the deck. Jaina barely noticed. She was hurrying toward Cole as fast as her old body would carry her. The boy was lying face up with a black scorched hole in his chest. His eyes were open, staring into nothing and seeing nothing. Jaina thought he was already dead, but when she dropped on top of him and placed her hands over his ruined chest, she could still feel his presence, so very faint. Tahiri called for a medical kit, but Jaina knew the boy's last embers would burn out in seconds. She couldn't let it happen. Jaina fell over his body, both hands against the burnt flesh of his wound, called on the Force. Jaina was no healer, not like Silgal or Tekli or other great Jedi she'd known. She'd spent too many years being a sword of the Jedi that killed for peace again and again. She healed the only way she knew how, by giving the strength that was hers so that the boy's body might mend. Just as she'd found faint life in that gnarled boar sprout, she found it in Cole, and she opened herself as though with a sword so what she had might flow into him. She passed it from the great to the small, the strong to the weak, the old to young, and in bridging their lives she felt Cole and the Force as she never had before. The life inside him strengthened, grew, began the arduous process of healing his broken flesh cell by cell, and as her life force suffused into his, she saw brief, flashing glimpses of the man he'd become, tall and bold, red hair like his grandfather Ben's, a flashing blue sword, green eyes full of wisdom and love for his own son, blonde-haired, she saw, like Jade and Luke, and with love for the entire line of Skywalkers, of which Cole was just one link, neither beginning and nor end, just a carrier of the fire that flared anew from warming embers beneath Jaina's hands. And as Cole's fire burned warmer, strong enough to sustain itself and mend a young body, Jaina felt a deep cold spread from inside. She felt cold and she felt tired, and the fire that was Cole's life seemed distant and separate again. She could no longer see the man he'd become or remember his face. She was tired, only tired. As Jaina's fire dimmed, her body lost feeling and collapsed atop the boy's. She felt like she was being carried away, peacefully, to a long and well-earned sleep. Chapter 26. The enemy was coming at them from all directions like a pack of piranha beetles, chewing ravenously through the barrier of asteroids. Each advancing Star Destroyer unleashed a constant pulse of turbolaser fire. The green wash of plasma pulverized space rock and cleared a passage for the attacking ships vectoring toward Nemesis. Sometimes the destroyers would fail to destroy a mine on their flanks, and a few damaging explosions had knocked out entire capital ships and left them helpless against the endless drifting asteroids. But the hundreds of turbolaser emplacements seated inside the belt simply refused to fire. Korash Vol didn't know how things had gone so wrong. From his point of view, it didn't matter because his orders hadn't changed. He'd been charged with stopping the enemy advance at cost of his own life, and he was doing that now, even though his breaker squadron had been depleted by half. 4 ships lost to hostile fire, and 2 more crashed into asteroids. For the exhausting hours-long brawl in the asteroid belt, it felt like his breakers had been battling with the same enemy squadron on and off. They were flying TIE sabers also, using the fighters' best speed and agility, pulling off coordinated maneuvers as though the pilots shared one mind. Maybe they were. Vol Fel sent his Jedi directly into battle. His propaganda even claimed he sent his wife and sons to the front lines. He doubted a man bold and vain enough to proclaim himself emperor would put his heirs in danger, but Vol had known his wife Miragia. Not as well as he thought, but he'd known her, and knew even with that empress crown the woman wouldn't run from a fight. Vol's breakers found their constant enemies just when their remaining 5 TIE sabers breached the edge of the asteroid cluster and dove into the bubble of clear space surrounding Nemesis and his support ships. None of Fel's destroyers had gotten here yet, but it was only a matter of time until they chew through an attack from all vectors. Slowing 5 hostile TIEs wouldn't do much to decide this fight, but it would count for something, especially if those pilots really were Jedi. Vol signaled his pilots to attack. Getting clear of the asteroids was a huge boon, but it helped their opponents too. The 5 sabers knew they had enemies on their tail and broke formation. Vol dove after the ship he marked as their leader and immediately tracked it for a torpedo. When he got a target lock, he was still a long range away, but he let fly anyway. The fighter had plenty of room to evade, but he stayed on it, spraying laser fire to box it in as it tried to juke free of the tracking torp. The TIE made a desperate run in the direction of the nearest capital ship, an old Qantas-class frigate. Seeing the type always reminded Vol of Shieldbreaker and Voidwalker, and all that had happened there. It also reminded him that a Qantas had good tracking on its cannons and could blast a distracted starfighter to atoms. This fighter wasn't distracted, and it wasn't slow. It bobbed, weaved, corkscrewed, and when the frigate unleashed a blast of turbolaser fire, it swung to one side and jetted away. The torpedo that had been chasing ran into the wash of turbolaser bolts and exploded. Now that the frigate had saved it, the TIE tried to pull away. Vol was there with another torpedo. He charged in head-on, spearing lasers against the ship's forward shields. It broke hard to avoid a collision. Vol did too, but not before releasing a single torpedo at close range. The TIE tried to evade, but this warhead hit true, and the ship vanished in a satisfying burst of light. Vol pulled clear of the explosion, checked his scanners to see how the rest of his squad was doing. And a chain of laser fire punched hard through his starboard shields. Alarms wailed inside his cockpit as they shredded his upper right solar panel, and he struggled to get his TIE under control. His ship went streaking toward the Qantas frigate. Its angular gray hull filled his vision, and he knew he was going to crash. His mind flashed back 8 full years to Yaga Minor, the only other time he'd been forced to eject. He'd been fighting Jade Fel, and it had ended just like this, thrown into an out-of-control spin, the great gray bulk of a Golan station filling his vision. Sometimes he wished he'd died there, but the Golan crew had grabbed him, pulled him aboard, and stuffed him into an evac shuttle so he could continue fighting in this futile war. The instinct to survive took over again. Vol pulled the lever beneath his chair. The cockpit roof exploded outward and he followed. The TIE went spinning until it impacted on the frigate's shields, but Vol shot straight away, strapped in his ejection seat. He strained in his crash weapon to find the fighter that had shot him down. A few TIEs soared in the distance, his or the enemy's. He couldn't tell, and it didn't rightly matter now anyway. He was drifting in the void, getting further and further away from the frigate. The battle, so fierce a second ago, seemed shockingly far away. The enemy fleet would get here soon enough, and all this empty space would light up with waves of turbolaser fire. He'd be caught in that, probably, turned to atoms in an instant, his death utterly unnoticed. He should have spared himself the weight and never pulled that lever. He should have stayed inside his ship and smashed into the shield and been done with it. It would have gotten the inevitable over with. It would have given Vol what he deserved for stupidly trusting a hut and bringing an infiltrator home with him. This conflagration was his fault. It was only fitting that he die in it. At least, he thought, the wait wouldn't be so much longer. Then Vol felt the tug of a tractor beam from the frigate, kindly reeling in a lost pilot, and he knew he'd be forced to live with his shame. Marajia watched on her sensors as the TIE whose wing sheet clipped went spiraling into the nearby frigate, but by the time it impacted, she turned her tail and had already soared out of range of the ship's guns. She'd shot down the pilot who'd killed Night 3, and while it wasn't a wholly light-side feeling, she was satisfied. She checked her scanners and found where her 3 surviving Knights were located. 4 fighters out of 12 had made it through. The Imperial Knights had earned their reputation as Emperor Fel's self-sacrificing vanguard yet again. They were the only Imperial ships to breach this bubble of open space so far, but with her eyes she could see at least 2 more places where friendly Star Destroyers were close to pushing through, including Admiral Yeager's flagship. The Restorationists were already sending waves out to meet them, which meant they weren't paying much attention to 4 TIE fighters. Before she called her pilots to her wing, Marajia hailed her husband. She had to wait 10 seconds before Davek answered. "This is the Jagged Fel." "Report." "I'm clear of the asteroid belt. 4 pilots left." "Understood. The Makati is about to breach into the bubble. I'll have them launch strike teams. Same target as before." "Affirmative." Charging a superstar destroyer would never be easy, but it was what they'd been assigned to do. She could feel Vitor still alive, but he felt different now. He was not panicked, exactly, but she knew he was in danger. "Understood. We'll comply." She killed the connection and swung her ship around until she could see the long pale sword that was Nemesis, distant but directly ahead. Then she opened the connection to Night Squadron. The time for caution was over. Now was for haste. Knights 2, 5, and 8, Miragia called out. They were the only ones left. "Form up on me. We're going in." They strapped the unconscious prisoner to a repulsor bed and sent him straight up to the bridge. They'd called ahead to explain the identity of the intruder, but when they pushed Prince Vitor Fel onto the command deck, Grave and Veers both stared down at him in shock. Fel's eyelids and fingers were starting to twitch as sensation trickled back to his body. Crone could feel the young man emerge into consciousness, just in time, and used the Force to keep his senses addled. A glance at the tactical holo told him that much had changed since he'd left and all for the worst. Davek Fel's ships were tearing holes through the asteroid belt, and manually detonated mines weren't enough to stop them. One big star destroyer, Legator class, had almost breached the protected zone, and a half-dozen smaller but still potent ships, mostly Pelion class, were following his wake. Those alone would give Nemesis a tough but winnable fight, but 2 more battle groups had also nearly bored through. One of those, Crone saw, was led by a ship marked by white light. Emperor Fel's flagship, no doubt. The Sith Lord looked to Grave and Veers and said, "I believe I arrived just in time." Vitor Fel began to jerk against his minds. His eyes fluttered as he fought his way back to full consciousness. Crone suggested we should unstrap him and put him on his knees. It would make for a more effective presentation, don't you think? "Can you restrain him?" asked Veers. Grave shot him a confused look. "I can." "His weapons?" "I destroyed them," said Crone. The only lightsabers beneath his cloak were his own. "Get him up," said Grave. "Come," hailed the Jagged Fel. "Prep a holo transmission, wide beam." As the stunned crew started to work, 2 Cortosis armored troopers unstrapped Fel from the repulsor bed, unbinding everything but the stun cuffs that held his wrists together. Before they could take hold of him, Crone simply tipped the bed with a flick of the Force. Fel spilled over and clattered hard on the deck. They'd not bothered to take off his Cortosis armor, but that didn't matter now, not when he had head exposed, wrists bound, and Crone's greater power suppressing his use of the Force. The entire bridge stopped and stared. The crew in the pit stood up and craned their necks for the sight of their dread enemy's favorite son fumbling to stand. With another motionless tug, Crone lifted him on his knees and slid him across the deck to where Veers and Grave stood. The Admiral stared at Fel, then at Crone, and he finally stared to get it. He looked at Crone with fear and respect and only turned away when the comm lieutenant announced that they'd opened a channel with the Jagged Fel. "All right then," said Veers cheerily. "Put him on." Crone stood to the side and let the 3 of them take up the transmission. Fel on his knees, Grave and Veers on either side. The holo image that appeared showed Davek Fel, royal robes over Admiral's uniform. His mouth opened to speak, and then he froze as he took in the side in front of him. Surprised, grinned Veers. He was determined to enjoy this. "I must say, you are braver than I thought, sending your firstborn son to infiltrate us." "We are willing to negotiate for the release of your son," said Grave. "But first you must order all your vessels to cease fire and immediately stop their advance." Fel looked so stunned the words didn't have an effect. But then, finally, he nodded and called to off-screen watchers. "All ships, cease fire and hold position." It was a little disappointing. Crone had expected the self-styled Emperor to show a little more resolve. It took several minutes for the ceasefire order to pass down. Grave relayed his own, and soon the entire battle had simmered to a drawn-out stillness. It was the kind of quiet that couldn't last. "Oh, I'm so glad you're willing to comply," said Veers. He plucked the sidearm holstered at his belt and wagged it above the prince's head. "Now, you're going to meet all our demands, or we splatter your boy's charred brains across the deck." With more dignity, Graves said, "We are willing to negotiate. First and foremost, all your ships will begin their withdrawal from the asteroid belt." Crone wasn't sure what Grave was playing for, unless he wanted to stall long enough to get those turbolasers shooting again. The Emperor seemed to have gathered his dignity after the initial shock, and he said, "The Empire has come to see justice done for the crimes against our civilians on Bastion and Moonlist. We cannot rest peacefully until that has been accomplished. If you remove your ships from the belt, we can discuss handing over the people responsible for those terrorist attacks." "Are you suggesting those attacks were not done under your personal direction?" "I am suggesting that we can decide together how history records this war." Crone saw what he was doing now. Grave knew they were cornered. Davek Fel would never let them escape to cause more havoc. The Admiral was a logical man. He was trying to strike a favorable surrender. Veers, however, had no intention or desire to live another day. He whipped the sight of his blaster against the prince's head, bowed him forward, then waved his pistol at the Admiral's holo. "If you don't start pulling those back immediately, we will kill your son in front of you. Do you understand that? His Jedi tricks won't save him now." "Wait," Vitor croaked as he raised his head. He looked straight up at his father and said, "Don't give in. Don't do what they say." "We won't force you to sacrifice your son," Grave interjected. "That will be our choice." "Don't do it," Vitor repeated. "Don't give them anything they want." Veer stabbed his blaster's barrel into the prince's cheek. "Aren't you afraid to die, Jedi?" Vitor looked up at him and his face stretched into a wide-eyed grin. "You're not going to kill me," he said. "You can't do it." The young man radiated an utter, mad certainty in the Force. He wasn't even afraid. Crone had no idea what to make of it, but Veers wasn't impressed by his show. He whipped Vitor yet again, but first this time, then called to the holo, "You think magic powers will save your son? Well, think again." Graves' hand lashed out. Crone was faster. His invisible grip wrenched Veers' arm to the side, and his blaster bolt flashed harmlessly into the deck. The drunk ex-moth spun and stared hatred, not at the Admiral but at Crone. "You can't see we're not bluffing," Grave told the Emperor. "You will begin pulling back your ships, and then we will begin talking details." When the blaster went off in Veers' hand, Davek was sure he'd see his son die. The shot had gone just barely wide, but Veers had meant to kill. Grave was trying to salvage the situation and strike a bargain. They weren't play-acting. Both were dead set on different goals, and either could succeed. Vitor, despite that, picked up his head and stared at his father through the hollow transmission. "Don't give in," he said. "Don't stop. They can't kill me." There was madness in his eyes. In 8 years of grueling combat, his son had never broken, even though he'd seen and done things that would have pushed lesser men off the brink. Something, finally, had snapped inside, and it broke Davek's heart just to see it. His sons should never have had to grow up as they did. He'd only wanted them to spend their youths in peace and pass on the gift his father had given him. He saw how badly he'd failed now, and the pain of that failure made everything harder. He commanded painful sacrifices, but none of that compared to watching his son die. As an emperor, as a military leader, he knew this battle had to end here with a crushing victory that would stamp out the last embers of the restorationist movement. If even a single spark escaped, it might restart the fire, and that could not be permitted. But he was also a father, and that part of him could not watch Vitor die. Grave seemed like he honestly wanted to negotiate. He might even be willing to surrender Nemesis. Davek would have to angle for that option. While leaving the transmission on, he stepped to the edge of the field and waved Captain Yoris to his side. "What's the status on Night 1? He whispered in the Moon's ear. "She's formed up with the boarding party. They've slipped beneath Nemesis' shield perimeter and are approaching slowly to avoid detection." How much time until they can reach the bridge? At current speed, about 4 minutes. It would be a risk, a huge, terribly risk. Maragia would be able to reach out to her son with the Force and tell him to be ready. That would be his best chance to survive. As for Davek, all the Emperor could do was cling to hope and distract the enemy. He could trust in his wife and trust in the Force. He stepped back from Eurus and said loudly, "Begin pulling all ships back. Slowly. Tell the Makatitto fall halfway out of the belt, then hold position." The Muin gave a questioning look. Davek nodded and he went to relay them. Then the Emperor gathered his dignity and looked back at the 3 men in the holo. "Admiral Grave," he said, "let's continue to negotiate." Vitor knelt between them, acutely aware of Veer's pistol wiggling inches from his face, and aware of so many other things too. He felt the Sith Lord's mental weight pressing him down so hard his knees and shoulders ached, and he felt the Sith's thoughts hovering over his mind. He felt his mother too. She was close and getting closer, and somehow the Restorationists hadn't detected her. Neither had the Sith, and though he ached to reach back out to Maragia, he knew any attempt to use the Force could alert the Sith. He heard his father and Grave speaking to, but that barely registered against the rest. He wouldn't die here. He was certain of it. A Sith would kill him, but not this Sith, and that made all the difference. The rational part of him, the small part left, couldn't believe that was possible. There seemed no way out of this unless his father totally abased himself before Veers and Grave and allowed them to withdraw their still dangerous fleets. It would be tantamount to surrender, and no emperor could remain in power after throwing away victory to save one man. But Vitor didn't just believe he survived this. He knew it, and that knowledge made everything else the tense dialogue between his father and Grave, Veer's drunken derangement, even the Sith oppressing his thoughts seem as shallow as a hollow play farce. None of them would have any consequence, not for Vitor. They couldn't. The Force had told him so, and from his awful decree there could be no denial. And heard his mother speaking to him still, telling him to be ready, that they were just seconds away. Any attempt to use the Force would alert the Sith, but a trained Imperial Knight had other weapons. Then Maragia screamed in sight and told him now. He saw a flicker from the left corner of his vision. As some shape filled the viewport, Vitor threw his body hard to the right, into Veer's knees. The ex-Moff's blaster went off again, skidding across his Cortosis back plate. Vitor kept pushing and knocked the older man over, and he rolled over Veers, pinning him down, just in time to see the spectacle at the bridge's broad forward viewport. One assault shuttle had surged up in front of Nemesis' sunken command deck. The deployment hatch on his right side had swung to face them, but it wasn't open yet. Instead, 4 figures in sealed black flight suits clung to the exterior hull. As Vitor watched, they pushed off the shuttle, flew across the 5-meter gap in an instant, and landed boots against the transparent steel. By that time, all 4 Imperial Knights had already ignited their white saber blades. They moved with impeccable grace, each one delivering a single straight slash through the window to make a rectangular opening. Pressure popped the slab of transparent steel into the vacuum, and air immediately began howling out. The shuttle swung away and just barely dodged its ejection, then swung back. The Knights were already through the gap, and the shuttle slammed against the transparent steel to almost perfectly plug the cut-open hole. As that deployment hatch finally opened and stormtroopers began pouring out, the black-suited Knights were moving fast. One quickly disarmed a pair of stormtroopers. Another used the Force to throw Grave to the ground. The 2 Cortosis armored troopers who'd come with the Sith Lord surged forward. One Knight, visibly smaller than the others, danced toward them. Vitor, still sprawled on top of Veers, watched as his mother gracefully sheared the barrel off one soldier's rifle, then used the Force to hurl the second into a crew pit. Then she was back on the first, dodging a desperate punch by an armored fist. Even in her bulky flight suit, Maragia could spin on the balls of one foot, come around behind the trooper, and drive the tip of her blade through the unarmed patch behind his left knee. The second trooper dropped, and then the Sith Lord attacked. Vitor struggled to his feet with his hands still bound. The black-robed Sith fell on her like a great storm cloud, red saber flashing like lightning as one stroke after another knocked Meragia off balance. The new stormtroopers aimed their rifles but couldn't fire for fear of hitting their empress. The other knights moved to help, but Vitor threw himself past them. The Sith's blade slipped low beneath Meragia's. It cut through her flight suit, through her side, right below the ribcage. Vitor could feel his mother's pain, and she seemed to collapse in slow motion, falling backward to the deck. The Sith shifted grip on his lightsaber to plunge it down through her heart. Vitor leapt between them and thrust himself onto the blade. Red energy flashed, shuddered, then died against the Cortosis armor on his chest. He saw the shock on the Sith's scarred face, then delivered a strong forward kick to the man's guts. The Sith stumbled back, and as the other knights advanced, he released a burst of lightning. Pain leaped through Vitor, and he collapsed beside his mother. The Sith had no weapon to defend against 3 more knights and 24 stormtroopers. As rifle shots nipped at his heels, he darted through the blast doors for the exit. 2 knights and a herd of troopers ran after them. Vitor rolled off his mother. Hands still awkwardly bound in front of him, he pulled off her flight helmet to see her face. It was slick with sweat and distorted by pain. "Mom," he cried and reached for her side. "Can you stand aside, please?" a stormtrooper called. Vitor rolled back and watched as the man dropped beside Meragia and took out a medical kit. As another trooper used a vibro knife to cut his hands free, he kept watching his mother's face. It relaxed as the medic injected anesthetic and announced that he'd sealed the wound. Vitor couldn't feel relieved. His mother had been so close to dying in front of him. He'd been insane to think this all a shadow play. He knew where death was waiting for him, but not for the people he loved. Meragia reached out. Her small hand grabbed his and squeezed hard. Her mouth creaked open as she said, "Stand me up, please." Vitor and the medic held her on either side and lifted her to her feet. He finally took in the full scene. Air still hissed out through the minute gap between the assault shuttle and the cut-open window, but the bridge was in no danger of depressurizing. His father's stormtroopers had disarmed their counterparts. The restorationist crew looked frightened and confused, but he didn't sense anyone tempted toward danger. He looked behind him. The stormtroopers and knights were coming back, shaking their heads. Veers was staggering to his feet. He had his blaster back in his hand, but it lolled at his side, and he was very aware of the 2 stormtroopers with rifles aimed at his chest. Vitor saw the 4th knight helping Admiral Grave to his feet. The man straightened his uniform with utmost dignity. This disturbance hadn't gone unnoticed. Explosions were bursting in the space outside. Someone had restarted the fight. With Vitor and the medic's help, Meragia shifted to face the Admiral and ex-Moff. Grave looked on them with resentment and spite, but also resignation. Veers was, amazingly, amused. "You are our captives now," Meragia said, commanding despite her pained wince. "Your soldiers are fighting and dying again," said the Emperor from the holo display. His blue electric ghost had been watching the whole time. "I will no tallow them to escape. Surrender officially, and we can end this." Grave looked at the holo, then around the bridge, appalled beyond words by the sudden reversal. Veers shook his head, slipped a silly grin, and began to laugh. It was a high-pitched giggle, drunk and weirdly boyish. Then the old Moff hefted his blaster and shot 2 blasts at the holo display. The lasers broke through Davek's image, hit the console behind it, and released a rain of sparks. The holo went out in an instant. "I do not like voyeurs," Veers announced. He turned around and saw the stormtroopers 1 step closer, blasters leveled at his face. "Oh, all right," the ex-Moff sighed. "That wasn't as satisfying as I'd hoped." Instead of dropping the blaster, he tucked it inside his belt. With a slow, exaggerated motion, he reached into his back pocket and drew out a metal drinking flask. As the whole bridge watched, Veers unscrewed the cap, tilted his head back, and swallowed what was inside. 5 continuous gulps later, he took the flask away, tilted it upside down, and watched the last flecks fall out. "Now that was satisfying," he said. Veers threw the flask down. It cracked onto the deck right between to the 2 stormtroopers, drawing their attention away for the split second he needed to grab his blaster. Vitor prepared to shield his mother, but Veers flipped the barrel tip to his temple and squeezed the trigger. His body jerked, then collapsed. Some stared, others looked away. Silence spread for one long, horrified minute before Maragia looked at Grave and said, "As Empress, I will accept your surrender." Grave took his eyes from Veer's corpse with effort. He looked around the bridge with a loose, dazed expression, but when his eyes found Maragia, it became hard again. "There's nothing to accept," the Admiral rasped. "Execute me if you want, Jedi. But this was my cause. I will not surrender." Maragia said, very softly, "My husband always respected your talent and your professionalism. He said he wishes you'd made better choices." "I've done what I've done." Graves closed his eyes, as if preparing for the death blow. Vitor knew his mother wouldn't kill him, but he could feel the bridge crew tense in anticipation and dread. Maragia nodded to the nearest stormtroopers, who produced stun cuffs and pinned Graves' wrists behind his back. All the while the man had kept his eyes closed and head tilted back, stubborn in his misplaced honor. Maragia raised her voice and asked, "Who is the commanding officer of this ship?" A white-haired and thin man stepped away from the tactical station. "My name is Captain Fenrek." "Captain, will you broadcast a surrender order?" The old officer must have felt the eyes of all his crew boring into him. Through the Force, Vitor sensed that they were only waiting, hoping for nothing, expecting anything. Fenrek looked to the communication station. "I'm not sure if such an order is possible." The comm lieutenant, meekly sitting beside the smoking console, said, "Our backup systems are still operational." "All right then." The captain swallowed hard and told Maragia, "I'll give the command immediately." It had been years since Vol had seen the insides of a Qantas-class frigate. Just being here brought him back decades, to Shieldbreaker and Voidwalker both. After they reeled his ejection seat and from the void they hurried him through familiar-looking halls to a familiar-looking infirmary, where a young woman in medical whites gave him a look over and told what he already knew. The ship trembled intermittently, with explosions throughout, and once they pronounced him uninjured, Vol flashed his rank badge and demanded to see the captain. An ensign appeared and guided him down more familiar-looking halls, all the way to the bridge. The deck shook just as he stepped through and saw explosions flash across the bow. Yet when he spotted the tactical display, he was surprised. An hour, at least, had elapsed since he'd ejected, and he expected the battle to be fully joined. Instead, it seemed like the enemy ships were still waiting on the edge of the open space. They were still fighting, and this frigate, from what Vol could tell, was right on the edge of the open zone and engaged in battle with a newer Arden-class ship. It was longer, wider, and more advanced than the Qantas class. He didn't see how the ship stood a chance. The bridge rocked as more turbolaser volleys hit its shields. Vol stepped carefully across the deck until he spotted a man in captain's bars bent over the gunnery section of the crew pit, giving orders. Vol waited until he was standing up to announce himself. "General Vol." The man so young snapped a salute. "I heard you come aboard. My name is Captain Leland. Welcome to..." "Captain." Someone called. Nemesis is releasing a general broadcast. "Good. Put it on main speakers." The comm officer flipped a switch, and even as another volley rocked the bridge, a voice spoke loud and clear. Vol had been expecting Grave, or if not him, Veers. When he heard Captain Fenrek, instead he knew something terrible had happened. "All restorationist ships, this is Captain Fenrek. As commanding officer of the flagship Nemesis, I order all vessels to surrender immediately. I repeat, we will all surrender. Head of State Veers is dead. Admiral Grave has been arrested. In their stead, I command every ship to cease fire immediately." Crew passed shocked stares across the bridge. After so long a fight, it seemed almost mockery to have the end decreed by that captain's creaking voice. When people looked at the frigate's captain, the young man fumbled for something to say. There was the sound of faint shuffling over the comm, and then a new voice came on. It was firm and female, and Vol had known it for 25 years. "This is Empress Davek Fel," she said. I am also speaking from the Bridge of Nemesis. This ship is now under control of your rightful leader, Emperor Davek Fel. All captains, if you do not formally surrender your ships to the nearest Imperial vessel in the next 3 minutes, you will be considered hostile and fired upon. Please consider the lives of your crew. That is all. The comm line clicked off. More and more people stared at Captain Leland, and he still didn't know what to say. Nobody noticed the rank bars on Vol's chest, and he didn't call attention to them. He had no answers for them either. He'd been prepared for an ugly fight to the death. He'd been ready to make them pay. He'd even desired a blaze of dying glory, as if that could atone for his unwittingly calling the enemy on them in the first place. Captain, the comm lieutenant said, "We're getting another general broadcast. It's from the Annihilator." "Put it on," the bewildered captain said. Vol recalled that ship, a Compeller-class destroyer with a bitter old warhorse as a commanding officer. His half-familiar voice filled the gap left by Meracias. "This is Captain Verges of the Imperial warship Annihilator," the man called. "I do not surrender. I will not give up the war. All captains who will not bow to the puppet emperor, fall in with me, and we will fight our way out of here." The signal ended abruptly. As Leland stood planted in the middle of the deck, confounded and useless, Vol looked over at the tactical holo. An Annihilator wasn't far off, and it was already pushing toward a gap torn through the asteroid belt. 2 Pelion-class star destroyers filled it, with a handful of support ships waiting behind them. That was more than enough to handle Annihilator, but Vol saw one more destroyer, Predator-class, surging to join them, plus a few more frigates and gunships. The rest of the Restorationist fleet seemed to be sitting in place, engines cooled and guns silent, surrender. The ships Verges had rallied probably wouldn't be enough to escape, but they make an admirable blaze of glory. "Captain Leland," a lieutenant pleaded, "what duetto?" The young man, still shocked stupid, ran a hand through his messy hair. "We, prepare a signal. Prepare to tell them." "We do not surrender," Vol cried. He stepped up beside the captain and drew himself tall. "I am General Courage Vol, and as ranking officer I refuse to lay down arms. Helm, plot us a course toward Annihilator. Guns, prepare a firing solution. Shields, get ready for a pounding." All those crewmen, so many of them so young, stared at him for the first time. The rank badge on his chest called attention. His shouted orders commanded it. It gave a rush, having all those eyes on you. He wondered if it felt like this for Davek Fel on Voidwalker, and wondered if the rush hadn't started him on the ego trip that had made him emperor. Because their general had ordered it, and because they were too stunned to think for themselves, the crew hurried to obey. They veered away from the Arlen-class frigate, and the battle waiting settled in the center of the viewport, distant but approaching fast. Vol could clearly see the explosions burst between Annihilator and the 2 opposing star destroyers as the 3 wedge-shaped warships plunged toward each other. The Predator-class destroyer was joining too, along with a handful of little Dark-class gunships, 1 more Qantas-class frigate, and flocks of TIE X's and TIE Demolishers itching for a final, suicidal fight. Vol knew exactly how they felt. As the battle drew closer, Vol remained at the center of the deck with Captain Leland beside him. The young man was still speechless by the turn of events. To prod him, Vol asked, "What is the name of this ship?" "I never got it." "We're the Oathkeeper, sir." A good name? One would almost believe the universe had a sense of humor. It only took a few more minutes before Oathkeeper joined Annihilator and the other ships in battle. By then the firefight had grown fierce. 2 star destroyers pounded 2 other destroyers, and the narrowing space between them was so bright with laser fire and explosions Vol squinted to watch. As Annihilator tried to drive his wedge between the Pelion-class ships, the Predator-class surged forward and didn't slow as it entered firing range. It took the nearest enemy destroyer by the flank, and the ship tried to lurch back as it found itself battling 2 at once. The Predator-class didn't slow even then, and Vol and Leland both watched in awe as 2 destroyers collided. The Restorationist ship's prow pushed through shields and tore through superstructure until it triggered a chain of explosions that swallowed both vessels. Leland staggered back, hands over his eyes to shield from the glare, but Vol spun on the crew pit and called. They just tore an opening. Helm, push ahead. Get us through. They were still too shocked to do anything but obey. As the explosions darkened and cooled, they left behind a tangle of debris denser than any patch of the asteroid belt. But the space around it was clear of enemy fire as the remaining Pelion-class destroyer struggled to hold its own against Annihilator. Oathkeeper plunged through the gap, along with a pair of smaller gunships. The 3 warships passed above the gnarled remains of the dead Pelion class and pushed for the edge of the belt. The channel blasted through by the invading ships was already starting to close with the inevitable drift of asteroids. An enemy frigate, another Arlen class, was ahead of them and trying to clog the channel. It threw squadrons of TIE X's and TIE demolishers directly at Oathkeeper, and soon the frigate shuddered under more impacts on its shields. Those gunships were good anti-starfighter craft, but they had no snub feathers of their own out there to help, and within a minute one burst after taking too many barrages from a squadron of demolishers. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Vol shouted at the crew. They'd work a miracle or they'd die in a blaze of glory. He'd taken either over pitiful surrender. As the enemy frigate surged close, he found himself wishing they'd ram it as that Predator-class ship had, just to ensure they took one enemy ship out. The helm crew had ideas of their own. Instead of slamming into the bigger vessel, they tried to rear above it. As they did so, a drift of asteroids impacted with their shields, knocking them as hard as any missiles. The space rocks tumbled into the nearby ships as well, punching a hole through the enemy frigate's hull and smashing the remaining gunship into gnarled wreckage. Oathkeeper's crew pushed them on without Vol needing to tell them. They soared past the enemy frigate and pushed for the edge of the belt. The enemy, even wounded, pivoted to give pursuit. His missiles began to rock Oathkeeper's aft shields, and when the deck nearly threw him off his feet, Vol knew a warhead and gotten through. Damage report, he called. Critical hit to one engine, an officer reported. Just triggered automatic shutdown. Remaining engines struggling to compensate. Hyperdrives. Still online, General, another called. They'd never get a chance to use it. The exit from the asteroid belt was too far away, and with decreased speed the enemy frigate would overtake them and annihilate them with its superior firepower. He knew that. There was no escape, but he could still get that blaze of glory. They could halt, pivot, show their broadsides to the enemy, and tear a large and lethal hole in his hull before it destroyed Oathkeeper entirely. Not a bad way to die, Vol thought. Better than surrender. He opened his mouth to give the order when a confused tactical lieutenant called, "Sir, the frigate is stopping." Decelerating. Vol frowned. "No, sir. It looks like it took damage to 2 engines. Bad damage. They're shutting down the 3rd. They must have shut off their aft shields as they chased Oathkeeper. An asteroid might have come in from the side, or maybe a chunk of debris. It didn't matter. Death was on hold yet again. He was either cursed or blessed and couldn't tell which. "Helm, get us out of here," Vol said through his teeth. "Hyperdrives, get a course ready. Anything to get us out of the Covix cluster." As the helm chief barked, a scent white light suddenly flared off Oathkeeper's bow. They were spotlights flashed on the frigate's command tower, though Vol couldn't see the source beyond a thin shape, smooth and black as space, sitting directly ahead. Before he could call for weapons, the comm lieutenant said, "General, Captain, we're being hailed." "Is it that ship?" Vol pointed at the lights ahead. The lieutenant shrugged helplessly. Vol marched over to the comm station with Leland lagging behind him. He bent over the console and said, "This is Imperial General Korosh Vol aboard the warship Oathkeeper." "Who the hell is this?" "General Vol. I have to say I'm surprised." The voice was smooth and deep and vaguely familiar. "Identify yourself. Is that your ship? Did you?" "I did disable that frigate pursuing you, yes." The voice was damn familiar, but for his stress he just couldn't place it. "My vessel is not supremely armed, but as you've noticed is very difficult to see coming. You are, by the way, welcome." "Thank you, but who are you?" "We were introduced as Rhetor of Coolvolt, but it would be better to call me Darth Crone." I'm attaching a set of coordinates to this transmission, and will be jumping there momentarily. I strongly suggest you join me. For what? Your side has surrendered. Your cause is utterly and finally lost. Do you have anywhere better to be? And with that, the man killed the connection. The comm lieutenant looked at his console and said, "We did receive a set of coordinates. Should I send them to helm control?" Vo didn't know what to say. When he thought of his brief meeting with the man Rator, or Chrome, what he remembered most was that unnatural golden tint to his eyes. That wasn't a man he could trust or even like, but he had saved their lives, and more, he was right. They had no place else to be. Vo looked out the viewport. The lights ahead were gone, and that black ship had disappeared. The discussion seemed to be over. He sighed and said, "Send helm control our new course, Lieutenant." As they drew out from the asteroid field, the stars shone clear and uninterrupted on all sides. They were free, finally. They were one small ship, and they were the only ones left to carry the fire of those they'd left behind. Captain Leland, hovering close to Vo this whole time, whispered, "We're just one ship, but this all started with one little frigate, didn't it?" Vo stared at the young man and realized with delay that he must have been talking about that single Cali ship, the Grievous. It has escaped the interdiction of his homeworld, then seized and destroyed the shuttle-carrying head of state Neela Avaris. From that one act, all of this had followed. Leland was right, but he was also wrong. This had really begun with another little frigate, even longer ago. Davek Fel's story had started there, and Mirasiaz, and in a way Korashval's had too. One little frigate could change the course of history. It had done so before. It could do so again. When the battle was finally complete, when the last of fighting ships had been ground to wreckage, and the remaining captains surrendered to Imperial boarding parties, Davek admitted that it had all gone better than he could have hoped. There had been losses, yes. Those two Pelion-class destroyers, ruined after the official call of surrender, hurt the most. But at the climax of that battle, he'd been dead certain he was about to see his son die. Now Vitor was alive. Mirasiaz was alive. This long war for the Empire soul was finally won. His father could finally rest in triumph. That thought was enough to sustain him through the tiring process of post-battle checks and evaluations. It kept him on his feet, exhausted but happy, after receiving reports from Jaeger and his senior captains, followed by another series of talks with Mirasiaz and Vitor from Nemesis Bridge. They'd taken that superstar destroyer mostly intact, and Davek still didn't know what he'd do with it. Nemesis was the kind of grand deadly weapon Palpatine would have loved, and his father had never approved of it. Still, it would be a waste to throw away such a potent tool. It had originally been called Invincibled. It was supposed to have brought comfort and confidence to an empire racked by invaders from the unknown regions. Rechristened with its original name, the ship could be a good symbol again. Davek was pondering that during a quiet moment on the Jagged Fel's bridge when the comm lieutenant called him over. "Your Majesty, we have a signal encrypted on one of your personal frequencies." It wouldn't be Vitor, not this time. What's the source? The lieutenant checked the board and frowned. "That is undetermined, Your Majesty." "Give me some space, Lieutenant." "Of course, Your Majesty." As the officer hurried out of earshot, Davek hunched over the console and opened the connection. A holo image appeared in front of him showing the head and shoulders of an old woman with long white hair falling on either side of her face. He hadn't spoken to his mother's friend Tahiri in a decade and barely remembered her. "Master Vila," he said with foreboding, "this is very unexpected. Emperor Fel, I'm calling from Zanima Second. I have to insist you come here as fast as you can. Bring your sons." "Is my mother?" "Jaina's dying," Tahiri said. "Please hurry. There's not much time." Chapter 27. Even from space, Lorcan wasn't much to look at. Most of the surface was a briny blue-green, and from the bottom line's position when it dropped out of hyperspace, Tamar could make out two separate continents, both featureless and pale. Nonetheless, the planet hung in front of them, filling the cockpit's viewport, and felt like some kind of omen. "Now what?" she asked, slightly hushed, as she stood behind Mecker's pilot seat. I called ahead and contacted the local government, such as it is. They dug up their registry of mining facilities on the southern continent and sent me a copy. Smart of you? I can't do smart, don't act surprised. Anyway, I ran through the list. Found one facility registered to a barv named Ossus, founded 8 years pre-Empire. I'm surprised it's not buried in the sand by now, Jaina said from the co-pilot seat. Those deserts there are mostly salt crystals, mixed in with other mineral strains, Mecker said. And the mining outpost is in a mountain range. The register contained their spatial coordinates. Shouldn't be too hard to find, even if Ossus threw up a sensor jamming net. Can you get a line to Marin? Tamar asked Jaina. He tapped his comm console. Go ahead. Tamar raised her voice. Are you there, America? Standing by, her daughter said. Do you have coordinates for me? That we do, said Jaina. Sending them now. You know where to meet us. Copy. Coordinates received. You getting anything on scanners yet? Not yet, said Mecker. We'll let you know when we do. Good. On my way now. The line clicked off. As bottom line began to shudder through Lorcan's upper atmosphere, Mecker said, She a good flyer? Your girl. She's her father's child. Tamar tried to sound glib. They were all shielding their anxiety with banter. Typical Mando behavior. Well, for once I'm glad to hear it, said Mecker. Now get to a seat and strap in, Tamika. This ride could get bumpy any second. Very few ships passed through the skies of Lorcan, and ever fewer fell out of space directly toward the southern continent, which hosted only a quarter of the world's already meager population. When the redoubt sensors announced that a ship was doing exactly that, Kaner Ossus knew his enemies were coming. After being forced to accept that his clanmates wouldn't rally around him as the Skiratas had their dead, he struggled to decide the next step. He tried to contact Shock Jebin for updates, but the old man had never responded. If they got into Jebin, they might find him here, but they'd also be tracing Kaner's other associates. That meant his best hope to escape vengeance meant taking Yaga and flee to the Outer Rim, sulking on backwaters and taking worse jobs for worse pay, always afraid vengeful Skiratas might find him. Kaner hadn't done all this to live the rest of his life cowering and afraid. When his sensors announced one missile vessel dropping fast, directly on his location, he'd had just enough time to set and arm a few portable missile launchers he'd kept aboard Ultimatum. The devices were patched into the old mining station sensors, and when a ship got close, they'd automatically track and fire. That probably wouldn't be enough to take down a bunch of Mandos who come prepared to fight. It was the best he could do. Surprise might buy him enough time to punch out with Ultimatum and get his son to safety. The launchers he'd rigged would take care of themselves, so he hurried Yaga into Ultimatum and prepared to take off. The camo netting spread over them blocked sensor sweeps in both directions, but the data from the missile launchers fed into his shipboard computer and gave him a telemetry on the ship bearing down. Firing his engines would release heat to give him away, camo net or no, and he settled with warming his repulsors and kicking into a gentle hover over the landing pad. Yaga was strapped tight into the co-pilot seat. They'd hastily put on their armor and checked their weapons in preparation for anything. The boy was tense but not panicked. He'd been through life-threatening situations before and, deservedly or not, he trusted his father to protect him. Kaner promised himself he'd do that much, no matter what else happened. He may have never amounted to much as a Mando warrior, but he was still a father. They watched together in tense silence as the ship grew closer. It was barely slowing down as it barreled through the atmosphere. It finally started to decelerate just as it approached the trigger range for the missile launchers. Kaner's hands tensed on the ship's control yoke. His breath held. Closer. When 4 missiles shot into the sky, he kicked the repulsors to full. Ultimatum burst through the camo net, pulling it from his stakes and dragging the whole thing with him until he banked hard enough to shake it off. When it fell away like a discarded wrapper, Kaner saw everything bright in the midday sun. The jagged Yellowstone mountains, the endless stretch of white salt plain, the clear pale, blue sky, the dark shape of the enemy freighter as it juked hard to evade the chasing missiles. The warheads converged on it as one. The first 3 exploded hard against its shields, but the 4th got through, tearing a smoking hole out of the hull and forcing the ship to drop altitude as its engine strained. Kaner didn't want to see if it crashed. He had his open, and he took it. He pointed ultimatum skyward and threw all power to the engines. His eyes were on the skies, but his sons were on the sensors, and Yaga was the one who bleated watch out. Just before their whole ship rocked violently. A second ship streaked in front of his, then wheeled around to attack from behind. He only saw it for a second, but he instantly recognized an ancient X-Wing fighter, as foils wide, and ready for attack. Where did it come from? Kaner snarled and reached for the shield controls. I don't know. I think it came from the mountains, Yaga cried. When Kaner tried to raise shields, the computer beeped angry denial. Shabbit. Take the guns, he told Yaga. By then the enemy ship was behind them. Before his son could get the direct firing, the entire ship shook with the hard impact of a warhead. Alarms in the cockpit screamed from all directions. The sky fell away, and the viewport filled with featureless white, rising fast to take them. The control yoke shook hard, like it was trying to throw him off, but he didn't release. Kaner fired repulsors and dropped landing gear, anything to soften the blow. The white fell closer, swallowing their vision, and then they hit ground. He released the yoke and grabbed the sides of his chair to keep himself pinned as the entire cockpit shook hard. The violence of initial impact was the worst, but the jarring vibrations continued as their broken ship grinded across the salt plain. Finally, they came to a lurching, violent halt. The cockpit's alarms still wailed. Some of the computers were lit and functional, others dead. He didn't need them to know the ship wouldn't fly again. The ones he'd failed to kill would be on them soon. He knew it and felt the abyss of absolute failure yawn beneath him. It would be so easy to fall in and admit what he'd known all his life. He was an embarrassment as an Ossus, as a Mando warrior, as a father, and all attempts at rectification had brought humiliation and death. It was easy to fall because it was all true. But he looked sidelong at Yaga. The boy was badly jarred from the crash but awake. His hands fumbled to release his crash webbing. Then he reached for his helmet. Even after all this, his son knew what to do. Are you all right? Kaner asked as he stared to undo his own. I'm okay, Booer. Just a little knocked around. You're not hurt? No. I'm okay. Yaga pushed the helmet on tight, not pausing a second to give a father a final look at his son's face. Okay. Kaner released his restraints and started to rise. Get your weapons, Adika. We'll go down fighting. The Skiratas were coming for them. There was no way out and no hope to survive. In trying to restore the family honor, Kaner had doomed his son instead. He would die feeling the pain of that failure, but it had also given him one last goal. Kaner wouldn't let them touch his son until they'd gotten through him. The crashed ship left a long dark streak across the flat white plain. A pillar of black smoke from its shattered engine section rose straight into the windless air. Marin slowed her X-Wing, lowered landing struts, and set it down 10 meters from the ship's final resting spot. When she popped the cockpit, she dropped straight down, using the force to soften her landing. Her boots crunched audibly on the ground's mixture of mineral particles and salt crystals, and she could feel the sun beating hard on her helmet and shoulder pads. Ninet's armor felt tight all around her, the T-visor Beskar helmet constraining. She tried to tell herself that was as it should be. She was doing this as a Mandalorian and nothing else. She left her lightsaber in her cockpit in the Jedi part of her too. Hopefully she could go back to being one once this was over. The bottom line had taken a bad missile hit but was lurching in their direction. As Marin slowly approached Oak's ship, she knew she could wait for them. It would be for the best. But as she walked, she dared reach out with the force, just a little, to sense how many people were inside. Just 2 people, both jarred and frightened. 2 Skiratas dead on Mandalore. 2 Ossus dead here. That would be justice on Mando terms. It would be right. She lost the chance to hesitate when the hatch on the side of the ship popped open. Laser blasts immediately flew her way, and instinct told her to use a lightsaber that wasn't there. She did her best to dodge, but a few blasts pounded her Beskar breastplate. Marin pulled her blaster and fired 3 shots in reply. She could see one Mando clearly, halfway through the hatch. Her blast forced him back a step, and she charged. The warrior kept firing with one hand and reached for his belt with the other. Marin saw the grenade arc toward her, and her armor took a few direct hits in the same moment. Instinct grabbed her, and this time it succeeded. She plucked the grenade from the air with her mind and tossed it aside. It rolled away and detonated, shaking the plane, but her action had stunned her attacker. That gave her the opening she needed. Marin charged in, firing blast after blast into the Mando's armor. When she got close enough, she lunged. Beskar crashed against Beskar as they both tumbled through the airlock and into the ship. Marin came out on top, but he was bigger than she was. She tried a flat-handed chop down on his neck, but he caught her by the wrist. She felt his body twist beneath hers and saw him grab the blaster on the floor. Her other hand shot down and caught it by the barrel. When she tried to wrest it away, it went off in his hand, heating the barrel under her gloved palm. That was when someone shot her in the head. Her helmet ringed as she fell back. She knew in an instant the Beskar dome had saved her life. The man she'd been fighting was rearing to his feet and reaching for a knife strapped to his belt. Behind him, standing in the portal to an adjoining hallway, was a second Mando. This one looked smaller, maybe female, and they had a rifle hefted in both hands. The Force was the only tool she had left. She used it. An invisible hand wrenched the rifle's long barrel into a right angle. The younger Mando using it bleated in surprise, distracting the bigger one for just a second. Marin threw herself upright and grabbed for his knife. She got one hand on his wrist, but he was stronger, and the blade dipped close enough to cut the black bodysuit at her side and tear the skin over her left ribs. Even as pain spread through her body, she knew he hadn't hit any organs. She could still fight. She cracked her helmet hard against his, knocked him a step back, then called on the Force again. A burst of power shattered his right elbow, and she finally wrenched the knife from his broken arm. The man this had to be Kaner Ossus staggered back and shouted, "Who are you?" "What are you?" She could only tell him the truth. "I killed your brother. Not Nanette. Not Dorn. Me?" The man stared in shock, but his partner leaped in to take Marin on her flank. Twisting hurt her side, but she ignored it. She grabbed her attacker's blaster in one hand and used the Force to strengthen her grip, crushing it. A swipe of the leg was enough to knock the younger one off balance and drop him hard to the deck with the crunch of a broken leg. But then Kaner was on her. He pulled another knife, a narrow, nasty stiletto, and thrust at her. Marin knew how to fight with blades. She pivoted so the stiletto scraped across her Beskar, then flipped her knife out and slid it under the man's chest plate and into his ribs. That didn't stop him. Kaner's free hand lashed out and grabbed her neck. She had no armor for protection as he squeezed hard against her windpipe. She dug the knife in, as deep as she could, but he didn't release and she couldn't breathe. He wouldn't let go until both of them were dead. She knew that through instinct, through the Force. Because the Force was all she had, she reached deeper. She felt the man's anger and frustration and despair, his hatred for her, his hatred for himself, for his brothers, for everything that had placed them here on this miserable, deserted world with knives in each other, dying in a fight neither of them wanted. And when she felt his hate, it was so easy to find hate of her own, hate for all those same things and more. Hate was her last weapon, and she called on it. Let it funnel through her and come manifest through the Force. As her knife dug deeper into Kaner's side, her other hand grabbed his neck as his grabbed hers, and as he squeezed her windpipe hard enough to crush, she summoned much greater power. Light came from her fingers as blue sparks. They spread in a flash and danced across his body and through it, rending every cell with raw destructive energy. Pain made him release her throat. He tried to stagger back as she gasped for air, but she wouldn't let him. Marin drew her knife roughly from his chest, released his throat even as lightning still arced from her fingers, and with one fast slash brought her blade across his neck. Blood sprayed out across her helmet, casting her vision red. All she heard through Kaner's helmet was a muffled gurgle as he dropped to his knees. Still gasping, she wiped the blood from her visor with her free hand. Vision cleared just in time to see Ossus pitch to one side, land hard on his shoulder, then roll onto his back. Blood still pooled from his slit neck. His face was invisible behind his mask when he died. And as she stared down at his corpse, Marin realized how it had happened, how easy it had been to surrender to her anger, and the Force flow out of her in the most destructive way. She'd marched into this fight telling herself it was duty to her family, to the people she'd loved and lost, and she'd do it as they did, as Mandos, not as a Jedi. She hadn't killed Kaner as a Mandalorian or a Jedi. She'd been something much worse than either. That was when she remembered the other Mando. They were on the floor, backed against the far bulkhead, holding a blaster pistol into shaking hands. Marin staggered toward them. The blaster went off and the shot sailed over her shoulder. She dropped the knife and kept walking. The Mando fired again. It took her in the shoulder plate and staggered her, but she kept marching forward. She used the Force, hesitantly, cautiously, to take the blaster's barrel and twist it beyond use. The young Mando dropped the gun and cowered on the floor. Marin crouched in front of him and wrenched his helmet with both hands. She found herself looking at the face of a terrified boy. He must have been 13, 14. The same age she'd been when her lucky slash had killed Jevern Ossus and changed her life, his life, Kaner's life, and her mother's life, and too many more to ever fully grasp. And she knew from the mental echoes of Kaner's last moment that his son was the one thing spared from all his hate. "I'm sorry," Marin said. It pained her through just to get it out. "I'm so sorry." She got up. She staggered backwards for the airlock. The boy stayed on the floor, staring at her with eyes full of terror and hatred as he waited to die. When her back hit the airlock portal, Marin turned and stumbled into the light. The bottom line had set down. Marin wrenched off her helmet, exposing her face to the bright sunlight in air thick with salt smell even on the dry plane. She watched as the landing ramp came down. Tamar was the first one out. She must have known the battle was over, unlike the others she had enthroned on her helmet. Right behind her was a Mando in aged bronze Beskar she knew as Javers. More followed after them, including Jade and Mekker. Marin stayed where she was, between them and the open hatch. Her mother got to her first and Tamar's eyes were immediately drawn to the bruises on her throat. "It's okay." Marin's voice cracked. "I got him. He's dead." "Are you sure?" Mekker asked as he trotted up to her. "Just one?" "Just one. I'm positive." She tried to smile, but her mother probed her side wound with fingertips, making her wince as she added, "Jedi powers. Remember?" Tamar lifted her head and their eyes met. Her mother would be able to sense one more life on that broken ship, but she didn't need the Force to see the silent plead on her daughter's face, or to understand. "She's right," Tamar said. "There's nobody aboard." Disappointment rippled through the Mandos ringing the crash site, all gleaming in their pointless heavy armor. Jade suggested we should still look around. "Check the equipment, the computers." "Enough," Tamar called. She ran her fingers gently on her daughter's neck. "Leave it be. We did what we came to do. We should focus on fixing bottom line." "All right," Mekker grunted. "I don't think we'll need to scavenge spare parts." Marin gave her mother a tiny touch of thanks and force. Tamar lowered her hand and said, "We need to patch you up. Fix your side wound. Your throat." "I know," Marin said. "Let's get back to the ship." Tamar and Jade moved to help her. She stepped forward before either of them did. She walked straight and stiff, trying to ignore the pain in her side. The landing ramp loomed ahead of her, a pale ascending portal. She was almost there when a shock of pain ran out from her side and robbed the strength from her legs. Marin landed on hands on knees. A few Mandos moved to help, but Tamar held them back. She could feel everything her daughter felt and knew she'd welcome no touch. The fullness of everything she'd done here today, everything she'd done for the past 8 years leading to this point, finally hit Marin, and it was worse than any physical pain. Her breaths became short and fast and her body heaved from the stomach like she was trying to vomit up everything she had inside her. Marin retched and retched, but nothing came. Her vision blurred, but no tears rolled to cool her reddened face. She stared at the dirt and trembled and knew all their eyes were on her, witnessing a pain none of them could understand, not even her mother. When Marin finally found the strength, she pushed herself to her feet and staggered up the ramp. Chapter 28. He should have been dead. Instead he was alive and she was dying. Dying because of him, and he knew there was nothing he could do to stop it or change the events that had led to this. Luke Skywalker burned with shame and regret that hurt far more than the wound to his body, and when he learned that his mother and brother had arrived, along with the Grandmaster and cousins he'd not seen for years, he tried to hide away from them all. They didn't let him, of course. He tried to hole himself inside his bedroom, but a few long hours after the shuttle's arrival he heard a faint knocking on the door and felt his mother on the other side. Without him saying a word, that door slid open and Jay stepped inside. He'd been sitting on the bed, legs curled against his chest and forehead on his knees, as though by huddling against himself and denying the outside he could deny the terrible things that had happened. Jade sat onto the bed beside him without a word, grabbed him around the shoulders, and squeezed him as hard as she could. Cole had expected that, and he planned to stay stoic, but his mother's touch made him break down crying. He didn't moan or sob, but tears ran down his face, and his body shook as Jade held him tighter. He cried for a few minutes, until his breathing grew steady again, and he found the breath to tell her, "I'm so sorry." "It's all right, Cole." "Aunt Jaina, it's all right," she repeated, and ran her hands through his hair. "I don't know what I would have done if I'd lost you. Are you okay? How is your body?" He picked his head off his knees and let her slide a hand to his chest. The blaster shot would have killed him in seconds if Jaina hadn't intervened. Instead of a horrible scorched hole above his heart, there was now just pink skin, soft and fresh, a little sensitive. Most of the pain he felt came from his soul, not his body. When she felt that smooth-healed flesh, Jade hugged him a little tighter. "Oh, Cole, I'm so glad you're okay." "I'm not okay." He felt more sobs welling up inside him. "Aunt Jaina, it was my fault. I was stupid. I ran up there. I wasn't thinking. I was just trying to be a Jedi," his mother whispered as she nestled her face in his hair. "I'm not a Jedi," he whimpered. They told him that again and again, but he'd never understood it until now. He was a child, a stupid child, and thinking otherwise had gotten Jaina killed. "But," Jay said, "you will be a great one, and it's because of your aunt." "What is my?" "It was your choice," Jay said. "Don't take that from her. She chose to pass her life to yours." It was enough to make him cry again. This bout of sobs lasted shorter this time, and when he was done his mother told him, "Your aunt's not gone yet. She's fading fast, but she's not gone." He didn't know if he could face her. Jade tugged him toward the edge of the bed and Cole let himself be pulled. His legs unfolded, reached down, and touched the floor. She raised him to his feet with both hands. "Are they all here?" Cole didn't know if he could face his relatives. "They're not blaming you, Cole." "Nobody is." Jade bent forward and stroked his cheek. "What she gave you is a gift. You have to treasure that." He knew it was true, and that it would take time for him to really believe it. He also knew that he couldn't hide from the eyes of his family, not forever. Not if he was still going to become a brave, true Jedi. Jade moved her hand down to grab his. "Let's go, Cole." He nodded and stepped through the door. Nat was in the hallway beyond. Cole hadn't even sensed his brother. The older boy stared down at the younger, and Cole felt like he was going to cry again. But Nat stepped up and wrapped his brother in a strong hug. Cole bent his head against Nat's chest, returned the hug, and barely kept himself from crying again. Nat held him tight and hard, like he was afraid his brother might slip away. After a minute his grip started to loosen, and Jay said, "Come on, you two. Everyone's waiting." They'd placed Jaina inside her quiet demudec on the edge of the middle distance. She'd been laid on a bed, and they could only watch as she faded in and out of consciousness. Her face looked ravaged and old, yet somehow peaceful, and when she drifted into sleep she looked content. When Jade and her sons arrived, A small crowd had already gathered inside. Alana, Arlen, and Lobaka had also come from Ossus. Roan Fel had too, and the young prince clearly felt out of place around so many Jedi. The rest of his family was coming, but not here yet. After what had happened in the southern wastes, they'd flown Jaina and Cole to the middle distance immediately. Here in the northern hemisphere, the lushness of natural life made Sacket's power stronger too. Cole had already been pushed back from the brink of death by Jaina, and the living world's strength seemed to have accelerated the healing. "I'm also doing what I can to keep her alive," Sacket told them as they gathered by Jaina's bedside. "Her life is faint, but I'm trying to blow on the embers and keep them warm until the rest of your family arrives. If this had happened in a place where my powers are greater, perhaps I could have done more." Jaina had been asleep for the past several hours, eyes closed, chest rising and falling slowly. Despite that, all eyes had been on her until the sudden appearance of a small blonde-haired boy amongst them. Most of them had never seen the living planet manifest itself, and fewer had seen it take the form of a young Anakin Skywalker. Cole, Nat, Roan, and even Arlen stared at the boy with shock and curiosity that jarred them from their gloom. Tahiri Vila had lived on this planet for many years, and the old woman addressed Sacket like a familiar friend. "We appreciate all you're doing more than we can say. I'm sure she does too." "I just wish I could do more," Sacket said mournfully, so human. Arlen looked at his mother and asked, "How long do you think it can last?" "Life is a curious thing," Sacket mused. "It weakens and grows, sometimes of its own accord, and death is not its opposite but merely a facet. But you're Jedi. You must know that." Lobaka gave a low, mournful roar. They knew, but they could not understand. Alana had been standing in the corner for a long time, watching, saying nothing. She'd had to deal with her own mother dying a few years back, and watching Jaina's slow end in bed felt like an echo of Tenno Ka's. Alana knew that those women were the lucky ones. Far too many of their friends and loved ones hadn't died old or in bed. She could see the pain on the young ones' faces. Roan, Nat, Cole most of all. Arlen had already lost his father, Jade, both parents. Their faces conveyed a grim expectancy. Alana mourned too, yet deep down a part of her was relieved that her aunt would die like this, surrounded by family. Sacket vanished as quickly as it had appeared. After it was gone, Tahiri and Lobaka slipped out of the demudeck. Alana waited a minute, then joined them outside. Clouds had settled over the middle distance, spreading a faint and formless gray in every direction. The air was cool and damp, but no rain fell. It was, Alana thought, a day to fall asleep on. Tahiri and Lobaka were incongruous together. The tiny white-haired woman and the towering Wookiee, pelt still richly red-brown. They were the two oldest Jedi here besides Jaina. One would be joining her and Tenno Ka soon enough. The other would live for centuries yet. Alana wondered what it was like for Wookiees to outlive their loved ones again and again. She wondered if they ever got used to it. Alana stepped up beside Tahiri and said, "Thank you for getting Jaina here as soon as possible. If not for Sacket's power." "I know." Tahiri looked at the blank gray sky. "I just wish things had gone differently down there." Lobaka told her it was the will of the Force, and Jaina's will, that she passed this way. Alana hoped it was true, but she also knew Cole would have a difficult time growing up with the weight of Jaina's sacrifice. She only hoped he would grow stronger for it. Alana sighed. Just days ago, her thoughts had all been elsewhere. She, Jade, Tanith, and Lobaka had been busily weighing options on how to fight the Sith and remove Hapes' tyrant from her throne. That weight was still on her, and it all felt compounded by her aunt's nearing death. Jaina had been a part of her life almost as far back as she could remember. She'd taken on the awful burden of killing her brother Jason after he'd fallen to the dark, and instead of breaking beneath it, she'd remained resilient. Alana had always looked to her aunt as the model of what a Jedi should be, and as years passed, Jaina increasingly became her only living tether to those who'd shaped her and were gone, her grandparents Han and Leia, later her mother, and in a strange way Jason too. With Jaina nearly gone, Alana felt cast adrift just when she needed guidance. It was all that, and worse. People she'd cared for has passed one by one, and decades had grown from decades, but Alana had never really started to feel worn down until her mother had. Tenoka had spent her last years on Dathomir, and seemed at peace with what she gained and lost, but she hadn't known her former home was under Sith domination. Knowing the whole truth just in time to watch her last link with the past forced Alana to look back on her decades as senator, chief of state, and Jedi. She thought she'd done the best at every turn, but for all those years she'd done nothing for Hapes. Regret piled on regret. She never felt so old. Lobaka made a low moan and looked up. Alana and Tahiri did too. They heard the drone of a starship's engines, then spotted a single shuttle, smooth-hulled and bright red, drop out of the clouds and fall across the sky toward the city's landing zone. "They're all here now," Tahiri whispered. Alana turned away from the shuttle as it continued its descent. She went inside the demutech and called to Roan and Arlen, telling them that their brothers had arrived. When Davek Fel stepped before the threshold of his mother's home, there was a second where his body refused to move. On the long journey from Imperial space to here, he told himself he could handle it. He survived the sudden and violent death of his father, not moved past it, exactly, or beyond it, but almost a decade's worth of days had marched on since then, one after another. They would continue for decades after this. He knew it, and he thought he'd be ready, but he wasn't. It had been 8 years since he'd seen his mother in person. He talked to her via holo from time to time, but it wasn't the same. Time and so much more had gone between them. It had separated him from his brother as well. It had all been necessary to make the Empire secure and equal, and just as his father had wanted, Jaina and Arlen might not have seen it that way, but he believed it as firmly as ever. The separation had been necessary, but it's still painful. The separation beyond the door would be deeper and more final. That was why he froze, because once his mother died, the last hope of putting his family together again would go too. But he only stopped for a moment. Maragia was right behind him. Vitor too, and Roan, who'd come out to the landing pad to greet them along with Tahiri Vela. On the way here, the old woman had explained why Davek's mother was dying and said Zanima Seket's ruling consciousness was doing its best to keep her alive until she could say goodbye to her loved ones. Davek didn't understand that, but he's never understood Seket. Not even the Jedi seemed to. They only trusted it, like they trusted the Force. Davek took a breath and stepped into the demutech. The light inside the domed organic building was low, and as his eyes adjusted to the gloom, Davek marked giant Lobaka first, then Alana, then Jade Skywalker, and her sons, then his brother. His eyes met Arlen's from across the room, then Arlen looked down at the bed on which their mother laid. She looked wasted. Holos could never fully capture the toll age took, yet her lined face looked peaceful. All of her looked peaceful as she lay on her back, eyes closed, hands folded on the blanket pulled up to her chest. She looked dead already, but he noticed the slow rise and fall of her chest. Lobaka gave a sad roar. Arlen said, "The Grandmaster extends his deepest sympathies." "We're grateful." "Thank you for being here," Davek said. He remembered that the brown-robed Wookiee had known his mother longer than anyone in this room, maybe anyone left alive. Vitor stepped close to the bed and stared down at his grandmother. His face was pale, his eyes sunken. Since the end of the battle at Covix 589, something had left him deeply jarred. He said little and barely ate. He stared into nothing for long stretches of time, ignoring the conversation around him. Maragia could tell he was deeply distracted by something, but he wouldn't share what. Vitor had come close to dying before, but his near execution on Nemesis must have rattled him more than Davek had anticipated. "When was the last time she woke up?" Vitor asked. 6 or 7 hours, said Arlen. "Secret's doing everything it can to keep her alive until she could say goodbye to her loved ones." "When was the last time she woke up?" Vitor asked. 6 or 7 hours, said Arlen. "She's been in and out. Secret's doing everything it can to keep her strong." "We've heard," Davek said. "Is your daughter here?" Arlen shook his head. "She's on Mandalore. Apparently. I sent her a message. She should be coming soon." Davek could tell from his voice Arlen was worried about his daughter as much as his mother, but this wasn't the time to pry. Barring Marin, they were all assembled now. Maybe Sekit would keep Jaina alive until her granddaughter showed. Maybe it wasn't strong enough, and she'd slip away in her sleep. Maybe she'd dissolve before their eyes, and they'd watch together as her sheets collapsed softly on an empty bed. There was still so much Davek couldn't know. From the looks on their faces, all these Jedi who should have known didn't either. They were all keeping the same death watch. It strangely made him feel better. "We heard about the big battle," Arlen said. "Is it really over?" "The Restorationist fleet has surrendered," Davek nodded. "So have their last outlying bases. We're still making sure we found their last nests, but yes, essentially, it's over." The start of that conflict had split their family apart. It had made Davek into an emperor, his wife into empress and first knight, his sons into princes. The war was over, but the separation was not. They'd come too far to undo everything. "We're very glad for you," Alana told him. "For everyone in the Empire. We all hope you can make an empire your father would be proud of." He never wanted anything else. "Thank you. We've heard about events in the Hapes cluster. I assume you were involved." "Not just me. Jade was there. So were Arlen and Nat. And Rome." Davek looked back at his younger son. They'd barely spoken since before the Battle of Covix 589. He was being reticent too, though he didn't seem depressed and anxious like Vitor. "We helped your brother save lives," Rome said simply. "It wasn't planned, but we did it." "That's good," Maragia said softly. Davek looked back at Alana. "I heard the losses were very bad." "They were. I heard yours weren't." That was all thanks to Vitor, really. He put a hand on his son's shoulder and squeezed, but Vitor didn't brighten. A soft moan from the bed drew everyone's attention. Jaina's lips had creaked apart. Her eyelids twitched, then opened slowly. Her dark eyes rolled to take in Davek, Vitor, Roan, Maragia. "We're here now," Davek told his mother. "We made it." "Do you want to sit up?" asked Arlen. "We'll get you some water." Jaina nodded weakly. Arlen propped her up on the bed, and Nat fetched a glass of water and handed it to her. She had the strength to clasp it and raise it to her lips, but her hands trembled. Davek knew this might be the last time his mother ever woke up. Once Jaina drank, and Nat took the cup, she looked over her assembled family again. "You said it was over," she creaked. Davek realized she must have been listening, even when she seemed unconscious. "Yes. The Restorationists are finally defeated. Veers is dead and Grave is in custody. So are their other leaders. We're not sure what we'll do with all of them yet, but yes, it's done." "And Alana, is it over?" She shook her head. "No, not even close." "Then come closer, both of you. Tell me." "There's a lot to tell," Alana said. "And I want to hear it. I'm not done yet." Jaina smiled weakly. "I want to know everything." Diane was better than Jaina had thought it would be. She'd seen death come to so many others in so many ways, Anakin burning out with his own power, Jacen with his sister's lightsaber through his heart, her first wingmate Annie Captain in a fireball over Aether. She felt the death of other loved ones in the Force, or learned of it secondhand: Chewbacca, Aunt Mara, Zek, Kadia, Lusa, Jagged, and a lucky few she'd watched fade out peacefully, like Tenno Ka, her uncle Luke, and her parents. For much of Jaina's life, especially those early formative years, she'd been certain she'd die from a U.S. Hinvong thud buck, a blaster bolt, or a lightsaber. She couldn't have imagined growing old when she was young. She'd never been able to imagine life at peace either, not for the sword of the Jedi, and had been faintly skeptical when it had come. Peace came, and peace went, just like war. Neither lasted forever. As she listened to Alana and Davek, she was reminded that the battle between Jedi and Sith, living embodiments of the Force and its opposing sides, had gone on for generations and could continue long after her. And each generation would face its trials, and some would overcome, and some would not. And time would pass, and generations would pass, and still there would be Jedi, and there would be Sith. It was a fact that could break a person, but Jaina had endured too much to be broken by knowledge. Once Davek had explained everything about the Empire's ending war, Alana talked about Hapes and about the Sith. By the time they finished, the day outside was over, and the sun set invisibly behind layered clouds. Her grandchildren were hungry and restless and trying not to show it. Jaina still had the energy to keep awake, so she said, "Everyone else, go on ahead. I'll be all right for now. Davek, Arlen, stay, please." When the room was emptied of everyone except her sons, they both stepped close to her bed. The orange glow of the lamp carved harsh shadows on their faces. One was a Jedi Master and the other an Emperor, but their eyes were both that of frightened, uncertain children. They tried to be strong. Arlen was worried about his daughter. Where she was, her father didn't know or wouldn't say. Marin had always had a difficult path, wrested from one life and made to straddle two more. Her response had been to try and strike a unique life of her own, and Jaina knew how hard that could be for a Jedi. She knew, too, how Arlen's heart must ache knowing that his child's life was no longer in his hands. And then there was Davek. He looked so much like his father, with the trim beard, faint scar across the forehead, and white streak in his hair. He was one of the most powerful men in the galaxy, but seemed more vulnerable than his brother. Arlen had seen other Jedi die and trusted that their souls would survive somehow in the Force. Davek could never have that certainty. Jaina's heart ached for him. Jedi consoled themselves in thinking that their essence would never truly pass away, but they had no answer for what lay beyond life for everyone else. It pained Jaina to think her mother, Uncle Luke, Ben and Mara, and her brothers all still lived through the Force while Davek, Jagged, and her father were consigned to oblivion. It was unfair. It was cruel. If part of her concrete awareness did persist after death, distinct from Luke's and Ben's and Mara's, she didn't want to spend eternity missing her father, her son, and her husband. She didn't know, couldn't know, what would happen next. For so long that had troubled her. She spent hours silently pondering the fates of all her dead, wondering how much of Anakin or Jacen endured. The darkness after death sometimes seemed a deeper, more dangerous one than the Force's dark side. There could be no escape from it and no appeal. It took everyone in the end, Jedi or not. What lay in the waiting dark was a mystery she contemplated for 90 years. She'd get answers very soon, once the last embers went cold. She was no longer afraid of answers. Letting go would be easy, but she wasn't ready to release, not yet. All her life she'd protected the legacy of generations past and built a new legacy for the future. She understood the coming conflict and knew she had to play her last, small part in it before the end. "Arlen," Jaina said, "come closer." He crouched down at her side and rested one hand on hers. "What do you need?" "You'll be going to Hapes, won't you?" "We're going to need every Jedi we can get." "Nat." Arlen hesitated. "I'll let Jade decide." "That's good." Jaina smiled weakly. "You're just his master. Let his mother have the final say." "Of course," Arlen laughed softly. "But you'll take Jedi to Hapes, and Shidu Mod. That won't be enough. If what Tara said is true, we outnumber the Sith 20-1. The Sith have the whole Happen fleet. We can work around them. Somehow." Jaina shook her head. "No. You need more than that. Davek." Her younger son swallowed. He saw what was coming. Davek knelt down beside Arlen. "Yes. Yours fleets, they're good, aren't they? In good condition. We made it through the last battle better than expected," he admitted. "Then you know what you have to do. Mother, it's not that simple. You're the Emperor. You're not bound by politics like the Alliance. Those ships will go wherever you send them. It's not just the ships, it's the people. I've just told them they finished with one long war. I can't ask them to go fight another in a place we have no business in." "The Sith helped start your war," Arlen reminded. "They're your enemies too." Davek sighed and bowed his head. Jaina could sense his conflict. He was a good ruler thinking about the well-being of his people and afraid to get them killed in a war that was, first and foremost, Jedi business. But a part of him did want to help at Hapes. He knew all the Sith had done so far, and the threat they presented. Most of all, he couldn't bring himself to reject his mother's last request. His earnest conflict ached her heart. "Davek, please." She placed a frail hand on his as it gripped the edge of the bed. "You and your brother, if you do this together, you can win. You, him? The Jedi. The Imperial Knights." Softly, Arlen added, "We need any help we can get." Davek closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "I need to talk this over. With Miragia and Alana." "You'll choose right, Davek," Jaina said. "I know it." Davek nodded just a little, reluctantly agreeing. Then he stood up and straightened his tunic, so jaggish, and left the room. Arlen watched him go but didn't move from his mother's side. "That's a lot to ask of him," he said once his brother was gone. "The Sith have to be stopped. And Hapes, liberated," Jaina said. "And this family back together." She squeezed his hand a little. Arlen squeezed back as he stared at the door as if expecting his brother to return, but Jaina knew her son's thoughts were on a different loved one, still wayward, whom he needed just as much. Marin wanted only to leave Lorcan and never return. Her escape was delayed by the injuries she sustained and the damage done to Mecker's ship. While she lay aboard his sick bay, getting the wound in her side patched up, her uncle flew the bottom line up to the large settlement on the planet's northern continent for repairs. Tamar piloted her daughter's X-Wing and followed, leaving the wreckage of Kaner Alsh's ship behind along with the crash's sole survivor. That ship looked like its emergency distress beacons were intact. The boy could use those to summon for help. Marin prayed he did. She had enough blood on her hand already. She knew how the Skiratas loved to celebrate a mission accomplished, but there was none of that aboard the bottom line. Everyone satisfied by the successful hunt, but it was a joyless satisfaction. They all looked at Marin with respect in their eyes, and she found that respect revolting. There were two exceptions. After parking the X-Wing next to the bottom line, Tamar went into town with Mecker to help scrounge up repair parts. Her mother was avoiding her, but Marin didn't mind. She didn't know what she'd say to her. She didn't know what to say to Jovar either, but after she'd gotten her insides properly stitched and a Bacta patch on her waist to heal the cut skin, the old Mandalorian came to see her. She just finished changing in a plain white jumpsuit that felt mercifully light after the Biscargam she'd taken into the fight. Jovar rap-knuckled on the door. She turned, saw him in the threshold, and still didn't know what to say. It seemed he didn't either, not at first. Then he said, "I figure you'll be leaving soon." "Yeah. I promised my dad I'd meet him on Ossus." "Your booer, you tell him what you were doing." "What do you think?" "Figured." The old man looked at his feet, uncharacteristically awkward. "Are you going to take Nina's armor when you go?" She never wanted to wear it again, but beneath initial disgust Marin knew it was a valuable tool, and more importantly her last memento of a woman she'd loved like a sister. If she left the armor here, the other Skiratas would see it as a sign of disrespect to Ninette. Maybe it would be? I guess I'll take it." Jovar nodded approvingly, but her discomfort was plain. "So I have to ask." "You don't have to answer." She nodded him to go ahead. "When you fought Ossus, did you do like I told you?" "I tried. I really did. But I couldn't. You've been trained and all that. It must have come on instinct." "No. I mean, yes, but he almost got me. So I had to fight back, and I used whatever I had." "Ah. Not the kind of tool the Jedi taught you to use, then?" "No. I never want to feel like that again." I felt, she lowered her head in shame. "It was like you said. There was too much power in it. The wrong kind of power." After a short silence, Jovar said, "Your gear's in the main cargo room. Packed and ready." "Thanks." He hesitated, uncertain how to say goodbye. In the end, he just nodded and left the room. Marin took her time, gathered her things, and went down to the hold. Nina's armor was there, and the helmet Jovar had provided her. She looked down at that T-visor mask and decided to leave that, at least, behind. It wasn't Ninette's, and it wasn't for her. She'd never be a Mandalorian. She didn't want to and never had. though she'd enjoy sometimes playing as one when she thought there'd never be a cost. The question was whether she still wanted to be a Jedi. She'd have considered that long and hard. She'd have to talk this over with her father. It would be an awful conversation, but she couldn't hide this from him. She took the package of Ninet's armor and carried it out of the ship. Her battered red and black X-Wing looked the same as ever, which was a small comfort. She popped the cockpit, climbed inside, and put the armor in the storage compartment. Then she noticed the flashes on her comm signal, denoting messages received. There were two, almost identical, though her father's tone was more urgent in the second. In both he explained that her grandmother was dying and that everyone in the family was coming to Zana Maseket as soon as possible. When she first heard it, Marin felt hollow, emptied even of regret. For all her life, Jaina Solo Fel had been many things: a loving grandmother, a stern mentor, an example of Jedi power and fortitude that inspired and intimidated at the same time. All of those were about to be erased, and when they were gone, they'd take some of Marin with them. And as her grandmother lay dying, Marin had been on the far side of the galaxy, betraying the Jedi values Jaina Solo embodied. With that thought, all the regret came flooding back, but Marin knew she needed to get moving. It was a long trip to Zana Maseket, maybe too long to make it in time, but she had to try. And on that long solo flight, there'd be plenty of hours to suffer herself alone. She dropped out of her cockpit and jogged back to the bottom line to get food supplies for the trip. She stopped when she saw her mother halfway up the landing ramp. Tamar froze too. "What's wrong?" she asked. Marin swallowed. "I got a message from Dad. Grandma's dying. I need to go to her." Tamar stepped off the ramp. "How much time does she have?" "I don't know. She's on Zana Maseket." Tamar winced. She knew it was a long ride, and she knew Marin had to try. "I'm so sorry. I wish I could come with you. Your grandmother, I owe her more than I can say. Tell her that, if you can." For a short time, Jaina had been a second mother. Even before they'd met, even before Tamar had existed, Jaina had impacted her life by opening her grandfather Venku to the Force. Marin understood all that, and she said, "I'll try." "If you can't, tell Arlen. Talk to him yourself. He'd like that." "I know," Tamar smiled sadly. "I'll call him." "You should." Marin stepped toward the ramp but stopped in front of her mother. Their eyes met. They knew there was so much more that needed to be said, but no time. A guilty part of Marin was relieved. Tamar bent forward and kissed her on the forehead. "Get what you need and go." Marin stepped around her and hurried up the ramp. She knew her last chance to see her grandmother was likely gone, but she had to try. She'd already failed too much. Chapter 29. She walked in front of them with naked pride. It was expected and even deserved, but Darth Kikit did not like it. When most Sith stepped into this high-roofed vestibule chamber and looked at the heavy stone doors behind which the Dark Lord dreamed, they felt humbled by the power that seeped through. Not so Darth Sadel. The tall, black-haired human lifted her head and took long strides as she paced across the red and black stone tiles. She wore a dress that looked regal but also martial, with gold epaulets and a high embroidered collar. Black skirt swirled above her ankles with everything step. Darth Kikit and Darth Melth watched her but said nothing. When the time came, the great stone doors creaked open. Darth Wyerlock emerged from the chamber where Darth Krayt slept. There were no mechanical controls to those doors. They could only be opened and closed with the Force. Wyerlock shut them behind her and stepped between Kikit and Maleth so all three Sith Lords could face Sadel. "Lord Wyerlock." The Queen tilted her head at the other woman. "Thank you for inviting me." "You were summoned, not invited." Sadel's calm, confident smile didn't falter. "As you say, summoned, I hope, out of gratitude. The one Sith owes much to your actions," Wyerlock said. "Without you it would have been much more difficult to purge ourselves of the traitors whose ambition outstripped their loyalty to Lord Krayt's vision." "I was only doing my duty to my fellow Sith," Sadel said. Kikit wondered. He knew Melth did too. Sadel had only come to Wyerlock days before the Battle of Orlan, explaining how she'd encouraged Darth Terror's rebellion as a way to draw out treasonous Sith. The two had acted in conjunction to complete the purge, but it did not change that Darth Sado was a prideful and power-hungry woman. Kika didn't know whether she had planned to betray Terror all along, or whether she'd played the chess and chagrined both until picking a side at the end. If Wyerlock knew, she wasn't telling. "Your duty does not end here," the Chagrian told her. "We must stand together, now more than ever. If the Jedi did not know of our presence on Hapes before, they do now. They won't sit idle. The Jedi Queen will try to usurp you." Sado snorted derisively. Elena Djo is an old woman. Her followers are a handful of refugees, and the Alliance is too cowardly to stand with her. I have an entire fleet that will do anything I ask. Those last words gained a dark tone. The plan she'd hatched with Terror had involved bombing Shidu Mad to rubble with an armada of battle dragons. Such an attack would have ruined the one Sith, and Sado didn't want them to forget. Elena Jo's strength was never in the vermin she commanded, Darth Melth said. All the armies and weapons in the galaxy are less powerful than the Force. Do not forget that, Darth Sado, and don't forget that the Jedi outnumber us 20 to 1. We must not be blind to any threat, Kikit added. We also know Darth Krone escaped Orlan. He may also be a problem. According to our spies, Wyerlock said, a figure similar to Krone was with the Restorationists when the Empire besieged them at Covix 589. Kikit hadn't heard that one. He has Intruder. With that ship he could escape even a siege. Exactly? Krone is out there. I suspect he will continue to meddle in the affairs of vermin. He receives an easy sense of power from his meddling, but it blinds him to the Force's true potential. Wyerlock looked pointedly at Sado. Do not emulate that which you fought. I have always learned from the mistakes of others, the young human said, and in that Kikit believed her. Krone may be a threat, but our true enemy, now as always, is the Jedi, Wyerlock said. I have consulted with Lord Crate. In his dreams he sees shifting visions of the future. In purging the traitors we have brought the fruition of his dreams a step closer, but obstacles remain. The Jedi will not rest. Their queen will make an attempt for your throne. Sado's confidence wilted for the first time. Do you know what for certain? Lord Crate has seen it. I see. What has he seen, specifically? Wyerlock stared at her blankly. Kikit knew from years of experience that when the Chagrian spoke of her master's dreams, she shared only what she selected. Either Sado didn't understand that or didn't care. If I'm to defend my kingdom, I need to know how, the human pressed. For the benefit of you all. Lord Crate's dreams, like the future, are always changing. Wyerlock said stoically. The Jedi will come to Hapes. Of that I'm certain. Likely they will come to Shidu Mad. We must be prepared. So that's all? Sado said, faintly bitter. Very well. I'll use my ships to fortify Hapes and Shidu Mad both. With the Loyalists crushed, I don't need to spread my fleets thin. When the Jedi come, the Force will be your greatest weapon, Melth reminded. Oh, I know. She smiled, quite sourly. I hope you won't be so busy defending Shidu Mad that you can't spare people to protect Hapes. Wyerlock looked to her right. Once preparation is complete here, Lord Melth will join you on Hapes. He will lend his considerable talents to defending your throne. How excellent. Sado's white grin was like a knife slash. And you don't have to worry about Shidu Mad. I will send one of my fleets to protect it. The Force might be our final weapon, but a dozen battle dragons and Nova cruisers never hurt. And as you've said, we are in this together. Your fleet surely will be helpful, said Wyerlock. But in the end we are Sith. The Force is the means by which we wrest our will from the universe. Do not fall into the petty thinking of the vermin or the wasteful passivity of the Jedi. In trusting the Force we trust ourselves, and that will be our key to victory. The ship was like nothing Korashval had ever seen before. The wide-stretched flying wing was just barely able to slip inside Oathkeeper's main hangar bay. Its hull was curved and smooth, without a right angle to be seen, and whatever black metal had been used for its hull was curiously non-reflective. Even the strong lights of the hangar seemed dull against it. Vol knew that, in generations past, Stygium crystals had been used to power cloaking devices that could completely shroud ships from view. Stygium was impossible to find now, but the ship clearly had the next best thing. Vol dragged Captain Leland and a squad of stormtroopers down with him. In the time since fleeing Covix 589, the crew of Oathkeeper had fallen under his command almost pathetically fast. Their captain was young and inexperienced, and no one had any idea what to do. Just by acting like he had a clue, Vol had compelled their obedience. As he watched the black ship's landing ramp come down, it occurred to him that Rhetor of Qvault, or Darth Krone, or whatever his real name was, could just as easily force the Oathkeeper crew to obey him instead. He didn't have an official position among the Restorationists, not that Vol knew, but this scarred Kuidi was clearly a man who could get his way. After all, Vol was here now, ready to greet a mysterious stranger with uncertain motives. Only one man came down the landing ramp. He was just as Vol remembered from their brief encounter. A bald head darkened and ugly from burned scars, and beneath that, form less flowing black. His robes were tattered, like he'd been in a fight. Those strange eyes, irises tinted red gold, fixed on Vol. He felt a shudder go down his body and resisted the urge to salute. This man was no officer and not his superior. That had to be made clear. Arms stiff at his sides, Vol said, "Welcome aboard the Oathkeeper." The man stopped a meter away from him. Gold eyes roamed across the hangar before finally stopping on Vol. "Did any others escape?" "I do not think so. We only escaped thanks to you. You have our gratitude." "Can we speak privately, General Vol?" "Of course. I'll lead the way." He wasn't enthusiastic about facing this man without his stormtrooper squadron, but it was bad form to parley on the hangar floor. He thought about asking Oathkeeper's crew to examine that strange ship while its owner was away, but thought better of it. Its security systems were doubtless extensive and possibly lethal. They walked in awkward silence until they reached the closest conference room. Vol and his visitor stepped inside. The door closed behind them, and they were alone. Distant stars drifted out their viewport. Oathkeeper hung in space billions of miles from any star. Nowhere was the safest place for them to be. "Your ship seems to be in good condition, General," the man said. "Thank you, but it wasn't my ship. Oathkeeper pulled me from the battle after I was shot down." "Ah, that's right. You took to your TIE fighter to battle the enemy directly. How brave of you." He said it like he knew the full story. He shouldn't have, but Vol believed he did. "You have quite a ship yourself. Did you use it to escape from Nemesis?" "Yes, but only after the battle was lost to the Jedi." "What do you plan to do now, General?" "We're still assessing battle damage, determining possibilities." "You don't know then?" "No," he admitted. "What are you going to do?" The man gave a little sigh. "Our situations are more similar than you can realize. I came to Nemesis because I thought it was the last place left where I could accomplish what I wanted." "And what is that?" He ignored Vol's question. "Oathkeeper seems the last ship to carry the Fire Veers, and I started. A much more humble ship than Nemesis, but that can be a tool also." "A tool for what?" The man considered his reply for a long moment. Then he said, "Revenge." Vol didn't revolt from the idea. Since the flight from Covix 589, he'd had some long, grim hours to ponder his possible fate. Oathkeeper was one ship alone against the Empire. There were only three real options. One was to surrender and pathetically prostrate themselves before the mercy of Davek Fel and his Jedi masters. After barely escaping the battle, that option was frankly insulting to consider. A second option was to fly far from Imperial space and turn to piracy to survive. That would be an even greater insult to the Imperial legacy they fought to uphold. Doing so in a ship called Oathkeeper would be too bitter an irony to stand. The third option was to do what Voidwalker and Grievous had done in their days, change history. "What kind of revenge?" asked Vol. "I thought that would be obvious. Against Davek Fel and the Jedi." Vol looked at those gold eyes and knew he shouldn't trust this man. He'd appeared from nowhere, disappeared, then come again out of nothing to save them, but none of that made him trustworthy. Why Davek Fel? Vol pressed. They might not be able to trust each other, but they could still use each other. What has he done to you? To me, personally, the scarred man considered. Far less than he's done to you? I've lost too much because of his brother, his wife, and his son. Revenge against the Predent Emperor is revenge against them. And frankly, General, I have few options left besides revenge. Vol stared at that scarred face, the gold eyes. He believed what the man said. He still didn't trust him and never could, but he could at least know more. You have to tell me something. What? Who are you? Are you Retor of Q-Volt? Or are you this, Darth Chrome? Why are you even here after all this time? The whole galaxy thought you were dead. The man's smile was bitter. The galaxy was correct in a way. I was Retor first, but I became Darth Chrome. Do you know what that means, Darth? Vol knew Palpatine's executor had been Darth Vader. The similarity in names couldn't a mistake, nor the fact that both these men were tall and dark, lethal and mysterious. They also said Vader had been a secret Jedi, and that he'd murdered Palpatine in the end. All the more reason not to trust Chrome. Are you a Jedi? Vol asked. Still the bitter smile. No. I am a Sith. Do you know that word? Vaguely? They're the enemies of the Jedi, aren't they? Palpatine himself was a Sith. He called himself Darth Sidious. Your beloved empire was made to serve Sith ambition. Now it's become a vehicle for the Jedi. I cannot abide that. It was an incredible claim, but Chrome said it so flatly, so simply, Vol found himself believing it. Revenge, Chrome added, is something the Sith value very highly. Are there other Sith like you? Like you, I am alone, Chrome said. It wasn't really an answer. However, I believe you and this ship can help each other accomplish what neither of us could alone. Revenge against Davek Fel. And changing the course of history. Do you have a plan? Not yet. But I'm working on ideas. I need to know if your ship and crew will be part of them. Vol looked at that scarred face, those yellow eyes, and knew he couldn't afford to trust this man. But they could use each other, and maybe even change history. At this point, he didn't have a thing to lose. All right, Vol said. Oathkeeper will help you. Thank you, hey, General. His smile turned vicious. You've done the legacy of Darth Sidious proud. Chapter 30. Night fell and day came, and when the sun rose hidden by low clouds, Jaina Solo was still alive. Luke Skywalker had spent all of that previous night lying in bed, sleepless and anxious. Nat and some of the others had taken turns speaking with Jaina alone, but Cole had not. It had been hard enough just to follow his mother into the chamber. It would be harder still to look into the eyes of the woman who'd given her life for him. Davek and his family's arrival had made her passing all the more real, and the night afterward Cole had turned and shuddered under his sheets, afraid she'd be gone in the morning. He was terrified to talk to her, but he'd known, even through fear, that he'd regret missing the chance to say goodbye. Besides, he told himself, Jedi didn't give in to fear. He wasn't a Jedi yet, that was painfully clear, but he had to act like one, especially now. So, once the middle distance had settled into dim daytime, Cole went to Jaina's demu deck. He was a little surprised to find Empress Miragia standing over her and talking. Cole barely knew the woman, but something in her reminded him of his great-aunt. When she saw Cole step through the door, Miragia told Jaina, "He's here." Vitor? Jaina asked. No, Cole said meekly, and stepped around for her to see him. She was propped up on the bed and more alert than he'd expected. Her tired face grew a little brighter when she saw him. "I'm glad you came." "I'll leave you two for now," Miragia said, and slipped outside. Cole froze 2 steps away from his great-aunt's bedside. At first, all the words clogged in his throat. Then they came gushing out. "I'm so sorry. I never should have run after him. I was stupid. Cole, it's all right," Jaina said. The tears were coming and the boy looked down. No. It's all because of me that you're, it was too hard to say. Come here, Jaina said gently. She laid a hand on the edge of the bed for him to take. Cole shuffled 2 steps forward and squeezed it. She squeezed back, but her grip was so weak. This is not your fault, Jaina insisted. This was my gift. To you? Cole didn't trust himself to speak, so he sniffled and nodded. You have many more years left than I do, and it's almost tradition. Tradition. Anakin gave his life for Uncle Luke. Your grandpa Ben gave it for your mom. Skywalkers give everything for Skywalkers. You're a Skywalker too, Cole said. You've always been one. The best. Thanks. Jaina squeezed his hand a little. My time was almost gone anyway, and you'll be a great Jedi. I've seen it. Seen it? Just a little. She smiled weakly. I saw you older. Strong, brave, handsome, and with great red hair like your grandpa. Cole didn't know why, but he started to cry again. I just wish I can be as brave as you. And if I have to make a sacrifice, I hope you don't. But if I do, I just want to be brave. Skywalkers gave for Skywalkers, she said. Maybe that would be his fate one day, maybe not, but he had to be ready. He owed it to all the Skywalkers who'd gone before. You already are brave, Jaina told him. Just be a little less reckless. Apology spilled out again. I know. If I just... No, Cole. We're done with that. She shook her head. What you did, that project down there, you and Nay ran, that can bring so much good. For everyone, it's worth protecting. I will, he nodded firmly. It was a duty he couldn't shirk now. Then keep at it. She gave his hand one more squeeze. The future is in your hands now. After her son was done, it was Jade's turn. When she sat down on the stool beside Jaina's bed, she did her best to sound conversational. So, she asked, how did it go? Fine. Jaina's smile was tired. You've got good kids. Thanks. You too. Jaina rolled her head on the pillow to look into Jade's eyes. She seemed more alert than yesterday, and Jade prayed her strength held up until her last grandchild arrived. What do you really want to talk about, Jade? Still perceptive too? Jade sighed. I wanted to make sure Cole is okay. He'll need time. I know. Jade leaned forward, elbows on knees. She'd felt like a weight was bowing her shoulders ever since Tara surrendered to her at Arlen. I heard you made a request of your sons. A suggestion. Pretty much the same thing, isn't it? Have they agreed? I think they're with Alana now. Talking. But you came for something else. All too perceptive. I guess we should have all seen this coming. Maybe I did. What happened on Hapes 40 years ago defined my life in many ways. I think I could handle what's ahead if it weren't for tyrant. Warren, Jaina said. He's not the same boy you remember. Not at all. The Sith beat all the goodness out of him and made him into one of their own. All that's left is spite. But you'll take him with you? Nobody else knows the inside of the Sith base on Shidu Mod. We'll need to get some other guy for the Fountain Palace on Hapes. We've barely thought about that part. Davek will help. And his knights? Do you think cooperating on Hapes can bring the Jedi and the Imperial Knights back together? I don't know, but I can hope. Jaina managed a tired smile. That's not what worries you, is it? No, Jade sighed. I don't trust him. I don't like him. But... what? I pity him. I remember what he could have been. So do I, Jaina whispered sadly. She'd been the one to invite Warren to the Jedi Academy all those decades ago. What I feel doesn't matter, though. Jade was talking to herself as much as her aunt. Tyrant is what Tyrant is. I'm not hoping to redeem him. I'm just wondering if he might still have a role to play. If he might help the light, in spite of himself. When Jaina gave no reply, Jade looked up and saw the old woman had closed her eyes. She looked like she'd fallen back asleep. Her chest was still rising and falling with breath, very slowly. Jade reached across the bed and took her hand. She squeezed, and Jaina stirred. Her eyelids fluttered. It seemed to take effort to keep them open. I'm sorry. Jade drew her hand back. No, said Jaina. I was just tired. I need help to stay awake. Jade swallowed and wondered how much longer she'd last. I was just thinking out loud. I heard you. Jaina paused a moment to think, this time with eyes open and staring at the ceiling. I'm not going to tell you to trust Tyrant, or try to redeem him, though you'd be surprised who can be saved. I was, but still, you two keep getting drawn together again and again? Unlikely, isn't it? You think the Force is already at work. It always is. Always. Jedi have to trust it. Jade thought back to that gaunt blue face, the blank red eyes that somehow communicated so much hate. It's hard. You're telling me? Jaina shook slightly. I know you've been through so much, Aunt Jaina. Not that. That's all in the past. What happens next, for me, I have to trust the Force too. Jade felt something from her aunt, something she'd rarely found in Jaina and had, naively, not expected to feel now. It was fear. And she knew it wasn't the act of dying that worried Jaina but the uncertainty of what came after. Even for Jedi, it was a terrifying unknown. Jade was less scared than most. Her mother's painful death had traumatized her. Her father's brave sacrifice had strengthened her. Every time she dropped deeply in the Force, she could feel his essence in the power that she drew. He was lost, erased from this life forever, but he wasn't gone. It's not the end, Jade squeezed her hand. It's just a transition into something else. For a Jedi like you, for someone so strong, who done so much, you can never pass away. See? Trust. Jaina smiled and faintly squeezed back. That wasn't so hard, was it? For this conversation, they'd retreated to the landing field and climbed aboard Jade's shadow. They gathered in the ship's main hold. Davek, Mirajiad, Vitor, and Roan watched as Alana brought the holo projector to life and summoned a map of the Hapes cluster. According to Darth Tyrant, she said, most of the Sith have occupied the former Jedi Academy on Shidu Mad. We can't expect Queen Sarissa to be on Hapes. How much can you trust what this Sith tells you? Asked Mirajiad. Jade assures us he hasn't told lies, Alana said diplomatically. But can you trust this isn't all part of a trap? Pressed Davek. If it is, it's not of Terra's making. That's not the reassurance I was hoping for. We've suspected the Sith had a presence in Hapes for decades. We didn't know the full extent until he told us. There's no reason to doubt Darth Krayt is on Shidu Mad, or that Queen Sarissa is one of his Sith Lords. The Jedi and the Happen Exiles are going to take action no matter what. Assistance from the Empire could determine whether we succeed. Your Majesty. Roan, who'd sitting on a side bench with his brother and watching, saw his father and Alana exchange long, hard looks. This had passed beyond a family conversation. They were talking monarch to monarch, emperor to queen, considering what this action would mean for both their peoples. The Imperial Navy is several times larger than the Happens, Davek said, but if what you've said is true, Sarissa has an army of fanatics willing to die for her. She's used terror and violence to create an ultra-loyal officer corps. Without their leader, they'd be much less dangerous. From what you're saying, you need our fleet to even jet to Hapes. Alana nodded grimly. It will have heavy defenses. That's why a fleet on our side is critical. But in some ways, Shidu Mad is worse. She tapped a button on the holo projector and the map zoomed in on the mod system. She pointed out several gas giants, an abandoned space station, the sole habitable planet, and an impressive collection of navigational hazards, most notably a vast field of ice particles that surrounded Shidu Mad and allowed access only through a few narrow passages. You can see why the Jedi chose this place as a hideout initially, Alana said. Davek's eyes narrowed. Roan could tell his father was calculating tactical possibilities. Do you want the planet destroyed from orbit? Darth Tyrant tells us the Sith complex has military-grade shields and defenses. Not enough to hold back an entire siege force, Davek muttered, like he was already putting together a plan. Roan was surprised. The Empire had just finished one slog of a war, and his father was readying to plunge them into another. Roan understood that he felt he owed it to his mother, but it was still an uncharacteristically rash act. Lobaka is in a conversation now with Kruk and the other masters on Ossus, Alana said. Their preferred plan is to go down to Shidu Mod and see what's there for themselves. Darth Krayt, Miragia said simply. We want to make sure we've destroyed him this time, Alana said. Roan had heard the story of this long-lived Sith Lord, who survived the Clone Wars, the Empire, the U.S. Hanvong War, and a battle with his grandmother on this very world. It all beggared belief, but then, Roan had never faced a Sith Lord himself. Unlike Vitor and his mother, he'd never experienced their power firsthand. As he watched his father's thoughtful face, Roan realized that was about to change. What about the Imperial Knights? He asked. What would her part be? He looked from his father to his mother to Alana. It was Miragia who said, the Imperial Knights have always been the Empire's vanguard. And if our real enemy is the Sith, then it's all the more important we act. Does that mean we rejoin the Jedi? Vitor asked with a slight tremble in his voice. It was the first thing he'd said in hours. Since their reunion, Roan's older brother had hardly spoken at all. He seemed anxious, distracted, for what reason Roan didn't know. It wasn't mere grief for their dying grandmother. Something had been wrong with Vitor ever since the storehouse raid on Lantilles. Roan had gently prodded his brother and been quietly rebuffed. He told himself that once Jaina had passed, that dreaded and awaited moment over, he'd pin Vitor down and find out what was really going on. The Imperial Knights, Davek said, are a critical piece of what our empire is. You're not just our vanguard, you're our symbol and our anchor. He looked at Alana. We're sorry to disappoint the Grandmaster, but we can't allow our knights to simply merge with the Jedi. Alana seemed to have expected that. All we're asking for is cooperation. They were both using a royal we, Roan thought. Even in a time of personal crisis, they both retained their royal dignity. He admired that. Cooperation is possible, his father allowed. The Sith are our enemy just like they are yours. The Knights will join your strike teams. Shidu Mod and Hapes. He nodded. What kind of attack are you planning on Hapes? We'll remove the Queen. That means going to the Fountain Palace. She tapped the holo again and brought up a rotating view of a very fine stone building with multiple domes and towers clustered together. It was situated on a hilltop, and one side sloped toward an elegant city, the other plunged down a cliff into an ocean. This is a file image, Alana said, faintly wistful as she looked at the place where she'd grown up but hadn't seen in almost 40 years. Unfortunately, our best knowledge on its insides is decades out of date. We're looking into how we can remedy that. What about the loyalists you rescued from Arlen? Asked Miragia. Alana shook her head. The few nobles we did manage to save kept holdings on other planets. They've only ever been visitors to the Fountain Palace. Roan's mouth slipped open, then snapped shut. He was about to tell Alana that wasn't true, that Chalk and her brother had grown up there, and even if their knowledge was a little out of date, it was the best available. He hesitated because knew those two had been through so much trauma already, and didn't want to see them go through more, Elia especially. Still, their guidance might be necessary. Maybe later he'd bring it up, if his parents really did commit their knights to this mad mission. Our goal is to reach the Queen, said Miragia. Do we kill her? Alana nodded gravely and tapped the holo projector again. The new image was a head and shoulders shot of a very regal, very attractive woman with night black hair. Roan had never realized Sarissa was so young, probably just a little older than Vitor. He felt his brother tense beside him and looked askance to see his face had gone paler. Vitor trembled, very slightly. Roan sent him a gentle probe in the Force, but he clammed up entirely. She's too dangerous to be taken alive, Alana was saying. We've been told there are small children being trained by the Sith on Shidu Mod. One reason we'd like to go down there is to try and rescue them. They don't deserve to die because of who their masters are. As for Hapes, the Fountain Palace has lasted for hundreds of years. It means legitimacy for whoever's inside. It's a symbol we don't want to destroy. Ron understood her. We meant the Happen exiles this time. You just need to kill the queen, he said simply. It needs to be done to free Hapes from the Sith. That's why I'll be part of that strike team. You. Ron blinked. Isn't that? He didn't want to say that she was too old for such a fight. The Sith have occupied my home for 37 years, Alana said darkly. It's my duty as queen to end it. You understand that, don't you, Your Majesty? She looked back to Davek, who nodded slowly. I think I do, Your Majesty. Then you understand why we need your help. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them. Very well. The Empire will step up where the Alliance has not and liberate Hapes from his tyrant. The Jedi and Imperial Knights will fight together again. Since the end of the battle aboard Nemesis, Vitor felt like he was experiencing the revelation of his death all over again. After the dream, he'd passed through constant dread into a weird exhilaration that had led him boldly, madly to sneak aboard the enemy flagship confident in his invincibility. That confidence had nearly gotten his mother killed, and when the fight ended he'd learned that his grandmother was dying and been whisked away on the long flight to this half-mythic living planet he'd heard of but never set foot on. To him it was just another planet. Green hills, gray skies, but no enlightenment and little hint of the great force power it was supposed to wield. For Vitor, everything had been reduced to the narrow point of his waiting death. Even the death of his grandmother, who'd done so much to train him in his early years, was shadowed by his selfish grief. That had all been before he sat down with his family and watched them discuss an invasion of Hapes. Since Jaina had made the request of her father, his dread had been rising, and when Alana had shown them the holo of Hapes' Sith Queen, all the vicious uncertainty of the past few weeks vanished. Finally, Vitor knew exactly when, where, and how he was going to die. And at the very start, as he'd looked at the familiar face of the woman who killed him, he actually felt relief. He knew, and no longer had to fear each sunrise might be his last. But relief died fast. By the end of his family's conversation, he stopped paying attention entirely. As Vitor stared at his parents, he was overwhelmed by the enormity of what destiny had stolen from him. He would never be emperor, and would never shoulder the responsibility of leadership. Much worse, he'd never have a family of his own. No sons, no daughters to pass on his legacy. He'd never have a wife. He'd been training and fighting for so long that he'd never had a chance fall in love, and now he was certain he'd never get the chance to win someone's trust and affection, and build a new life in partnership. He'd never discover himself anew in a woman's eyes, never feel her touch his face warmly, or feel her teasing, tickling whisper in his ear. Love did not exist, the woman did not exist. Life and a future did not exist, not for Vitor Fel. And as he looked around the interior of Jade's shadow, he thought of all the other things, the meager-seeming things he did have, that would be wiped away, the familiar pressure of his lightsaber in his palm, the geography of tiny nicks and scratches on the red armor he'd worn for years, the way he arranged the shelves in his quarters on Bastion, and the view he woke up to on the lucky mornings he spent at home. The eagerness of his cousin Morgan, the admiration and intimidation Ron felt toward his big brother and tried to hide. The guidance of his parents, exemplars each in their own ways. And there was Marin, absent Marin, with whom he'd shared so much, and once assumed he'd share a future too. That future was already gone, and it had hurt when he lost it, but he felt that hurt anew, strongest of all the coming losses that were piling on to crush him. When the talk was over, Vitor excused himself and avoided questions. He went out of the ship, across the landing field, up the ramp, and out the middle distance, and his nest of strange beings he couldn't sense in the Force. He ignored all the wonders and hurried out of the city, into the forested hills where he could be alone. Tall bora trees cast cool shadows, further darkening the gloom from the overcast sky. Vitor paced tight circles around their trunks. He wanted to scream. He wanted to cry. He settled for calling out for the planet's supposed consciousness. He tilted his head back and bellowed at the trees, "Where are you? I need help. Tell me how I'm supposed to handle this. Tell me how I'm supposed to march in there and die." No answer. Birds and faint wind rustled the trees high above, but nothing moved around him. I didn't want this, he shouted again. Can't you help me? Can't you change this? I'll do anything you want. Anything. Just help me. He pounded angry fists against his chest. I could do so much more. So much more. I don't want to die. Help me. When he was out of breath, he sunk to his knees. He couldn't stop his hands from shaking until he curled them into fists and pounded the dirt. It was damp and soft beneath his knuckles, and he pounded and pounded like that would raise the planet's reply. When he was exhausted, he sank back and looked around the dark forest, and still he was alone. Hatred washed over him, resentment toward this aloof world and the Force itself, the great and silent power that had given him everything and took it away without reason or apology. The Force never explained itself. It merely was, and it willed what it willed, and not even the Jedi who swore obedience to his will could ever explain it. It had never seemed more cruel. He never hated the Force until now. When the day waned and the forest floor darkened, Vitor finally rose from the dirt. He brushed brown off the shins of his trousers. He stood in place and looked in all directions. The layered tree trunk seemed a maze of shadows, and he didn't know which way he'd come. Reluctantly, bitterly, he reached out with the cruel and awesome power he'd been given, sensed the fleeting lives of his family in one direction, and started toward them. He didn't go into the middle distance until night fell. He didn't want to explain what he'd been doing or talk to his brother or parents. There was only one person he could speak with who might understand. While yesterday everyone had spent together, gathered around his grandmother's bedside, today she'd received a series of quiet visits, one person at a time. When he came to her demutech, he found Jaina's friend Tahiri sitting cross-legged on the stoop, body buried in brown robes. When Vitor approached, she lifted her eyes. Vitor started, "Is my grandmother. She's resting. She doesn't have any visitors right now. Is she awake?" The old woman looked at him, considering something. He didn't know what. In this darkness, she couldn't see his face. His Force aura might be telling something else. But in the end, Tahiri unfolded her legs and stood up. "Go ahead, Vitor," she said, and walked off into the night. He hesitated for just a second, then walked into the dark demutech. There was one lamp, a real flame, trembling in the corner of the room. Its unsteady light spread across the low dome of the roof, and by it Vitor could see his grandmother's face. Jaina was lying flat, but her dark eyes were narrowly open. She shifted her head to watch him as he took the stool beside her bed. "Hi," Jaina said, very faint. "Hello," Vitor said. He couldn't look her in the eyes. He could barely stand to be here. "You took your time. I'm sorry. I just had a lot to think about." "I know." He jerked in the dark. "Yeah, I know." Everyone could tell. A brittle smile. "I'm not dead yet." She didn't know everything. Maybe she had a hint. As he hunched forward, Vitor's hands clasped tight together. He tried to think of what he'd planned to say, but nothing came. "Vitor," she asked softly, "what is it?" He only had to get it out. He took a ragged breath and said, "I'm going to die." She looked at his shadow-shrouded face and waited. He said, "I've seen it in the Force. I'm going to be killed on Hapes by Queen Sarissa." In a vision. Jaina whispered, "A dream. That's how I've always gotten them, and they've never been wrong." Vitor. "The future? Don't tell me it's always in motion. Please? Miniscent. Every one of my dreams has come true. The very first one, the first one I remember anyway, I got right before Veers attacked the Academy on Bastion. And we fled, and the Sith came after us and almost killed us both. We fought them in the rain. I saw that in a dream the night before it happened. I remembered the red lightsabers and the rain. I thought it was just a nightmare then, but it wasn't." He thought she tried to argue with him more. He'd even wished it, on the chance she'd have a compelling argument against destiny that hadn't occurred to him. His heart fell when she whispered, "I'm so sorry, Vitor. I just don't know what to do. I haven't told anyone else. I couldn't. I just wish I'd never had that damn vision. I shouldn't have to know I'm going to die." Softly she said, "Everyone dies, Vitor. But not like this. This isn't fair. It isn't right. I'm supposed to do so much more, be so much more. He could be an emperor, a leader, and a hero. He could grow old with his brother. He could fall in love, share that love, and make new life with it. The last one seemed to hurt the most. He'd been so occupied by war and duty all these years he'd put aside what he might want for himself in the blind belief he'd have it later. The Force had cheated him. He cheated himself. Slowly, considerately, Jaina said, "My brother Anakin was younger than you when he died. And I've spent so much time thinking about him. The life he should have had. What else he could have accomplished. How he could have changed the galaxy." "He did change the galaxy," Vitor said. "He saved the whole Jedi during the U.S. and Vong War. That's what you told me." "And it's true." Her hand reached out across the bed and he took it. "Anakin deserves so much more than he got, but he left a beautiful legacy. His legacy is us. He knew that. It's why he did what he did, why he had the courage. Being a Jedi is as much about how we face death as how we face life. They say there is no death, only the Force." He didn't want to say how he felt about the Force right now. "That saying holds true, from a certain point of view. I never liked those ones," Vitor said. "You know Jedi who've survived in the Force after dying. You've talked to them? Maybe you're not afraid because you'll get to be a blue ghost with your brothers, but what about me? I'm no Jedi Master. I'm not even a Jedi. I'm an Imperial Knight. I barely know what that means." "Roan thinks he does," Vitor shook his head. "When I die, I don't know I'll still be there. I don't know anything. And please, please don't ask me to trust the Force. Because I can't do that. Not after what the Force did to me." When his outburst was done, he lowered his head. Jaina made no reply. When her grip on his hand weakened, Vitor looked up. She was still staring at him. Silence dragged for another long moment. Then she said, "When your grandfather got older, he was so concerned about his legacy. You know your father cares too. His legacy and Jags. They both accomplished so much. Anakin was just 16. His legacy was as great as anyone's. A legacy isn't about time." She squeezed his hand. "Everybody runs out of time too soon. Whatever happens on Hapes, whatever happens to you in the Force, you won't really be gone. Ever. Not to your parents. Not to Roan and Marin. Just care about what you will leave behind. It's always more than you think." Jaina was right. Of course she was. Death had made him selfish, unlike her. He'd barely given any thought on what this would mean to his parents, his brother, the sister he'd almost had. He needed to make sure they'd be ready to carry on without him. He didn't know how yet. He still didn't think he could look his parents in the eye and tell them of his vision. But it was a start. For the short time left, he could live with determination instead of grief. He felt her pressure on his hand and her touch in the Force. Weak as she was, she tried to pass on warmth and strength. He squeezed back and touched back. Tears caught in his eyes, but he blinked them down rather than wipe them away. "Thanks, Grandma," Vitor whispered. "Don't mention it," she whispered back, and pulled her hand away. Sometime in the middle of the night, well after Vitor had left and she drifted off to sleep, Jaina found herself awake again and looking out the window. From her bed she could see just a thin sliver of sky, and for the past few days there'd been nothing but gray daytime and pure black night. When Jaina noticed starlight outside, she barely believed it. She stayed in bed, eyes open, unable to either sleep or rise. She watched those stars and noticed the very gradual creep of color into the surrounding black. Dawn was coming. It would be a clear, bright sunrise. She found strength she hadn't known in days. She pushed herself upright in bed. She slid out from the covers very slowly, put her feet on the ground, and shakily stood. She found her shoes, slipped them on, and walked into the pre-dawn light. The air was cool and damp and smelled like the forest. She'd always loved the way Zanima II smelled. It reminded her of Yavin 4, and the time she'd woken early and climbed up to the top of the Masasi temple and sat on its ancient stone edge to watch new daylight burn sheets of mist from the surrounding jungle. Sometimes her brothers had been with her, or Loe or Zek or Tenoka. Sometimes she'd been alone. No matter what, it had been a beautiful way to start a day. It got easier to walk. Jaina couldn't remember the last time she'd felt so light. She climbed her familiar hill with the sunrise view. She found her familiar bench and sat down on it. From here she could see all the domed buildings and corkscrew spires of the middle distance, and the tree-lined ridges on the other side, and horizon beyond them all. The cloudless sky was burning gold, and she knew the sun would be up in minutes. "You got here just in time," said a voice beside her. Jaina looked to her left and saw her brother Anakin. For some reason she wasn't surprised. Nor was she surprised to hear Jacen say, "We kind of guessed you'd want to be here for this." Jaina looked to her right, and there he was. Jacen was as she'd last seen him, before his second death here on Zanima II. There was a weary peace in his dark eyes, his pale face, and grim smile. When she looked at him, she also saw all the other Jacens she'd known, the man darkened by forbidden love and secret drives, the questioning youth, the goofy boy who kept his room stuffed with animals and always timed his bad jokes perfectly. She looked back to Anakin. He was as she'd last seen him too, a mere teenager. He'd never seemed quite so young in memory. Small and smooth-faced, but with grief and determination in his ice-blue eyes. And she saw the rest of Anakin as well, the quiet, lonely boy, the curious tinkerer, the little brother she'd always done everything to protect. As Jaina sat between them, she no longer felt like an old woman incongruous against those died young. The ache and weakness and limitation of her aged body dissolved like dew in sunlight. She felt neither young nor old, not bound by years or flesh. She was simply Jaina, and Anakin was simply Anakin, and while Jacen had never been simply anything, he was only now himself. "Sorry about the wait," she told them. "We didn't mind," Anakin said. "We figured you deserved to take your time," added Jacen. "I was, hoping I'd get a little longer. There was someone else I needed to talk to. One more thing I needed to do." "There always is," said Jacen. "That's life." Her brother would know better than anyone, she thought. He seemed content now, in a way he'd never been in life. Jaina looked across the valley to where the sun's bright disk crept above the treetops. Soon it would raise mist from the forest like sunrise on Yavin 4, but even with her brothers here, her thoughts fell back to another dawn. She thought back to the soul morning she'd seen on Tatooine, when she'd watched both discs chase away the nighttime cool and wipe every shadow from the vast open desert. That had been right after she dropped into the sand the weapon she'd made herself and fought and killed with, the one whose violet blade she'd driven through her brother's heart. It was only when she released it that she'd finally felt free of the destiny her uncle had placed on her long ago. No longer Sword of the Jedi, just herself, she'd watched Tatooine's double dawn and felt like she was starting everything anew. That was what she felt now, the sweetest of reliefs. As the sun rose higher, more than half its disk in view, she asked, "What happens now?" "It's a little hard to explain," said Anakin. "It'll be better if we just show you." "Are you ready?" Jacen asked softly. "Just give me a minute," she whispered. Jaina waited and watched until the sun cleared the horizon. Its red blaze was fading to white as the gold sky cooled to blue. This was going to be a beautiful day.